Tignan mo ang iyong mga napagdaanan. Sa bawat pagbagsak, at araw-gabing pagsusumikap, nalagpasan mo lahat ng takot at pagdududa. Maniwala ka lang, dahil ang lakas ay likas sa puso at pagkatao mo. Ang mga pangarap ngayon ay abot kamay. Malayo na ang narating natin. Hindi na tayo pabibitin. Tuloy-tuloy tayong aangat.
The gold is yours!
Kasama ang Petron. Sa Petron, panalo ang Pilipino.
Unleash your racing spirit with the next addition to the Gazoo racing line. Designed to excite your heart with new styling that's bold and tough. Improved performance to awaken your off-road passions. Control and comfort, designed for rough terrains. Racing features to inspire you to push past your limits. And race your unbreakable spirit. The new Toyota Hilux GRS.
Welcome back to the Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup 2022. We are in leg 3, meaning it's the last weekend, and we just went from circuit racing. Now we move on to another form of racing we have here. It's time for some autocross action, and we go straight to introducing you to some of our racers' first names that we're going to be calling up is our media category. Please welcome your racers, starting from someone representing Top Gear PH, Riz Javier. From Auto Industria, Chan Lacuna. From C Magazine, Sequel Go. From Visor, Leandre Mangubad. From Philippine Daily Inquirer, Pauline Lopez. From Philippine Star, Mika de los Reyes. From Carmundi, Dylan Afuan. From Zig Wheels, Roy Robles. From Yuga Tech and Yuga Auto, Pablo Salamancan. From the Modern Creatures, Kevin Francisco. And from Auto Review, Ronald de los Reyes. Alright, these men and women in front of you are our racers in Autocross Media category. They've also gone through 2 weekends of racing, and the same that we mentioned for circuit, this weekend is going to be double points for them. So it's going to be an intense battle. That's something that you guys are in for. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, the media category. Thank you so much, guys, for being here with us. All right, now we move on to our celebrity influencer category. We start with Ashley Gosengfiao. Ashley with a cheering squad with her. Next up, Carla Lizardo. Carla also brought her cheering squad. It's me. Let's also bring in Patch McDonald. A man who really showed his driving skills, Benedict Kua. And last but not the least, the leader so far in this category. Give it up for Miguel Romulo. Once more, these are your racers in our Autocross Celebrity Influencer Beginner category. I know for sure they don't look like beginners at all. Thank you so much. Thank you. And I know a lot of people will be cheering on you guys later on. We also have our drivers, our racers from the GT Cup category. First, let's bring in Luis Moreno. Also with us is Jeter Miole. Please also give a warm welcome to Russell Reyes. And completing our GT Cup category is Mark Elman. There you go. Our competitors from the GT Cup, they actually qualified by being the fastest in virtual racing in different Toyota dealerships. So now they've translated their virtual skills onto the actual track. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this time we move on to another category, Autocross Celebrity Influencer Advanced category. First up, calling in Enzo Pineda. And the man who has been collecting trophies for a decade already in the Vios Cup, Jules Aquino. Let's welcome Chino Guillamore. Also competing in this category is Aaron Villaflor. Please also welcome Lexi Mendiola. And completing our Celebrity Influencers Advanced category, Dexy Diaz. Ladies and gentlemen, these are your extremely skilled drivers in our Celebrity Influencer Advanced category. Okay, and now we got a photo with our Celebrity Influencer Advanced category. Let's bring in everyone from the GT Cup, the Celebrity Influencer Beginner category, and of course, our media friends as well. We should have enough space for everyone. Thank you everyone for joining us here at the Clark International Speedway, or if you are watching via live stream, thank you so much. We hope that you are enjoying the action of the Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup 2022. It's the final day of this TGR Vios Cup 2022, and it really is about to go down. We got double points for both circuit and autocross, and that's why we're gonna see things shake up a little bit more than the previous weekends. Just a bit, these faces you're seeing will be in cars, we'll be going through those obstacles. That's what we do in autocross. It's the fastest time that they can get through the same course that they have to drive around. We'll let you in later on some of the technicalities, maybe some penalties. All right, thank you to our racers. One more time, please make some noise for our autocross racers. We'll let them head on to the racetrack now. We'll get things settled. For those who are watching via live stream, we would like to just give you an update on what's the latest here in Clark. James, Gabby, Darbs, and I have been preaching about how it was one of the warmest days we experienced here at Clark for the Vios Cup. Well, we got an unexpected visitor, also known as the greatest equalizer. Rain decided to come in, but that's not gonna stop us. In fact, right now, let me turn you guys over to Kuya Darbs.
Yo, what's up, John? Thank you very much. As you can see, kanina mainit, and right now it's raining. And everybody here in the crowd is excited kung ano nga bang gagawin ng mga drivers when there's this kind of specific struggle, ika nga nila. And syempre, tatanong tayo ng pulse ng crowd right now. What's your good name, ma'am?
Hi, I'm Amanda.
Amanda, is this your first time, second time in this race?
My second time.
This is your second
Yes.
time. So when was the first time ka pumunta?
I really can't remember.
Tagal na, long time. So which do you think is more exciting, before or now?
I think this one is more exciting.
Mas exciting, of
Right.
course, ha? And Amanda, I just wanna ask, sino ba yung sinusupport mo?
We're here to cheer for Luis Moreno.
Luis Moreno, any message kay Luis?
Hi, Luis. Hope you win. Good luck.
Yon, thank you very much. Of course, meron din tayong i-interviewin. Sir, what's your good name?
Dennis.
Dennis.
Yes.
Saan kayo galing, Sir Dennis?
Quezon City.
Quezon City. Anong oras kayo dumating dito?
Around 10.
10 o'clock, a bit early bird. And, sir, sino po ba ang sinusupport nyo sa event?
My son, Luis.
Oh, Luis. Okay, sige, nasa autocross siya.
Yes.
Message mo sa kanya para he can go for the gold.
Now, win or lose, do your best.
Yon, win or lose, Luis, do your best. Of course, thank you very much, sir. Syempre, hindi ko kayo papabayaan. Bibigyan ko kayo ng giveaway courtesy of TGR Vios Cup exclusive merchandise. Of course, hindi lang yan, ha. Tingnan naman natin dito sa baba. Meron tayong mga i-interviewin ngayon. Yung mga kaedad namin ni Jot. Sir, what's your name?
Joaquin.
Joaquin. This is your first time in this race?
Yes.
How do you find it?
Nervous?
Nervous. Bakit? Kasi in-interview kita?
No.
No.
I'm just scared of whoever is gonna win.
See, concern ka sa safety ng mga mananalo kasi nga, di ba, it's raining. Anong message mo sa mga participants ngayon, sa mga racers natin?
Be safe. And try not to die.
Be safe and please try not to die. Joaquin, thank you very much. Alam ko nakaka-pressure yung interview, but because of that, I will give you a bag. Madam, what's your good name?
Peach.
Mitch?
Peach.
Peach.
Ah.
First time, oh?
First time.
So, sa event na to, overall, marami kasi may activity area tayo, meron tayong VIP tent, and of course, we have the race. Which one do you think is the most exciting for you?
This one, the racing,
So, first time mo nakakita na nagkakarera talaga professionally?
Yeah, because I had him attend karting, Petron karting.
Before?
Yes,
future.
pero it's just karting. So this time, it's car talaga. So, different
Amazing.
experience.
So, tandaan natin si Joaquin, ha? Maybe he will be a future Vios Cup participant. Thank you very much po. Dito tayo kay tatay. Tatay, anong pangalan?
Monito Israel po.
Monito Israel. Sir, pakihawak po. First time nyo ba dito?
Opo.
Kumusta naman, sir, ang experience natin so far?
Sa palagay ko, okay dahil depende, ngayon lang namin makikita kung sakali.
Ngayon nyo lang makikita.
Opo.
First time nyo din nakita yung mga paikot-ikot na sasakyan kanina.
Opo. Hindi kami nakakuan kanina. Ito
So, ito na.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Meron ba kayong chini-cheer?
wala, hindi ko masyado.
Lahat ang chini-cheer nyo.
Opo.
Dapat lahat. Anyway, sir, thank you very much. Maraming salamat. Yan, sa inyo yan. Maraming salamat. So there you have it, guys, ha. So nandito kami ngayon sa grandstand and we're trying to start the autocross. Of course, kasama ko ang aking partner in crime. Ayan, sige lang, okay lang. Ganyan, ha. Ay, grabe, bilis mo talaga, Jet. Kaya
Tayo,
nga,
diba?
It has been a long time.
I mean,
Kailan yun?
kasi yung first leg natin towards the second leg, medyo maikli yung break. It was a month. Kaya ngayon, it was mga 3 months yata rin.
Medyo mahaba.
Which actually, alam mo, Dorbs,
Yeah.
parang yun yung magiging medyo mas tricky dun sa ating mga autocross drivers. I'm thinking. Pero before that, panoorin muna natin to.
Tingnan natin yung recap video.
What's up, race fans? The Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup is headed back to the Clark International Speedway for the final round this weekend. But before we get into that, let's recap what happened so far. At least in the last round for the promotional class, it starts with race number 4, and that was won by Julia de Los Angeles from the Toyota Avengers Racing Team, followed by Elaine Alzona and Ian Rosales in 3rd place from Toyota Team Cebu. Then over into the sporting class for race number 4, Russell Cabrera from Toyota Team Cebu took the top honors, followed by Miguel Quinones from Toyota Balintawak Avengers Racing Team. And then it was Troy Montero with a great performance in third place from the Toyota Gazoo Racing PH. Then over to the super sporting class, and it was Gerard Loy sitting on top of the top shelf from the R Racing team ahead of Red Diwa in one of the most exciting races, and Inigo Anton just snipping out into third place there. We moved into race number 5 from the promotional class was Jay Lau from Happy Hotels OTR Racing team, and Julia de Los Angeles continuing her streak in second place on the podium, TSJ Avengers Racing team. And then Daniel Matsunaga from Toyota Gazoo Racing PH squeezed into third place. Good job, Danielle. And then it was over to the sporting class for race number 5, and that was headed up by Royce Sarmiento from RMS Cars Racing team. Miguel Quinones also pretty consistent there from Toyota Balintawak Avengers Racing team, keeping his streak on the podium. Then it was Myla Alivia Girl Power from JBT Racing Toyota Isabela in third place. Then over to the super sporting class, race number 5, John Dizon Avengers Racing team was the top spot there, followed by Inigo Anton, who's also proving to be a very consistent driver in the series, and then Gerard Loy in third place from the R Racing team. Then it was over to race number 6 for the promotional class. Jay Lau, Happy Hotels OTR Racing team in top spot. Alan Palacios from Toyota Team Cebu, and another one from Toyota Team Cebu, Jaron Messina in third place. And then over to the sporting class, it was Giro Garbis from JB Racing, Toyota San Fernando, and Russell Cabrera in second place from Toyota Team Cebu. Royce Sarmiento from RMS Cars Racing team slots in there in third place. And now let's cross over to the super sporting class, race number 6. It was Brian Ko from R Racing team who was able to just edge out over Inigo Anton from Toyota North EDSA Avengers Racing team. And then Gerard Loy in third place from the R Racing team. So it's everything to play for as we go into the final round this weekend. Remember, it's not just the top spot. We're looking for consistency as well as the points do build up. Then over into the promotional media autocross, first place was won by Pablo Salapantan, followed by second place Nico Villegas and Sigvald Go in third place. Then over to the sporting for the media autocross, and in first place it was Jan Lacuna, followed by Roy Robles in second place, and then Ronald De Los Reyes taking in third place. And then we also had our celebrities compete in the sporting class. It was Jules Aquino in first place, Aaron Villaflor in second, and Enzo Pineda in third place. Then we have what we call our GT Cup Autocross, and in top spot there, that was Luis Moreno, followed by second place Russell Reyes, and third place Mark Elman. And that's how the results came out over the last racing weekend. What's gonna happen this weekend? Well, you should be there to find out as the Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup goes for its final chapter and final installment at the Clark International Speedway. We'll see you all there.
Thank you very much for that recap, and alam nyo na kung ano yung mga nangyari in the previous weekends of the autocross competition. It's another form of racing pero very, very exciting talaga. And if you're gonna see the track now, meron na tayo mga cones, may A-boards dyan, and those are the obstacles na kailangang madaanan, malusutan, at hindi banggain ng ating mga drivers.
At saka sa mga nanonood pa lang, kasi may in-interview ako kanina, it's the first time watching. Don't worry, kasi we're gonna ease you through the specifics mamaya-maya.
Hindi kami expert ni Darbs, pero tutulungan namin kayo as much as we can.
Susubukan namin.
Pero Darbs, para dun sa mga nandito sa Clark International Speedway, ano pa ba yung mga ibang pwede nilang ma-experience aside from watching the great races we're seeing?
There's a lot of things that you can do aside from watching the race. Kung sakaling gusto mong refreshment, you can go ahead and visit our partner's booth. Nandun ang Petron Treats. You can also check Bridgestone. Pwede mo ding i-check ang Brembo. And of course, kung sakaling hindi pa kayo nakakapagpa-stamp ng passport nyo, go ahead and do it kasi magkakaroon kayo ng exclusive TGR Vios Cup merchandise na dito nyo lang makukuha.
Oo, tsaka tandaan natin it's already the third leg, meaning final leg na to ng TGR Vios Cup 2022. Next year, yes.
Tagal pa.
Oo, magkakaroon ulit pero sayang naman, di ba? Matagal pa ihintay nyo. So make sure you get your passport stamp and make sure you enjoy everything that Toyota Motor Philippines has put together here at the TGR Vios Cup 2022.
Yon. And Jot, right now, nagpe-prepare na sila, no?
Yes,
So why
yes.
don't we try to discuss a little bit, ano ba tong autocross? Like, bakit kailangan nilang iwasan yung mga obstacle na yan? And kung sakaling mabangga nila, ano ba
Ayan,
yung penalty?
sige, magandang tanong yan. Kasi, so it's a different kind of racing, no? It's parang obstacle challenge. Diba? Maraming iba't ibang sport nagkakaroon naman ng mga obstacle challenges. So in motorsports, it's also something we do here. So, yung mga kailangan nilang gawin dito sa course na to, is first they have to go through a chicane, meaning yung parang zigzag. So, dapat wala kang tamaan.
Pwede mo bang
ng
i-spell
doon.
yun?
Zig tsaka zag.
Okay, yun
Yan.
na lang. Zigzag
Tama.
na lang. Okay. So, ano nila, they have to go through it with their skill.
Yes,
Na
tapos-
dapat efficient.
Yes, tapos meron din syempre yung mga straights dyan. Yun yung talagang pedal to the metal ka, di ba? But I think, I've never tried it, pero from the racers na mga nakakakwentuhan natin, yung pinaka-tricky daw talaga is yung 540.
Ano yun?
May
Yung
makikita
parang
kang dyan parang,
iikot sila.
nasa gitna na, yung mga makikita mo sa EDSA, gano'n, na mga barrier. So, kailangan lang ikutin yun. And, more than ikutan, you come out of the same side. You come out to the same side you entered from. So, talagang iikutan mo and more. Makikita natin yan mamaya.
Pero na-try mo na ba yun? Like yung 540. Later on, sa mga audience na nanonood niya, you're gonna be able to see kung ano ba yung 540 paano ikot. Pero have you tried doing that? Because I
Alam
think
mo,
it's very complicated Medyo
Ako
technical.
Hindi pa talaga. Yung 540, no? Yung chicane, meaning yung niyang zigzag ka, slalom, whatever you wanna call it, yun, medyo na-try na natin yun. And even the braking part. And I wanna thank Toyota Gazoo Racing Academy for allowing me to experience para rin na-explain
diba?
natin sa mga
At least buti na
nanonood
lang.
ngayon, di ba?
Kasi medyo mahirap kung sakaling there's gonna be a lot of challenges mamaya sa mga natin, sa mga participants. Tapos, I was super, balik ko lang sa sinabi ni Gab kanina, na grabe, yung mga racers pala could lose up to
Nagulat din ako doon.
10 kilos, bro.
Kung nag-race kaya tayo,
Exactly. I think, parang gusto ko na mag-race.
Pero alam mo, pagka makikita mo yung mga racers natin after stepping out of the car, pagkatapos sila kumarera, parang ang hirap talaga rin ng pinagdadaanan nila. Partida ang gagaling na nila, di ba?
Exactly.
And it's also been something that they've done. Parang itong autocross natin, it's actually not the first time that they'll be experiencing this course or this track. As early as yesterday, 8 in the morning.
Hindi na sila.
Yeah, they arrived yesterday kung saan-saan ang galing. Diba? Some of them, or I guess most of them from Manila pa. Pumunta na dito sa Clark International Speedway morning yesterday para masubukan yung track.
Grabe, no?
And then, they tried it again in the afternoon. Kaninang umaga, Darbs, nandito na sila ng mga 6:30 ng umaga.
Super early, just to prepare for this event. Yun na, as we can see, I think they're starting off right now. Ang dalawang participants natin, I'm not sure kung sino yung, maybe it will be flashed later on sa screen.
Makikita natin.
Oo. And then we're gonna be commentating frame by frame.
Kung mahabol natin, di ba? Bibilis kasi rin ito mga to eh. But yeah, we're gonna be bringing you the action. Nakakatuwa na ang dami natin mga nakakasama dito sa...
Yun, I was about to say that. Na mas maraming tao ngayon, I think, from the last time. But last legs, it was very, last legs race, it was very exciting. So I think, hopefully, it's gonna be the same thing. Ito na yung sinasabi mo na 540.
So may 540 nang dinaanan dito with car number 2 knocking down one cone.
One cone is equivalent of what? Anong penalty ng one cone?
One cone. Per cone to 2 seconds. So kung halimbawa tamaan mo, 3 magkakasunod or mapatumba mo, that's gonna be 6 seconds. By the way, etong napapanood po natin, in car number 11 is Pauline Lopez of Philippine Daily Inquirer, and car number 2 naman is Riz Javier of Top Gear PH.
Yan, kita natin ngayon they are trying to maneuver their way in. Car number 11.
At saka tricky din, Darbs, no, na umulan nga,
exactly.
nabasa yung track.
Exactly.
Of course, the traction is something you're looking at. Pauline going through that 540. So ito yung sinasabi natin, you come out of the same side.
Dalawang cones ang got knocked down.
Alam mo
And-
yung isa pang very crucial din is yung braking talaga. It's, di ba sabi nila, may kasabihan sa racing eh. The slower you go, the fastest. When you slow down, you know, you can go faster, yung isasabi. So, yung braking mo dito sa autocross kasi hindi naman to parang circuit na ang haba ng mga
Dire-diretso.
straights eh, di ba?
Paano mo huhulmahin yung brake
Yeah.
to facilitate easing in and out of each obstacle?
You have some experience din, di ba, with cars and
Cars, but not to the extent of this very technical. Syempre, I mean, for those of you who don't know, nasa Dubai ako, I'm based there. So, happy ako kasi doon, there are super plain ng mga daanan and you can really parang maximize the car's potential pag nandun
Yes.
ka. Curious ako. So, since umulan na, are they changing tires specific for rain? Or they're using the same thing?
no, it's the same thing na they're using as you can see now. Medyo mas lumakas po yung ulan eh.
Oo nga eh.
For their second run. That's also what I want to point out. You're seeing the same drivers for their second run on your screens is Pauline Lopez
Lopez.
going through that chicane. And that's what happens sa bawat run nila in autocross. They get 2 runs and then yung fastest time mo i-consider.
That's good.
Yeah, absolutely.
So from what I have remembered last time, pwede itong dalawa technique. First is you go safe, maneuver mo yung sarili mo. And the second one, since you have 2 chances, dito na yung medyo ipipilit mo talaga na medyo bilisan.
That's right. Ito nga si Riz on your screens. Ito yung tricky na 540. She gets a clean exit.
exit.
No cones knocked down there.
Oo. Pero as in, super mas humirap ngayon kasi umuulan.
Yeah.
So iba kasi ang grip eh
Totoo.
pag umuulan versus if it's a dry tarmac. And most of the time, yun ang isa sa mga technicalities din na dapat mo. Kasi, syempre, madalas tayong nagpa-practice na dry, di ba? So medyo kabisado mo na yung sasakyan.
Yun yung crucial na sinabi mo kasi I told you na nakatatlong sessions sila ng practice. Pero dun sa 3 sessions na yun,
Dry.
walang wet track dun. Lahat mataas yung araw, very dry yung course. So, it's gonna be very interesting to see how difficult or kahit different lang will this experience be for our drivers.
And maybe hindi natin alam, no, that there might be drivers who would love to perform or at least race in this kind of environment. Kasi merong
May mga
iba,
ganyan.
strength nila to eh. 'Di ba? So, car number 3 is Sigwald from C Magazine. And car number 4 is Mika de los Reyes from Philstar.
So, tingnan natin, what they can be able to do on that track. Made extra challenging by the rain.
Kala ko, nagpahapyaw lang yung ulan kanina, pero talagang downpour ngayon eh.
Nakakatawa nga kasi we've been talking about today being the hottest day we've experienced dito sa TGR Vios Cup 2022. Pero ngayon, ito naman yung
Pinakamaulan.
pinakamalakas na ulan din na it's not that hard, hindi naman bagyo level, pero it's still
Sa race na all throughout throughout sa 3 legs.
yeah,
Ito yung
biggest downpour na ano natin na
biggest
experience.
downpour. So good, no? Because the weather is really testing the skill set of our racers today. O yun, meron na namang isang cone that was knocked down, and for those of you who don't know, 2 seconds minus yun.
Yeah, and Darbs, ito rin, I was fortunate enough to join the drivers briefing yesterday for
Okay.
our autocross drivers. As you see, Sigwald go of C Magazine, take the track. So, di ba, yung mga cones na nakikita natin, that's 2 seconds that will be added to your time if you knock it down. Pero kung sakaling tamaan mo, but it doesn't fall down
Okay
or
lang
tip
yun.
over, okay lang yun. Sabi nga, nung nagbi-brief yesterday, ang tawag doon, swerte. But, the thing is, tingnan mo yung meron din tayo mga A-boards and the bigger barriers. Kung yun ang matamaan mo at
iba din yun.
matumba, that's 3 seconds. And if you jump the gun, yung jump start, na mauna ka dun sa go signal,
penalty
that's
din yun.
another major penalty.
Which, may anong penalty? Is it bigger than the
Let me
3
confirm,
seconds.
as far as I remember, it's also 3 seconds.
I see.
Pero napakalaki nun kasi yung mga difference ng times natin dito sa autocross.
Millisecond lang eh.
Minsan, milliseconds, medyo malaki na yung
3
1
seconds.
or 2 seconds.
Oo, parang pwede ka nang magkape nun.
Oo,
Oo,
naubos
sa
mo na.
racing sa racing 3 second per second is like already a lifetime for
That's
these
true.
kind of races specifically. So yun, I think if I'm not mistaken, they're going for their second run.
Yes, that's right.
Second run na sila.
Second round. Tingnan natin kung ito si Seagold eh. We're seeing Seagold here.
Yun.
Nice escape from that chicane.
Yan.
Kita mo yung, rinig mo yung rev niya, no? Kung
exactly.
kailan siya nagre-rev. Very controlled yung approach niya dun sa
Exactly.
540. And then dun sa straight, maikli lang yung straight, pero you always wanna floor
Pedal to the
that
metal talaga yun eh.
as much as you can, di ba? Maximize mo yung power ng Vios.
And sa mga nanonood, I mean, this is not easy. Like,
Not at all, yeah.
this might look very simple, doesn't mean it's easy.
Tsaka, dumaan nga yung drivers natin dito in the TGRA, the Toyota Gazoo Racing Academy. Dumaan sila sa practices, not just in this leg, pero back in leg 1, in leg 2, they
Before pa
arrived
sila,
early.
before they came in here, they were trained na hindi lang sila basta-bastang sinabak to be in the tarmac today. Yan, another 540, car number 4.
So, halimbawa yun, no? Mika made some contact with the cone, but it was still up, pag-exit niya. So
walang
she
minus
does,
yun.
at least for that particular cone, she doesn't get penalized for that.
Yun. So, tapos na.
We've had 4 racers. So, ang nangyayari po, yung sa dalawang racers, yung isa syempre, opposite yung pinupuntahan nila eh, when our race director says go. Pero dadaanan mo rin naman kasi yung both sides ng track eh. So, it will end up the same thing. Pinagdaanan mo rin yung same
Pinagdaanan
obstacles that the one you're driving with. I can't say racing against because you're also racing against people who aren't on the track at the same time as you are. Pabilisan kayo ng oras.
Oo nga eh. So, car number 11 is Nico Villegas and car number 8 is Leandro Mangubat. And I believe they're going in... meron ba itong Jot? May mga class differences din to, or it's all for... it's for everyone?
Well, we have 3 categories here. We have the media category. Actually, 4 pala. This is the media category we're watching right now. We have the celebrity beginner, celebrity influencer beginner category. We have the celebrity influencer advanced category. Tapos meron yung mga GT Cup. Yung mga winners natin from the GT Cup, they're a category of their own as well. Nico Villegas from Auto Industria.
You
has
can
shown-
really hear and feel the power yung rev. So yung GT Cup, I'm not sure if you know the specifics of this. I mean, the participants ba nito are all over the Philippines, and then kasi sa mga hindi nakakalam, GT Cup, if I'm not wrong, is yun ba yung digital? Like they're trying to race in
virtual muna.
virtual.
Parang gaming, di ba?
Gaming.
But it started then with different Toyota dealerships, no? Naglagay ng mga rigs
isa-isa
doon
sila.
yung ating ang Toyota Motor Philippines, and you could have gone there, experience it if you're
had a good time.
one of the best.
Uh-huh.
Di parang advance ka sa next until these 4 guys were able to advance here to the Clark International Speedway and actually drive the Toyota Vios on the track
itself, no? At saka, trinay ko yung virtual GT Cup na doon sa booth kanina. Ang hirap.
Mahirap, no? Ako rin eh. Na-experience ko siya one time, and siguro ang hirap din kasi parang alam mong hindi ka naman na talaga mababangga if dun sa game,
So,
sa virtual game mabangga ka. So maybe you're giving yourself extra allowance. Pero yun yung matindi sa adjustment ng mga GT Cup participants, di ba? Now you have to be extra careful kasi nasa actual kotse ka na. May risk na talaga.
Na mabangga ka.
So Nico and Leandre going for their second run. Trying to go for a better time, syempre. Tama kayo, dun sa sinabi mo. Minsan, at first, tatansya ka muna. But then,
Second
pag
run?
nakapa mo na ng maayos, you really wanna up that, or hindi pala up, you don't wanna up your time. You wanna lower it.
Actually, isa sa mga pwede nating gawin. And one of the things, because I'm also an F1 fan. I think everybody was an F1 fan when the Drive to Survive came out. Kasi, I mean, at the end of the day, it was very difficult to understand before. So, kudos sa mga alam na yung F1 racing before. But I dive into the intricacies of it. And isa sa mga na natutunan ko is that when you're driving these kind of, dito sa sasakyan, most of the time, ang kalaban mo talaga is sarili mo, knowing the limitation of the car, and how can you push little by little without endangering yourself. It's actually figuring out yung extent na kaya mong i-push yung limits ng sasakyan. So, the trick there is, there are other car drivers na medyo kulang. I mean, they thought na it was the maximum that their car is capable of performing, pero hindi pa pala. Meron pa palang isi-squeeze na 20-30%. Meron namang mga car drivers na they overestimate their skill set, that sometimes nai-aksidente sila because they were not able to see the limitations ng car. So figuring out your car's limitation and at the same time pushing with your skill set is one of the tricks for you to really maximize. Sabi nga nila.
Totoo yan. And alam mo kaya nga, yung, I guess, isa rin dun sa factors that you were trying to point out, di ba, is familiarity mo with the car. Kaya ko rin nasabi na parang medyo tricky, or it could be a little more difficult for our racers in autocross to jump into this third leg is because of the long gap. Kasi from the first leg, medyo, natatandaan mo pa siguro medyo fresh pa, isang buwan lang yung lumipas
Exactly.
Tanda mo pa yung handling, yung sinasabi mong limits, di ba, of the car. Pero, unless you took down some notes or maybe made some videos, recorded yourself driving it, do you still remember that from the 3 months that has passed since you last drove that car through a track?
Exactly. And as you can see right now, ang mga participants natin are trying their best to have the best time dito.
Quick learners naman to mga to. Kaya
I think so.
when they tried it out yesterday, nakuha agad nila. We have here on the track, car number 2, or ito muna, car number 3 is a fan favorite here, one of them, Ashley Goss and Fiao. And yung nasa car number 2 naman on the track with Ashley is Pablo Salapantan.
So nandito na tayo sa celebrity class.
Well, actually, Ashley is competing in the celebrity influencer, but Pablo is in the media category. So kasi time lang naman yung hinahanap natin.
I understand.
So they can share the track, but you know, minsan ang naririnig ko rin from the racers, kahit na hindi mo talaga kalaban lang per se yung katapat mo sa track.
Pero,
di ba, the mind will trick you that way. The mind will make you think na hindi ito yung kailangan kong talunin.
Exactly. Mapipressure ka din to maximize yung time niya din if ever. Although hindi naman nila malalaman agad yung time, but of course, malalaman mo kung sino yung nauna. Because both of you started at the same time. So kung sino yung mauna doon sa end, you know that he was faster than you.
Well, of course, minsan dadagdag pa yung mabilis nga, pero 100 counts yun natumba.
Nauna siya, pero dumiretso lang.
Dumiretso lang.
Hindi natin alam. Yun.
A great escape here from Pablo. Definitely one of the best here in the media category.
Yun. Ganda nung atake niya sa 540.
Oh, that's Ashley there. Oh, unfortunate escape there on that 540.
That was 3 cones, if I'm not mistaken.
And unfortunately, though, there was a cone that got stuck underneath the hood.
So, paano yan, Jot? Is the time still running when they're trying to retrieve the cone? Or
ito one of the reminders na naaalala ko from yesterday's driver's briefing. Okay lang matumba mo eh. But when it unfortunately gets stuck under your car, DNF, yun yung medyo masakit. Kaya you see Ashley pumuposition na for the next run. And here's
I see
Pablo, as you can see, smooth on that 540.
Yan, swabing-swabe. What's good news, although it's a bad news for Ashley right now, pero at least meron pa siyang isang round
Yeah.
to check it out and do a better time. Ano ba ibig sabihin ng DNF?
Did not finish.
Did not
So,
finish.
Here, in autocross, since time ang hinahanap natin, yung DNF, I mean, you lose your run. So, mas masakit siya when it comes to circuit kasi all your other competitors, yung mga kalaban mo, nakaka-points
Points
while
na.
in DNF will, of course, earn you no points at all.
Kanina, nakita ko meron ding na DNF and super painful din nun because in today's race, double points.
Yeah, yun yung matindi dito kaya you can really see the game faces on each racer.
Patawa-tawa lang yan, pero race mode on.
Yeah, I wanna ask you though,
Yeah.
di ba sabi mo parang minsan it's a battle against yourself din. Gaano katindi palagay mo yung sa pressure of having to instill in your mind or maybe gusto mong kalimutan muna the fact na double points. But syempre, laking factor nun eh.
Exactly.
Nakaka-pressure nga kaya yun.
So, ito nga, this is one of the things in what do you call this? Athletes or specifically in racing na it's not really just physical toughness eh. Talagang mahahasa ang mental toughness mo. Kasi there are a lot of athletes or let's say racers that are ready. Super ready sila. But at the end of the day, if your mental toughness is not as tough, everything crumbles down eh. Kasi pwedeng nag-ready ka, nag-prepare ka for 1 year, but in that moment, you crack under pressure. So I think isa din dapat sa mga dinidevelop. And I think that's what one of the things, inner game, kumbaga, yung sinasabi. Yung skill set kasi, it's outer game. Like skill mo, how to brake, how to paano ka umarangkada. But of course, it's also important to facilitate yung and develop yung inner game mo. Kasi yan ang mag-hold through together when the tough gets going.
Ito, we have a new set of racers here, Darbs. And car number 4 has Miguel Romulo driving it. Miggy is actually the leader of the media the influencer category in beginners category. So, kita mo naman. Pero yung katapat niya is Carla Lizardo in car number 11. And Carla is also among the top 3 right now, I believe, in
meron siyang
that
magaling
category.
Na shooter eh.
Hindi ako yun, sigurado.
Diba?
Wala. Siya yung nagtuturo sa akin eh.
Nagtuturo sa
Pero unfortunately, overshooting on
nag-overshoot
that
siya.
turn.
And this is the first run, no?
Yes.
So, yun. I think Carla will still be able to find her way in sa second round. And hopefully, she's gonna be able to manage na makabawi. And
alam mo yung isa pang mahirap din, Darbs, is you mentioned mental toughness and it's also being able to compose yourself after you make a mistake, if ever you do. Hindi rin siya madali, but you're competing eh. It's a race eh. So you just have to find a way to will through it.
Pero for sure, ganito. Meron kayo nakikitang videos previously like people who stumbled on from a race, yung karera yung nagtumatakbo, running. And I think I would assume na nakita nyo yun na natumba siya, but that person didn't dwell. Tumayo siya, and then tumakbo siya, at siya pa rin yung nanalo. And I think we can get a lesson there, not just in the race na nasa harap natin, but race in life. Right? There will always be times na you will stumble down. Pero one of the reasons why you will not be able to finish the race is when you dwell.
That's
May
true.
iba kasi nagde-dwell eh. Kahit hindi masakit, nagsistay kung saan sila natumba. But there are other people who would just brush it off and continue moving forward. And that, my friend, super simple sabihin, mahirap gawin yon. Pero I think we can learn from that to not just basically brush it off, but to really push forward despite the fact that you fell and made a mistake.
Here's the second run of Carla. Getting a clean escape mula dun sa 540. Unfortunately, though, she knocked down a cone before that. Pero just gotta go like you said.
Yes.
Kalimutan mo na muna yun, di ba? And
Push forward.
yeah, yung mahirap din kasi, I think this is kind of understandable din na pag drivers tayo on the road, di ba pag may marinig kang matamaan or maramdaman ka na tamaan na sasakyan mo, automatic parang mapapapreno ka eh. Or gusto mo check.
Exactly.
Yun yung sinasabi ng mga driving instructors dito lagi. Na sige lang, kung may matamaan ka, apaka mo lang yung gasolina, tapos go ka lang. Because your time is still running, di ba? Unless nga, madrag mo yung cone. But here are our racers approaching that finish line.
Parang may cone sa baba ng car. Ni Carla. Si Carla is number 11, right?
Yes,
If I'm not
car
mistaken.
number 11.
Yan. And then we're gonna be able to see the results later on. Kung sino ba yung leading and stuff and all. So, ilang rounds ba to, Jot?
There are...
So, ilang cars? So, after this, are they gonna go for another round or it's gonna be finished and it's gonna be deliberation of the time?
Well, it's 2 rounds, di ba? 2 runs. Tapos yan, fastest time na dyan, mag-advance into the semifinals,
so
and then into the finals, and then we'll have our winners later on.
Amazing. Excited ako kung sino man yung mga magka-qualify for semifinals, right?
That's right. And we have a handful of racers in each category. Kaya magiging matindi talaga yung laban dito. And these guys really love being here in Clark and driving. Hindi pa nga kasama yung winning eh.
Exactly.
Pero syempre, you always want to win when you're competing, and this is a competition after all. So they know that this is gonna be the last time for this year that they might be able to get a plaque, stand on that podium. Gigil tong mga to
For sure.
Put on their best.
And I think we're gonna be able to experience more exciting scenes in this race. So as you can notice, the weather, I think wala nang downpour, pero of course,
may ambon pa rin akong naririnig. Merong pang konti. But yeah, it might also be the reason why we've seen a couple of racers, di ba, na medyo dumudulas, nag-overshoot, or may mga naiipit na cones, nababangga, because again, when they were practicing, wala yung mga factors na yan.
Exactly. So, car number 8 right now is Patch Magtanong, and car number 2 is driven by Benedict Kua. And ito, another obstacle na naman to later on pag when the sun decides to show up from wet, magiging dry na naman.
Ang hirap siguro kung biglang natuyo after ng first run mo, no? So yung unang run mo, wet track, pangalawa dry. So parang yung adjustment mo talaga magiging mahirap.
So it's about adaptation talaga when it comes to these kind of sport eh. Dapat you know how to adapt para sa mga for you to be able to get that time, the best time out there. Yan.
Ito si Benedict is currently second in the media influencer celebrity influencer is what I've been trying to say. Celebrity influencer, beginner. But alam mo, hindi ako magugulat kung eventually makita natin to si Benedict in the advanced category.
Oo nga. He also had yung time niya last leg was also good. Pansin ko, yung kay Benedict, hindi niya, binaba niya yung yung what do you call this, window niya.
Yung window, no? They have their own styles eh.
Hindi ba yan? It won't create drag kasi yung air is going inside.
Well, alam mo, you might be more familiar with that than I am. But so I guess dito naman kasi, yeah, it could lead to that. I'm thinking lang, no, na they don't really go super fast on any straight, because yung straight natin siguro is a matter of maybe even less than 50 meters, 30 meters siguro.
So wouldn't make that much of a difference. Siguro most of the time, siguro just to get the feel of the road, kasi minsan yung sound, it's an additional input and additional data for you to decide accordingly when to brake, when to kailan ka mag-arangkada. So versus if naka-close yung yung door. So,
Yeah, that's true. So we have the second runs of our racers here.
medyo late nag-start.
We'll try to figure out kung ano nangyari with the start.
Going into the 540.
So
pansin
again,
mo,
this
no,
is Benedict Kua. Yes, you were saying.
Hindi talaga dapat tinutuloy-tuloy. I mean, it's basically paano mo siya tatapakan for you to have that easing in and easing out of that circle.
Pag inapakan mo daw kasi, I was listening to the instructors, doon ka mag-overshoot. Doon ka mag-overshoot when you put too much power, too much gas into that.
Pero this car is capable of drifting, you think? I've seen a lot of videos. I mean, you can do donuts in dito sa 540.
Oh,
like you can si Alzona, he's from General Santos City. So, we've been friends na kasi I'm from General Santos City as well. So, nakikita ko he's driving a Toyota 86.
Okay.
Tapos, meron kasi silang poultry farm. And then I see na doon sa parang meron silang parang receiving area na medyo malaki. Yung drift niya yung ano niya.
Wow.
86 niya. And then I'm seeing it sa story. So I was thinking, I don't know, like maybe this car is not meant to be drifted like that. But if it was, it would have been a nice way to really advance. Pero yun nga, drifting in itself.
It's a different beast, no? Mahirap na. Kailangan doon talaga pamilyar ka. And here in Autocross of the TGR Vios Cup, what we want to do rin naman is allow everyone, paint a picture of how, number one, reliable itong Toyota Vios, and number two, giving this driving, racing experience to everyone.
Yes.
So, that's why we have yung mga GT Cup winners natin, our media category, we also let them try, even itong celebrities and influencers natin, kahit ngayon meron tayong beginner category, and this is really to allow everyone to see na racing can be for everyone.
So as you can see, car number 3 is Jan Lacuna, and car number 11 is Dylan Afuang.
Ito media category ulit. Itong two racers natin on track right now. So Jan representing Yuga Tech and Yuga Auto. There he goes.
Speaking of GT Cup, by the way, sa mga interested, you can try it out dyan sa activity center natin dyan sa baba.
Oo nga, baka hindi nyo pa po nasusubukan. For those of you who are here at the Clark International Speedway, meron tayong experience for you guys, and that is to try out yun yung ating racing rig. And this one on your screen, Dylan Afuang from Car Moody.
And meron na mga cones na bumagsak din. Or that was really down na.
The ones you're seeing there, they have been down. So, yung dulo lang talaga, yung crucial doon.
And most of the time, dito talaga sa 540, medyo critical no? Yung, either you might be able to go out of it easy, wala kang na nabangga, but the problem is, did you go out of it fast?
Yeah.
Diba? Pwede kasing slow
So dun din yung tatansyahin mo kung kailan ka aapa. Kasi coming out of the 540, straight So dun mo gustong talagang todo, di ba? Todo apak sa gas. But yung gusto mong maramdaman sa car is kailan ba siya magre-respond? Kailan papasok yung power? Because kung masyado maaga, you might run off track. Kung masyadong late naman, sayang yung time, di ba?
Exactly. So again, that goes down and boils down to knowing the limitation. And basically, I think that's one of the things these guys are trying to figure out. Kaya nagpa-practice sila ng alas 6.
That's true.
Ng umaga, di ba? Kahapon at ngayon.
Wala pang almusal yun, ha? Dito dumidiretso. Racing for breakfast. Ito mga autocross racers natin.
They do 540 for breakfast.
Yeah. Well, Dylan getting through that 540 with no cones down.
And here you go.
Pero on the other side, you see Jan has that speed with him.
Excited ako malaman ng result for the semifinals kung sino yung mga nakapasok.
Oh, tsaka tuloy-tuloy tayo dito sa Autocross. We're gonna stay on track until malaman natin kung sino yung mga mananalo, the champions. And again, we have double points. So, Jan is one of the leaders actually in media category, and you see why. Pinapanood mo pa lang yung skills niya on the track, kita-kita mo na.
Solid na solid eh. Alam na alam niya kung kailan siya arangkada and kailan din siya magsuslow down, and knowing your way through the brakes. Sabi mo nga kanina, di ba? The best way to go fast is to go slow.
Yeah, I've heard that phrase. Nung una, di ba? Una mo siya marinig, parang, parang walang sense. But then, when you've actually tried it, you know, and applied that thinking, you start to realize...
Oo nga, no?
Exactly.
Si anuhin mo naman yung sobrang bilis mo sa una, pero ang dami mong obstacle or nag-crash ka.
Yeah.
So, mas mabagal ka pa rin doon sa nag-take ng time and really was considering every move na ginagawa nila.
We got more drivers in the media category for Autocross. Car number 4 on your screens is Roy Robles.
Yes.
At yung makakatapat niya for this one is car number 2, Ronald De Los Reyes. Pero again po, no, yung mga racers natin, they're not only up against yung katapat nila on the track. Yung magkakalaban na oras dito, lahat nung nasa category nila.
Yes.
So, let's say we're looking for the top 4 in the media category. However many racers, kahit 30 pa sila, lahat yun magkakalaban to get top 4 finish.
Yes.
Ang kagandahan naman doon, it's really all up to you. No one else can do anything about your time.
Yes.
That's what you worry about.
And it's basically you getting the best out of each run.
Yep.
Kasi kung tutuusin like the mental pressure and everything, it's just you versus you.
Roy Robles. And he's going up against, well, not really going up as we mentioned, but on track with Ronald De Los Reyes here. Ronald on your screens right now, representing Auto Review.
Super smooth. Are you a fan of F1, Jot?
Yeah.
So, funny, this is a comment lang on the side kasi I'm from Dubai. So, the final cup of konting trivia lang. Final cup kasi or final leg is in Abu Dhabi. So, that was the last race of Sebastian Vettel.
Oh,
so,
yeah.
nag-retire na siya. And then what happened is that Lewis Hamilton invited all the race car drivers to be in one dinner table. Yan. So, pumunta sila kay Salt Bay, kay Nusret. Doon sila pumunta. And then it's sensational kasi yung feed ng nasa Dubai sa UAE nakikita ko. And it has been trending that the bill that they got is converted to 9 million pesos.
Wow.
And
Busog kaya sila?
let's ask Lewis Hamilton kasi he decided to pick up the tab. Siya daw ang nagbayad nung dinner na yon. It was 600,000 dirhams worth of dinner. So makikita mo yung nila, lahat sila nasa isang picture eh. So crazy stuff.
Really is. Well, here on the track at the Clark International Speedway, more autocross action. And we got car number 4. Ooh, barely escaping dun.
Medyo nag-overshoot siya. And grabe siguro ang strain din ito, no? Even if it's just for a short period of time, but the strain, adrenaline, the pressure of what you're gonna be doing, I think you're gonna be able to also lose a lot of water weight din eh.
Alam mo, isa kong na-try din is to sit in on the passenger seat habang a pro is doing his autocross run. Ang sakit sa katawan, parang tumitilapon ka lang left and right, front and back.
I see. Dapat talaga malakas din yung core. And if you can see, the racers has their own style of strengthening yung mga cores nila. Even the neck, they have specific, makikita ko, specific exercises for them to battle yung G-force, even yung pag-turn, super bigat. I think yung mga arms na are very strong and they specifically trained for that.
Yeah, and for some, baka iniisip, di ba, na, nakaupo lang naman sila sa kotse,
dadrive ka lang
maapak sa
naman.
gas. But
Oh my God.
it really takes a physical toll
For
as
sure.
well.
Tsaka tulad nga ng sinabi natin na last discussion natin that most of the time, the skill set brings you far, pero you making... Kasi race is basically being able to maintain and not making a lot of mistakes.
Yeah, for sure.
Oo, kasi pwedeng nauna ka sa first 5 laps. Pero na-distract ka kasi may nakita kang pusa na tumawid last time, di ba? Last time may tumawid na pusa. You got distracted. So sayang yon. So basically, it's about being able to focus in one specific goal. And isipin mo, magfo-focus ka dyan for how many minutes?
Yeah,
That's, ano yun? This training yun.
Kaya yung sinabi mo yun talaga yung mental toughness then comes into play. We're also about to cross on to another category here. Magpapasok na tayo ng racer in the Celebrity Influencer Advanced
na to.
category. So, just sorting some stuff up. Again, thank you so much for tuning in sa mga nakatutok sa live stream
Yan,
ng TGR Vios Cup 2022. Lagay niyo po sa comments kung sino yung mga favorite racers ninyo.
Tsaka kung malapit lang naman kayo, pwede pa kayong humabol.
Andito, marami pang mga bakanting upuan.
Oo nga.
Malapit sa amin ni Darb. So,
Yeah.
we'll save you a seat.
Tabihan nyo kami. Pero if from what I've noticed, mas marami tayong participants ngayon and mga audience ngayon from the last leg. And hopefully, next year, we're gonna be, for sure, it's gonna be doubled.
Ako, gusto ko magpasalamat din sa Toyota Motor Philippines because last year, I already experienced the TGR Vios Cup when, dahil, syempre, mas iniintindi pa natin yung pandemya ngayon, noon,
That time.
back in 2021, and hindi pa tayo nagkakaroon talaga ng live audience back then. Wala pa. Ibang-iba pala yung experience when we have our friends and family and fans here in the stands. And the next racers that they are going to be cheering on are Kevin Francisco, who is in car number 8, and Gino Quillamor, who will be in car number 11.
Yes.
So ito si Kevin.
Yan. And
We'll start on this side of the track.
talking about mga audiences din as well, I think there's a lot of first, kasi ako nag-interview ako ng audience and that's my job to bring the crowd feel sa mga nanunood. Most of them, it's their first time. Most of them na pumunta dito, it's their first time. And I think na for them to experience racing like that, bare in the face,
Yeah.
is another total experience. Diba? And most of the time kasi, lalong-lalo na papansin natin, there are a lot of parents who bring their kids. This is parang one of those memories na pagtanda mo, maaalala mo, and could be the reason why that kid would want to race.
That is very true. Sometimes, di ba, kung saan tayo na-expose when we're young, yun yung nagiging hilig natin. So, we might have some future world champions in the crowd right now.
Ay, hindi malayong mangyari yon. Specifically, napaka-talented ng mga racers natin yan. And papansin mo, and even the legends right now sa racing industry, you could always say na some of them, or if not most of them, the reason bakit sila na-expose is just because their parents brought them to a specific race. And they were describing it as if it was yesterday. So, this event, TGR Vios Cup 2022, is cultivating future talents.
That is something I agree with 100%. And, well, etong
Gino
mga racers
Quillamor.
natin approaching our finish line right now.
Solid finish.
There were some cones
Merong cones nga
lang na
nabangga.
nakita natin that were knocked down.
So,
But-
Jack, have you tried driving one of the cars?
Yeah, nung Toyota Gazoo Racing Academy kami, those were
try mo.
the cars as well that we were using for that. So it was a great experience and ramdam na ramdam ko yung power nung
Sasakyan.
Toyota Vios.
super, nakikita ko nga yung revolution. Kahapon I was here for the briefing and then I could really see na they're trying to warm up the cars. Na-feel mo talaga yung power ng sasakyan eh. And I'm curious, how does it feels like when you drive it? So,
Alam mo, sobrang... I think the only way I can really describe it is you really feel the power of it. But remember that the TGR Vios Cup is a one-make race. Meaning, iisa lang po yung specs, yung build ng lahat ng sasakyan na nakikita nyo. Be it an autocross and circuit. So, it's really a test of skill.
Yeah. So, baka kasi iniisip nila na maybe they have their own engineers and they were trying to put some other things depende sa kung anong skill set ng kanilang team. But it's a one-make race. Basically, the only reason why that person would win is not because his car was faster than the other, but because he is faster than the other. Mas mabilis siya when it comes to skill set, decision making, focus, and those kind of stuff.
That is true. You know what? The second run ni Kevin at ni Gino, both solid. And you see them almost approaching the finish line at the same time. Gino just approaching it about half a second earlier.
Again, di natin alam. Baka yung isa sa kanila, even if they finished earlier, pero baka may cone siyang nabanggit.
Oh, pero alam mo, looking at their runs lang, no? Ano lang naman to, from an unofficial point of view, I would say better yung naging second run nila than the first one.
So, pwedeng technique din yun. The first one is just trying to feel it and stuff and all. And then the second one, going all out. Pwede din namang umpisa, yun yung medyo mabilis. And then play safe ka na sa second.
Yeah, what I hear from some of the racers is that they try to go for a safe run and that other run na talagang bibilisan ko to.
So for car number 3, it's Aaron Villaflor, and car number 2 is Jules Aquino.
Yep, and we've been saying it so many times already. Jules has won this competition already a couple of times, and I think, no, while all of them are friends, in terms of the competition, Jules will always have that target because siya yung peg eh, di ba? Siya yung standard ngayon for the racers. And this one is car number 3, Aaron
Villaflor. Of course, super solid din nung pag-ease out niya sa 540.
Oh, Aaron has also very consistently placed. Since last year, laging nagpe-play si Aaron. Jules getting past that 360. Yung isa pa raw trick, alam mo, is going as close as you can to the cones without knocking it down.
Yun. That's something na talagang kailangan mo talaga ng familiarization sa car mo eh. This one looks
540.
Super hirap nito. That 540 is super difficult.
Alang kailangan din kasi doon daw, todo talaga liko. Hindi pwedeng...
Yung half-baked.
Oo, hindi pwedeng kalahati lang or hindi nakatodo yung pag-ikot mo na manibela. And look at that. Aaron and Jules practically reaching the finish line at the same time.
You can see they're preparing for the second run right now. Parang medyo mag-clear out ng
yeah, that's true.
ating weather.
Gray skies pa rin tayo pero there's barely any drizzle anymore. There's no drizzle anymore and humahangin naman ngayon. So,
iba din yun.
Iba-iba rin, di ba? So, ang dami na nating na-experience na panahon dito in one day in Clark.
Iba din yun. Iba din yung hangin. That's something that also matters din when it comes to racing. Kasi nga, yung drag and then how you're gonna be able to utilize that.
Good, smooth first half of a run for Jules. Here's Aaron. Ito yung una, 360. Seemed to have slowed down on the turn, but at least no cone knockdown.
At least, di ba? Kasi masakit kung manuhan ka ng cone eh. That's 2 seconds eh.
Second chicane, kita mo, rinig na rinig yung iyak nung gulong.
Yan.
They're really
ganda.
pushing that
The
car to
car.
the limit, and the Toyota Vios OMR or One Make Race responding very well.
Super reliable ng sasakyan na yan. And then as you can see, very powerful din and can handle yung mga sudden twists and turns with this autocross event.
I just want to share a quick story
Yeah.
nung nag-TGRA nga ako. So we had this course din. No? It was much simpler than this. More chicane lang yon and no 540s, no 360s. But I remember driving through that track, through that course.
Dito din? Or
Dito rin
rin.
sa Clark International Speedway. And alam mo, ang ganda ng feeling after. Sabi ko, uy, parang ang bilis.
Oh.
I felt good. Tapos nilabas yung times, ako pa rin yung huli. Parang mali yung feeling ko.
Pero at least at that time, you were able to experience to go fast.
Yeah, but you know what also comes into play, and I experienced this kahit academy lang yun, even though it wasn't really a race, I wasn't competing. It's just that you only get 5 minutes on the track. So yung lahat ng pressure building up to that 5 minutes.
Ma-maximize mo susulitin mo
Oo And again, you have to stay composed dahil sometimes may mga mangyayari that you can't predict. As we see on track, Enzo Pineda, also one of our strongest contenders here in the Autocross for Celebrity Influencer Advanced category. And on track with Enzo right now. Over on car number 11 is someone who has impressed us so much. It's we'll confirm if it's Dexy or Lexi on car number 11.
Let's clarify that later on. Dexy Diaz.
It's Dexy Diaz. Dexy is the one on car number 11. She has some experience in the racing, but when Dexy arrived here, she was telling us she hasn't driven since the last leg that you were here. So, iba pang challenge na naman yun,
As
diba?
you can see, she's handling herself pretty well. Share ko lang SKL kasi may shinare ka last time about being on the track. I tried that as well.
Oh, there you go.
Yes, I was in it was organized by Toyota naman in Dubai. So meron kasi silang track day for owners, and I had a 86 way back nung nasa Dubai ako. It was like 3-4 years ago. It was a very surreal experience in a sense na I think it practically saved my life.
Ah, talaga?
You know why?
In what way?
Because like for those of you who don't know, I don't know if it's not just me or maybe most people who's just recently learned how to drive, medyo mainit pa yung paa sa pedal niyan eh. Medyo gusto pang umarangkada if you're just a new driver. Medyo mainit pa. And knowing in Dubai, super bilis na mga roads.
Yeah,
Stuff and all. So, ako yung driver na super talagang nagte-tailgate. Alam mo yun? And when somebody passed me, gusto ko, lampasan ko din siya. So, that was my demeanor prior to that experience. So, yun, pagpasok ko sa event, so I was with a lot of, owners din. And then, I tried to maximize the car. Una, umikot ako. Okay? Oh my God. Doon ko na-experience that everything can happen in just a split second. And that even if you wanna gain control, you're gonna be... I totally lost control. And I'm so glad na hindi ako pumalo doon sa sa parang barrier. Almost very close. Pero hindi ako natuto. Again, on the second round, talagang dinutdot ko yung kasama ko. The racetrack, bumangga ako sa kanya. But, thankfully, wala namang na-disgrasya. Konting minor, paint difference lang, nasira yung paint. But I realized after that event, nag-calm down ako sa pagdadrive.
Yeah, alam mo,
parang it humbled me down so
That's
much
true.
na I'm glad it happened sa racetrack. Kasi if it was outside, it would have been super devastating. Maybe it could have been, I would meet my demise.
Alam mo, kahit yung mga drivers natin sa circuit and some of our pro drivers who are helping us out here in the TGR Vios Cup, they're sharing that they also have some experience na kung gaano sila ka bilis o kung ano yung rat-rat nila dun sa racetrack, yun yung ingat nila when it's on the road. Oh, by the way, here we have Lexi Mendiola with a solo run here as all the other drivers had theirs. So si Lexi will have the entire track. But same lang. So, try it out on two
parang
tries.
Okay, parang less pressure. Kasi
I'm thinking also. But you also know that everyone's looking at you.
Parang ikaw na lang naiiwan. So either it's a good thing, depende na kung paano i-handle ni Lexi. If it's a good thing, if it's a bad thing, we're all gonna see later on. After this, we're gonna be able to see the result if finalize na nila, and we're gonna be able to check kung sino ang nag-qualify for semifinals.
That was a great catch by our production team. Nakita yung pagtalbog patayo nung cone after Lexi ran, made contact with it, pero dahil nga nakatayo pa rin,
hindi minus yun.
That works for her.
Grabe, no? Parte ng pagiging magaling ang pagiging maswerte.
That's true. That's true.
So, very, very nice run.
Di ba yung cone, Darbs, meron siyang, so it's the cone na upside, yung road cone is really,
big.
The tip is upwards. Tapos may base yan na parang square, di ba? You see some of the best drivers, inaapakan lang nila yung base. Di ba? Ang galing ng mga ganun eh.
Yung para hindi siya matumba.
Oo, hindi naman kasi tutumba eh kung yung base lang yung apakan mo eh.
Hindi, they're able to maximize the corners talaga eh.
Oh yeah.
Pag ganun ng ginawa. So yun nga, for those of you who's watching, please, if you wanna decide to race, don't take it on the streets. Take it somewhere safe. Pwedeng mag-GT Cup ka muna.
Yeah.
Or pwede kang mag-enroll.
Yeah, you watch out for the next
TGRA.
TGRA. You might learn a thing or two. Definitely an experience that I would suggest to anyone. I mean, more than the fun of getting to experience yung racing, it's also the appreciation.
Exactly.
The appreciation for what the drivers do. I actually had done pit lane reporting for Toyota already bago ko na-try TGRA eh. Tapos parang bumukas yung whole new world. Para akong nag-Narnia into understanding kung ano ba talaga yung pinagdadaanan nila at gaano ba talaga yung kaiba sa pag nagda-drive ka nga sa city or sa kalsada.
So it's a revelation that seeing is way different than experiencing it. Mas na-appreciate mo na, mas you are able to ask the right questions more kasi you've been there in that kind of situation.
Well, those were two solid runs for Lexi.
Yan, tapos na si Lexi.
Oh, makikita natin na later on kung ano yung mga time nila. But we move on to our next category. These drivers were welcoming onto the track, belong in the GT Cup category.
Yes.
Unahin na natin in car number 2, Luis Moreno, and in car number 3, Russell Reyes.
Yan.
May cheering squad
Merong
dun,
cheering squad, brother, ha?
Alam mo kung sino yung cheering squad?
Sino?
Yung mga kalaban nila. Well,
cheering squad or trying to pressure?
Pwede rin yun.
Pwedeng technique
Mind
yan.
games pala.
Ano daw? Ganun, no? Sinasabi.
Merong sinasabi sa atin. We'll try to get... Text nyo na lang. Text nyo sa amin.
Comment down below.
So here we go. Oh, that cone. Akala ko hindi tutumbay, but eventually,
tumumba.
That fell down.
Sayang. Pero for sure, he will have another opportunity later on.
Oh, yeah. You always wanna clean up your performance pagdating doon sa second.
Tsaka minsan, pag natumba mo yung cone, at least you now know the limits na eh. Knowing that limit already basically allows you to maximize that later on.
Oh, they're even in the standings is what we were told.
So that's
35 all sila sa stand. Thank you for that, by the way, sir. So kaya matindi yung bakbakan dito between Russell and Luis. So 1 and 2 yata sila eh. Here's Russell. But
Babata
actually tied for 1 niya eh. Kasi
Oo nga.
35 pareho yung points nila. So para po tayo ditong circuit do, here in Autocross, it also depends on anong place ka mag-finish. So let's say you're the fastest here, you get 20 points din for the season, the championship points. But again, here in the third leg of the TGR Vios Cup 2022, double the points. Kaya kung manalo ka in your category, you get a plus 40.
Points. Oo. So mababawi mo yung lacking mo from the first 2 leg.
At the same time, syempre, if you don't get points, that is really gonna
Painful
hurt.
din yun.
Yeah.
It's a double-edged sword, basically.
Pero ito si Russell and Luis, talagang mainit ang laban on the track.
Yan na, medyo intense kasi kahit yung mga participants din is also curious.
Oo, yeah.
Battling
And
it out.
So it was actually yesterday, no, that for all of our autocross drivers, binigay yung mga time, yung mga scores nila, their championship points. So that's why these guys know where they are right now in the standings. And that's why also, alam nila what they need to do here today in leg 3 to bring
There you
home
go.
the big prize. And Russell and Luis off
Battling
to
it all out.
strong starts in their second run. Ito si Russell in car number 3.
Solid, oh.
Suwabe talaga eh, no?
Suwabe nga eh.
Oh, look at him go through that
Exactly.
chicane.
So since we already have bases, so alam na natin, may idea na tayo which one is doing well because of how things are unraveling right now.
I'm wondering kung magaling ka kaya sa virtual, sa gaming, ng racing.
Oo nga, exactly.
Lagi bang magta-translate? Pwede bang magaling ka lang doon sa virtual pero di ka magaling sa actual? And pwede rin ba na magaling ka sa actual pero sa
Pero di ka
virtual,
magaling.
hirap ka?
Pero, ayan na.
Here we go. Oh, man! These two guys
Almost. Sabay lang sila.
in
Almost.
both runs.
Exactly.
At parang ang linis ng mga run nila. We can't tell from the farther side, pero itong side na medyo nasa tapat natin nangyayari, which is where they're going through right now to enter and exit
Ngayon,
that track.
curious na ako kung
Malinis.
sino.
Oo.
Curious na ako. Right now, 2 cars are coming in. Car number 11, Mark Voltaire Elman, and car number 4 is Jether Miole.
Also very impressive drivers. We've seen them in the first 2 legs of the TGR Vios Cup 2022. We'll probably see more of them moving forward as they have been just great drivers.
Yan.
So ito na yung last natin
Huli
for
na,
qualifying. So after ng 2 runs nila,
we'll find out sa semis kung sino yung nakapunta doon.
yes. It's gonna be
Amazing.
very
Exciting.
exciting
Yeah.
malaman who will advance.
Yan na.
Siyempre after ng semifinals. Siyempre may finals pa.
na. Sino kaya ang magwawagi? As you can see, ang tarmac medyo dry na.
Oo nga eh.
So another adjustment na naman yan later on sa mga magka-qualify for semifinals. And as you can see,
Merong you see that far end dyan sa track, part ng track na nasa screens natin. Yung natatakpan nung parang yung where the flag, the guy with the flag
Where is that?
is,
Where is
diba?
that?
Ayun,
Saan?
yung stanchion doon. That can be a slippery chicane pagkabasa. So, I can imagine some of our drivers earlier having some problems or medyo challenging lang.
oh, maybe that's one of the reasons as well bakit sila nag-overshoot kasi they tried it out when it was dry. There was a grip. And then kanina medyo wet. And that's the reason why nag-overshoot sila for that. Right now, they're on the second run. Final round na po ito for qualifying. And later on, makikita na natin. We're gonna be able to find out kung sino ang mag-go forward sa semifinals. And I'm
Yep.
excited. Excited ako.
Exciting talaga tong autocross kasi yun nga karera din siya. It's also a race but it's in a different format. It's a different discipline altogether. I mean, a lot of Filipinos are basketball fans, di ba?
Yes.
And para rin sa
time.
basketball, di ba, na parang may game ka, nag-enjoy ka ng 5-on-5, pero yung halftime show na 3-point shootout or dunk contest, na-appreciate mo
Yes.
rin. Ibang klaseng basketball naman.
Exactly.
Here's Jether escaping that chicane nicely.
And hopefully then, no? I mean, I think that's what Toyota is trying, Toyota Vios Cup is trying to push forward, is to see people, specifically in the Philippines, na maging diverse naman ang favorite sport. At least, hindi na lang boxing,
Totoo.
hindi na lang, what do you call this, basketball, isa na doon ang racing.
I have to say, we have great drivers all over the Philippines. Kanina, di ba, in the circuit, in promotional class, 1, 2, 3 Toyota Cebu. Congratulations, by the way,
Bisaya,
to
mga Bisaya, represent mga
Oo.
Bisaya. Diha, Cebu is have you been in Cebu?
I have, and I love that place.
I love that place, man. Super. I've been there 3 times already this year. And I can really say na Cebuanos has this kind of glow in them.
Pero sana tama si na Gabby at James na sana may baong lechon sina
Next
Alan,
time-
sina Ian.
Oo, next time, wag pasakayin ng sasakyan kung walang lechon. Tapos dapat proportion yung balat.
Yung added weight,
Oo.
yung kilos, dapat
Lechon.
in lechon.
Pwede. Okay? Papanote natin yan sa sa organizers. Have you tried Cebu lechon?
Oh, I think I might try it. I think I'm trying it too much. Parang
It was a wrong
every
question,
other day.
diba?
Oh.
It was a wrong question then. Pero as in, grabe. Super, super amazing. Not just the food, but the people. And I'd love to be back there. And as you can see, tatlo sa kanila from Cebu.
Oh, and nung sa Super Sporting, we also had a finisher, Russell, who also came from Team Cebu. So,
Represent.
Cebu represent.
Yes.
Dami namang talaga. Represented ang buong Pilipinas dito sa Vios Cup. And that's what we love about the Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup. Giving everyone an opportunity to, number 1, experience racing, and number 2, just lift the flag of your province.
Exactly.
Make everyone proud. So now, what's happening, as you see, clear na yung track natin. Tapos na po tayo sa ating qualifying rounds and we are sorting out the times to make sure that tama yung mga pasasakayin natin sa mga Vios natin, sa mga Toyota Vios natin for the semi-finals. Of
just
course,
wanted to make sure na lahat ng points that was given is really accurate.
yeah. Kasi nga may mga
Oo.
penalties pa minsan, so lots of computations here and there. But,
I think
we have 4 categories kung saan lahat yon magkakaroon tayo ng semifinals. We of course have our media category.
media
We'll have
category.
the semifinals for that. We will have our celebrity influencer beginner category, our celebrity influencer advanced category, and finally our GT Cup. So yun ang magiging kwento ng ating autocross. And don't go anywhere because you already know, meron pa tayong 9th and final race ng circuit later on.
Yes.
And,
Exciting to. Super exciting.
ako, natutuwa na talaga ako dito sa autocross but I cannot hide how exciting, how thrilled I am for later's race because that will really determine what's gonna happen in the final standing of championship points. But, ngayon na may konting break tayo from the track, Darbs, ano ulit yung mga pwede nilang daanan there sa meron tayong tent doon na maraming nangyayari.
For sure. So please go ahead and visit the activity area downstairs. Marami kang makikita doon. Ang mga partners booth natin is gonna be there. Nandyan ng Bridgestone, nandyan din ng Brembo. Of course, Kung gusto mo ng snacks, gusto mo ng mga refreshment, nandiyan din ng Petron, Streets. And pwede ka din pumunta dyan sa VIP tent natin para makita mo yung Light Ace convertible. Super nice. Meron
Wow,
din,
talaga.
nakita ko, Light Ace, kinonvert nila to a food truck. Tapos ginawa nilang parang coffee, parang doon sila nagbenta ng coffee. It's not just coffee though. Pwede kang gumawa ng kitchen sa loob. So super nice, super amazing when it comes to mga business-minded, mga entrepreneurs. And
Kailangan ko ng maglista ng mga ideas, no, na food truck.
super food truck. Tapos punta ka lang sa mga activities just like this. Maybe, who knows, next time, mag-host tayo ng mga different food trucks, mga businesses para maka-attract ng maraming tao. And of course, pwede din nilang i-visit yung Yaris.
Yeah.
Yaris.
For
and,
sure.
86.
And for me, the way I see it is, obviously, it's called the TGR Vios Cup. Yung bida dito is the Toyota Vios. But Toyota Motor Philippines has been generous enough to allow us to appreciate all of their other vehicles. Kaya,
Exactly.
nalakad lang ako dyan sa parking. Parang, uy, ang ganda nito. Tapos yung kasama na, uy, ang ganda nito.
Amazing nga lalo na yung crush na crush ko yung GR Yaris
Oh, yeah.
Super pogi and I could not imagine siguro super when it comes to driving that beast, that beauty. I think that's gonna be another experience.
Alam mo, ako naman yung talagang di ko matigilan titigan. Kita natin ngayon, no?
Kita ko din, kahit
yung
ako.
safety car natin, that white Toyota Supra.
Grabe.
Wow. Hands down talaga dyan sa Supra. Such a beautiful vehicle.
Ang ganda.
Pero yung pinapakita rin talaga ng Vios Cup is that yung Vios, in terms of the handling, yung power, and being on a racetrack, kayang makipagsabayan with, you talk about the 86s and the Supras. Yung sabi nga ni James at Gabby kanina, the Vioses will hold their ground.
Of course, the reliability.
Yeah, for sure.
Of the Vios, and that, yun na, I think they're finalizing it. It's already finalized, if I'm not mistaken. Sino-sino ka? Do we have a list? I think papakita, ipa-flash mamaya dyan sa screen kung sino yung mga nag-qualify sa ating semifinals dito sa
What a day
Autocross.
it has been, Darbs. Like we mentioned, we started this day out. The sun was out, and that's an understatement. It was shining brightly onto the Clark International Speedway. Sobrang init, but we said, uy, perfect weather. Mainitan yung riders, but at least, it's a dry track. And then, come mga 11:30 p.m. siguro yun, or 12 noon, ayun na, nagsimula na, umambon, and eventually rained, it poured, and an hour or two later, eto naman tayo, we're dry, no sun. This might be an ideal weather, no? For our racers kasi hindi ka masyado naiinitan sa loob ng sasakyan. Well, only they can tell us that. But one thing's for sure, the race will go on.
Ito na, sa semis.
Umaraw at umulan.
For sure. And dry na yung tarmac natin. In the semis, nandito ngayon, car number 3 is Sigwald Go, and car number 2, Pablo Salapantan, is gonna be battling it out individually. Kasi, di ba, sabi natin, it's you versus you for your time.
Yes, sir. So,
And,
we're gonna have 4 drivers advance into the finals. So, yan ang 4 drivers who advanced into the semifinals.
And then after that, dalawa na lang sa finals. Tama
We'll
ba?
confirm that. We'll confirm that later on. But right now, like Darb said, it's Sigwald in car number 3. Pablo in car number 2 are about to get things started. May mga reminders lang kasi syempre, natawid mo na yung qualifying eh. Ayaw mo namang dito ka pa magkamali. So, we hear some revving already. They're off. They're off for their semi-final run.
Yun, you can see na this
Sigwald
time,
on your screen.
ito yung time na pinractice talaga nila. This is the kind of weather that they practiced. So I think there will be a different approach na medyo, there will be confidence of course as well kasi they were already qualified.
Oo.
Tapos may feel na sila, may momentum na, and I think we're gonna be only seeing better times para sa mga participants natin, sa mga racers natin.
Yeah, I think so too. Here they come.
Yan na.
Sigwald going through that chicane, pero dadaanan niya pa yung second half ng ating track.
Yan.
And that's where the 540
Ito na
is.
yung 540. Let's see how Sigwald is gonna attack and approach this.
Kung ikaw, Darbs, yung nagda-drive, would you rather have the 540 na yan na yung agad mong kailangan daanan, tapos na siya? Or gusto mo bang try mo ng ang ganda nung run mo muna doon sa kabila, huli na yung 540?
Parang ang hirap ng...
Diba?
Oo nga, no?
Kasi you're going either way eh.
Oo.
It's either one of the first things you do or one of the last things you have to execute.
Siguro ako, I would love it to be the last. Kasi parang you warm up your senses on the, chicane, as what you said.
Natansya mo na yung,
may
yung kaya na
confidence ka
sasakyan.
na. So at least, dito, this is something na parang may warm up ka na, tapos medyo warm na din yung tire mo somehow, and then it gives you a little bit of better grip in a sense. I mean, for me, that's
Yeah.
coming from someone who just observes. Ikaw, which one do you prefer? Una yung 540 or last?
Parang agree ako dun sa sinabi mo. Parang sa last na lang, parang kontrolado mo na, nakapa mo na yung sasakyan. Oh, that doesn't mean perfect na syempre yung mangyayari, but at least you might have a little bit of familiarity na nga with with that car, with the handling of it.
But on downside nun, you could have had everything perfect sa chicanes, but dun ka magkamali sa uli.
Or even if parang, you run into a cone or drag it on the first half pa lang, parang ruined na, di ba? Again, yung emotions mo kailangan makapag-level agad eh. Kailangan maka-bounce back agad to zero and be able to compose yourself.
I think everybody can agree na isa ito sa mga major parang challenge itong 540 talaga sa autocross.
I agree. Well, Pablo making light work out of it.
And I think whoever is able to attack this properly would really have an advantage when it comes to this autocross.
Yung isa rin sa mga paalala sa kanila kahapon ng ating mga race instructors and marshals, remember daw na may dalawa ka pang gulong sa likod. Which is a great reminder. Mainly because, diba, minsan even if hindi tayo mabilis, even if we're just driving on the road, nakakalimutan natin na ito sa humps madalas mangyari.
Okay, sige.
Nalampas mo na yung una mong dalawang gulong, tapos parang arangkada ka na. Kasi nadaanan mo na you forget, biglang tatalbog yung likod ng sasakyan mo because you slipped your mind that, kailangan ko pa rin pala iangat yung rear tires ko. Okay, so our other two semifinalists in the media category are Nico Villegas, who will be there in car number 4, and Riz Javier, who is in car number 1.
So tulad nga ng sinabi mo, it's very nice way of saying na it's not over until yung gulong mo sa likod nakalagpas na.
Oh, that's car number 11 by the way.
11 pala, 11. Kasi most of the time, we think na we've already been able to ease through the obstacle kasi yung first two na gulong is nakalampas. But we most of us forget na meron ka pa palang dalawang gulong sa likod.
So here we go. Riz on your screens right now.
Maximizing.
Ang ganda ng performance niya nung drive niya back in the qualifying round. And she was actually one of our first drivers on track.
Oh, kanina.
Oh, no pressure at all. No jitters or whatsoever.
540. Easing through it.
Alam mo yung naririnig mo talaga yung control niya with that gas pedal. Just putting in enough juice for her to get through it cleanly and smoothly.
Minsan kasi hindi na-realize ng iba na when most of us thinks that the only way to speed through is to push the pedal to the metal. But most of the time, lalo na pag lumiliko ka, that could be one of the reasons kung bakit ka malulose out of control. Kasi the more traction parang the more power it is, the more difficult i-control yung pag-ikot mo eh. So once na medyo tinatansya mo Yun eh, that's the trick eh. Like
Yeah.
being able to quote-unquote tansya. Yung
Oo,
pagtapak mo.
mahirap din kasi siya eh.
Oo.
Especially if, again, you only see this track 3 weekends in 1 year. Iba yung track na mae-ensayo mo.
Exactly.
Pwede mong balikan bukas, but of course, that's why we applaud the efforts of all our drivers in the Autocross Challenge. I mean, not to take away anything from yung racers natin sa circuit, pero most of them talaga pros, semi-pros, and may mga karera yan outside. May mga karera pang iba. Yung iba nga, international pa nagre-race. So,
ito sila, mga autocross is basically, let's just say, driving on pure muscle memory, you should say. Instinct.
Yeah.
Kasi wala silang chance.
Hoping na mag-kick in pa yung muscle memory.
As you can see, dito sa semi-final round, car number 4, isa sa mga pinakamahirap na obstacle dito, 540.
There he goes.
Yan na.
Past that 540.
Ayan. May technique din eh. Yung iba medyo susobra konti tapos liit lang yung distansya pag mag-U-turn na eh. May
That's
technique
true.
din na eh. Merong iba na pantay lahat yung distance nila. So I don't know which one works better. So sabi mo kapon merong briefing. What was the energy? What was the feel?
Alam mo, I'll tell you honestly, that was probably the most competitive feel I felt from the autocross competitors. Kasi they knew what's at stake. Double the points. It was one of the first things that were announced.
Double the points.
So alam nila na yung mga medyo nasa bandang baba, kahit hanggang 4th place siguro.
Pwede. Kaya pa.
Pwede.
Oo.
Pwedeng biglang humabol eh.
Oo nga, no? And I think that's one of the reasons kung bakit most of them were in it. Super performance nila kanina. Yun nga lang, umulan.
Oo. Yun yung naging mahirap for them.
Mahirap eh. Right now, 2
We
cars
have
are in.
semi-finalists naman ng Celebrity Influencer Beginners Division. On your screens is Miggy Romulo. Oh, sorry, that's Ashley Goseng Fiao in car number 2. And on the other car, car number 3, yun si Miggy. But look at Ashley.
Oh, grabe, no?
Ang ganda naman ng 540 doon for Ashley.
Ng 540 eh.
Ashley has really shown improvement every single leg. And look at her now in the semifinals.
Sa semifinals na siya.
Do you think may mga tao na
natural?
Oo, yes, exactly.
I do believe that. Na ito this is one of the things na I would want everybody to also parang a realization that I was able to have na like say for example me, I might know how to learn how to play basketball, but I'm not naturally gifted to play it, but I can be average if I put the effort to it. Pero there are certain things that those are my strengths. And I think the goal of every individual is finding what strengths, ano yung mga strengths mo, and tripling down on that.
Yeah.
There are a lot of people who's busy trying to improve the things they're not naturally good at, and if you put the same amount of time and effort, magiging average ka lang. But the same amount of effort put into something that yung strength mo, I mean, the improvement will be astronomical. So I think it's great to have that kind of self-awareness kung saan ka magaling. And the only way for you to find that out is to try different things. Kasi maraming nagsasabi, Jat, di ko naman alam ang gusto ko eh. But the question remains, are you trying enough things for you to find out what you want?
Sabagay, that you make a very strong point there. At strong din yung pagpasok na ito ng dalawang racers natin into their second run. Miggy getting through that 540 cleanly.
You can feel the power of the Vioses.
Oh, the Vios is on the track right now. Ito naman si Ashley. Ito yung part na 360 lang.
360.
So, you see there, you exit on the other side eh. That's why it's only a 360. 540 yung isa kasi
dalawa.
babalik eh.
Sana all binabalikan, Jot.
Oh, a cone. Ayun, gusto sanang balikan yun. At
Kaso,
itayo
oo.
yung cone doon. But no can do no more. But actually did a good job of just continuing to drive.
Exactly.
And mind that later, di ba?
Oo, ayan na. Tsaka I think she also had a great first run naman eh. Galing. Amazing.
Oh, you know what? It will be interesting dun sa finish ni Miggy.
Bakit?
Yung isa pa nilang ginawang rule, which was announced yesterday, is that you have to stop dun sa stop box, dyan sa dulo. You cross the finish line, pero wag kang lalagpas. Medyo hindi ganun kaganda yung angle natin dito eh. So, we saw na to see kung lumagpas si Miggy.
Hindi doon sa barrier.
Oo eh.
Before the barrier.
I'm sure yung marshals natin doon have a better angle to see kung lumagpas or hindi. But that's an additional time. That's additional seconds to your time. So, that might be a crucial thing.
Even in stopping.
Yeah, I don't wanna... The reason only that I said na yung angle natin, not the best to judge, is we don't wanna jump the gun announce tapos okay naman pala, di ba? But
it's good to know. It's good to point out na meron palang ganong klaseng technicality that they have to consider.
Yeah, lalo na, sorry Dards to cut you off, pero lalo na kasi kung titingnan natin, uy, parang nauna naman si Miggy doon sa pag-cross ng finish line, right? But these are little things that you really have to keep in mind, di ba? Hindi lang gas, preno, liko.
2 cars are in right now. Car number 4, Carla Lizardo, Hart, Jot. May nakalagay. May cue card kasi nakalagay.
Yung pa yung ano niya, name bar niya? Yung pala eh. Car number 8 is Benedict Kua.
Benedict Kua right now.
Balita ko malapit na magbago yung pangalan ng Carla.
I think so. Oo nga eh. Balitaan mo nga kami doon. Parang
update ko kayo.
Oo nga. This November na daw.
Sabi nila 7 days away.
7 days away. Wow. Congratulations, Jot.
Gusto ko sana ma-congratulate din natin siya later for ano, di ba? Maybe a podium finish. That's what she's trying to get. Pero Benedict has been such a strong contender din, no?
Malakas din si Benedict eh. But I'm sure you're happy to see Carla.
Oh yeah, and
being able to qualify dito sa semis.
And for her, di ba, we saw kanina, her runs earlier could have been cleaner. May mga cones, but still enough to qualify. Yun for any racer talaga. Yun lang naman yung gusto mo. Lalo na pag gano'n, yung medyo may mga tinamaan ka na tumbakang cones. You just wanna still have the time to qualify para may bawi ka. Kasi ang hirap naman na yung last run mo, hindi lang for this leg for the entire season of the Vios Cup.
Tapos na pala.
Yung ano pa, di ba? Parang nanghihinayang ka over a cone or
sayang.
Or a jump start maybe.
I think those people who were able to hit the cones at some point na nag-qualify would have an advantage. Kasi tulad ng sinabi ko kanina, you'd be able to have a more feel kung gaano kalayo or you can maximize that limit, that potential. Kasi alam mo na, ito pala yung hindi ko dapat i-cross. So medyo konting adjust lang, I'll be able to maximize this corner or this obstacle. And second run na sila.
All right, off they go for their second run. Again, this is the semifinals of our Celebrity Influencer Beginner category.
Ooh, yun.
And that's one cone down.
Muntik
for
nang tumayo
Carla.
eh, no? Sayang.
Yung minsan dun sa 540, alam mo mahirap. May 360 ka pa lang, alam mo na eh. Di ba? Na parang medyo...
hindi maganda yung pasok mo.
I might not hit it now, pero baka dun sa pag-exit ko, tapos hindi ka na makabawi kasi parang aatras ka pa ba? Atras ka, tapos ikot ka ulit.
Wala, sayang yun. Banggain mo na lang. Banggain mo na lang.
Kasi baka 4 seconds ka abutin eh, pagka umatras ka pa.
May point. Well, di ka nga nakabangga, pero umatras abante ka para iwasan.
Inabot kang 30 seconds, nagmaniobra ka.
So mas okay na 2 seconds, pero mabilis yung pasok at labas mo. That's another technique din.
So, some of the things, of course, that might be coming into play for our racers. Pero to be honest, huwag kayo masyado nagpapaniwala sa amin ni Darbs. Mamagaling lang kami dito. Sila yung nakaka-experience talaga.
Analysis lang to coming from outside.
Mamaru lang po kami dito. But you know what? We get to exchange stories with these drivers, spend some time with them. And again, thank you so much to Toyota Motor Philippines. It has been a great honor for Kuya Darbs and myself to be part of the TGR Vios Cup.
It has been a privilege, a new experience para sa akin. And grabe yung racing blood. Kasi car enthusiast ako. In Dubai, I'm building cars as well. So, laman na ako niya ng mga car meet-up and stuff and all sa Dubai. So, parang nagkaroon ako talaga ng understanding.
Tsaka, di ba parang yung iba sa atin, we are making an effort to come over to Clark. Na-drive tayo from Manila. Ito si Kuya Darbs, lumilipad. Galing Dubai para lang makapunta sa Vios Cup.
Yes.
So that's dedication right there. Respect, Darbs.
And I appreciate it kasi I'll be more than happy to come back again and again. I would not change this for the world, no? Like being able to see fellow Filipinos honing down their skill dito sa ating event in this race. And of course, the cars that are in the tarmac right now, car number 3, John Lacuna.
And from Auto Industria, syempre. Tapos in car number 2 naman is Roy Robles. Two of the best that we've seen. Actually, nung Friday morning, yung unang-unang try nila dito sa track for this leg, Roy had the fastest time.
Si Roy. Out of everyone.
Yeah, about 1 minute and 3 seconds. So, tapos si Jan, every weekend naman, contender yan. Really, one of the strongest drivers we have in Autocross. So, it's gonna be an interesting battle. Well, Jan was first to finish, but we'll find out later on kung meron nga bang mga penalties or was it a clean run for him?
Excited akong makita kung sino yung magka-qualify sa finals.
You always want to have a clean run, di ba? Pero ang gusto mo naman at the end of the day is to have the fastest time.
Exactly.
So, just circling back doon sa pinag-usapan natin kanina, lagi mong iniiwasan yung cone, pero kung minsan tatama ka ng isang cone, magkaka 2-second penalty ka para makaiwas sa 5-second delay. Di ba?
Or maybe there are also situations where yung pag-entry mo, you're gonna be able to add additional 2 points, pero you'll be able to gain so much traction kasi mas cleaner yung paglabas mo, mas mapapabilis ka.
Yes, that's true.
It's a risk-reward system na pwede mo ding gawin in a sense. Pero syempre, the ultimate goal is not to avoid as many cones as you can. The ultimate goal is to have the cleanest the fastest time.
Yeah, and if you think about etong natin yung sa 540, di ba parang you think, uy, kailangan kong lumapit inwards kasi pag mas malapit ka sa gitna, parang mas tipid sa oras initially. Parang, pero ang sikip nung ikutan mo
mahirap.
So, you need that wide. You need to go wide and somehow para hindi ka na nga tumama sa cone, hindi mo na kailangan umatras pa para maklear yung 540. Stuff like that. So, it's a balance of a lot of things.
Super technical. Hindi lang po pagdadrive ang ginagawa ng mga participants natin ngayon in the autocross, but it's basically showcasing technical ability nila in maneuvering.
Definitely. And of course, we have, and our drivers have a lot of helping hands over there and advice also they're getting from our incredible race marshals, race directors, instructors as well. Kahapon nagkaroon sila ng chance to get runs na may drivers o may racing instructor na nakaupo in the front seat. So talagang sasabihin sa kanila, dapat dito pumipreno ka na. Parang matututo ka talaga. And that's what the TGR Vios Cup has done, and it's the experience that it has given our autocross drivers.
Ang ganda. It's an experience na pwede mo din yung mga analogies that you could also apply in your life in general. You know? Learning how to take a break. Very important yan.
Oo. May wisdom na naman ako nakuha sa'yo.
Oo. Speaking of break, wala akong masabi sa break. Pero
Ayaw natin ng break.
Ayaw natin ng break.
Iwas
Huwag
tayo
tayo
sa
mag-break. Wala.
Ronald Reyes here, repping auto review. Media category to. Semi-final still.
Yon, ganda. Ang linis, oh. Bilis.
Ganda na speed ni Ron, no? Doon sa 540 na yun. Look at him escape. Rev.
Ganda.
Powerful finish on that run para kay Ron.
Grabe. Tsaka sinabi mo kanina, Jot, earlier na meron dapat silang designated place to stop. That's another way to basically check na hindi lang dapat since patapos na, arangkada mo na.
Oo,
kasi dapat sakto din ng hinto mo eh. Di ba? And that is one of the things to take into consideration. Grabe yung mga minute details, super liliit, pero if you sum it all up, those are the things na minsan, pag hindi ka talaga ready, you'll make a mistake.
Oh, that's true. What I learned, no, having been fortunate enough to participate in the Vios Cup, racing talaga is a game of millimeters and milliseconds. Kaya parang the littlest things, they really matter in motorsports.
And then most of the time, since most people are able to drive, parang they automatically assume, the drive lang naman yan eh. And how difficult can it be to drive fast in a corner with a great car? Then,
little bit of an overshoot there. Sorry.
Sumobra siya.
But they're trying to go aggressive now kasi syempre semifinals at the Darbs eh. But yeah, you were saying kanina.
And most of the time yun kasi ang inisip ko din before. And it basically humbled me down when I went into the racetrack and experienced it firsthand. Super hirap pala talaga.
Oo, no. We think na parang dali lang siguro niyan. Kasi marunong naman ako lumiko
Exactly.
Lumiliko ako papunta sa street namin
Oo.
Pero,
Di pala.
when yung isang liko baka kaya pa, pero pag sunod-sunod na liko, just as what these guys have to go through on this course, that's a different problem. Tapos yung U-turn, nag-U-turn naman ako. Ito,
Dali lang naman
parang
yung U-turn.
tatlong O-turn to eh. Cursive pa.
Oo. O-turn pa tapos pabilisan pa. So medyo mahirap. Hindi medyo mahirap talaga.
Yeah. Uy, alam mo, itong dalawang to on track right now, they were the ones who shared that track back in the qualifying round. Sila na naman ang magkasabay on track right now. And car number 3 is Aaron Villaflor. And car number 2 is Jules Aquino.
Yes.
Yet another semifinals appearance for Jules.
Let's see.
Here's Aaron.
Going inside the 540. Medyo nagagamay na konti ni Aaron eh.
Yeah, that was a good one. Aaron escaping from that 540. Now, had to slow down lang on that chicane.
Oh.
Pero dito he's building up some speed. Eto si Jules. Always aggressive, pero aggressive kasi ni Jules still in control eh.
Oo nga eh. Yun din eh. Being able to know how to control the aggressiveness. Minsan kasi the only reason why you shouldn't be aggressive is that most people don't know how to control them. That you sometimes lose control.
Yeah.
But aggressiveness, if controlled properly, is a great weapon.
Oh, one cone down for Jules Aquino. That
Yun.
might hurt in the end, but he will have one more run.
Isa pang
Magpapalit sila
round.
ng side. So ganun po we weren't able to point this out kanina, pero kung napapansin nyo, uy, bakit nagpapalit sila ng side? It's for parity din for everyone.
Oo naman. Para hindi lang one side eh. Everybody is able to experience both side of the racetrack.
Para ma-experience nila rin yung sinasabi natin, yung mauuna ka dito sa side ng 540 or mauuna ka dun sa side ng 360. So, hindi mo maiiwasan. Di ka makakapili ng side. Even Lexi, nung mag-isa lang yung run niya, they still had her go through different starting points eh.
Jot, you can notice the weather. Nagbabadya. I think there's a little bit of drizzle na naman.
Which, you know what? It's now the semifinals, Darb. So, I'm interested to see kung gaano yan kalaking factor when it comes to our finals. It is already starting to pour here.
It is. The weather is also as excited as we are right now. And maybe the participants might be able to use this sa strength nila if they are someone who's comfortable of driving through the rain.
Yeah, lalo na kung maririnig natin kay Aaron and Jules. They like that hard braking. Kasi yun din naman talaga yung kailangan sa autocross. Pero yun nga, the screeching of the tires. I'm no pro. In fact, I don't know how much it goes hand in hand with kapag basa yung track, yung mga hard braking na ganun is when dumudulas, nawawala ng control, but you can just imagine it being a factor somehow here in autocross.
For sure. And pansin mo kanina, when it was raining, there were a lot of participants who was able to hit cones. And and then when the weather was a bit stable, you can see cleaner runs. So, it is indeed a factor yung weather.
Ni hindi nga kailangan maging madulas minsan. Sometimes it's just the mental factor of seeing a road that's wet. Your mind automatically processes it as slippery.
To slow down, dangerous.
Yeah.
Parang medyo defense mode ka. Nawawala yung aggressiveness mo. But as we can see, there's gonna be different ways on how to play this out.
So, car number 4 is Lexi Mendiola. And car number 8 is Enzo Pineda in this run we're seeing here.
Yun, it's a downpour na naman, Jot.
Oh, lumalakas na naman yung ulan.
Lumalakas na naman ang ulan.
Well, hindi pa rin magbabagal as much as they can. Etong sina Lexi and Enzo, they're out there trying to push that car to its limits.
And it's interesting kasi kanina, first run, it was not wet. On the second run, it's wet. The tarmac is wet. And let's see how they cope up. Sa din yan sa mga reasons, if you can see how these people are able to adapt to these kind of situations.
At the same time though, I know I may not share this sentiment with our racers, be it autocross or circuit, but maybe it's the perfect time na bigyan tayo ng konting ulan in the final leg, the final race of the TGR Vios Cup 2022 because, well, now, medyo mas nagiging challenging ng konti. As you can see, you know, the track is now wet. In just a bit, maybe at most in an hour's time, we will already be starting with our race number 9 sa circuit, which is the final race. So,
super exciting
parang
to.
Tinaas lang ng yung difficulty. O kung gusto mo
Sinadya,
kayong mag-champion for the season, o ngayon kumarera ka sa ulan.
All in right now. And what a great way to test the skill set of our racers later on. And of course, mga participants natin ngayon sa autocross. Super heavy rain.
I have been so excited to be here for the final leg, no? And I know all of our racers too, as you see Enzo Pineda on your screens.
doing the 360.
Yeah, so I also love how we're given an opportunity to see our favorite celebrities
For
and
sure.
influencers in a different light. Baka
Oo nga.
akala nila, di ba? Parang, oy, ang galing na actor and model nito ni Enzo. But,
Oo.
uy, nagda-drive pala
Magaling
siyang
pala.
galing niya rin pala mag-drive.
Exactly. And as you can see, hindi lang for them. This did not just happen. Kasi as what you mentioned, hindi to pwedeng basta-basta ka lang pwedeng mag-drive. They dedicate time, effort, and energy to be in that tarmac right now. To be in
Yeah, and unfortunate for Enzo,
Meron
dun sa final escape niya dun sa chicane, ran over a cone and sayang. But it really looked like a very good run still, and also Lexi had a good one. So we'll find out in a bit kung sino papasok sa ating finals. We're going with more cars here. And this time, it's gonna be sa GT Cup category natin with Luis Moreno and Russell Reyes in cars number 2 and 3 respectively.
And the weather keeps on getting worse, but I don't think that will stop our participants right now to putting it.
Alam mo, Darbs,
All out.
kung napansin mo, pagpasok nung dalawang GT Cup drivers natin, straight yung pinasukan nila eh. So, I mean, hindi pa naman nila syempre kailangan dumaan dun sa course because they were just, it was more of a formation drive to the starting lineup. They were
Swerving.
swerving, trying to get a feel of the wet track. So, those are the little instances na pwede mong gamitin eh para pakiramdaman, gaano ba kadulas? O ano ba yung kailangan kong adjustments? Of course, you're not gonna be able to figure it out 100% dun sa maliit na ita-drive mong yon. But at least, di ba, wala ka pang iniintinding oras for that part of the drive eh. So you wanna use that and maximize that.
It's again another technique of data gathering, analyzing it, and later on, once the race happens, doon na nila apply yung nalaman nila doon sa pag-gather nila ng data.
Yeah, and off they go. A cone turned there by Luis. But he keeps on going. This is the hardest rain we've experienced all day.
Yes, it is pouring so hard right now. But these two guys are battling it all out as if hindi umuulan.
Totoo. Russell here. Car number 3 for him.
Another cone.
Yeah, and almost the same no yung tinamaan nila mga cone.
Factor talaga ang rain when it comes to these kind of situation kasi nababother yung safety nets mo eh. Hindi mo na alam kung i-adjust mo ba siya to a more wider safety net kasi pwede kang mag-swerve.
Totoo, kasi if I remember correctly, parang hindi pa nila kinailangan mag-race in a track na ganito kabasa dati. I remember nagkaroon na umaambo ng konti pero not like this. Not this challenging, I would say, for our autocross drivers. At least for this season,
It's a first for most of them to drive through a very, very wet road.
Pero yung drive-through sa mga fast food, madalas.
Pwede yan.
Madalas yun.
Pwede kang mag-drive through doon.
Second run for these two gentlemen in media category. Semifinals din tayo. They're really maximizing the road. If you saw there, I think it's Russell who was driving with his right tires almost on the edge now of the track.
Again, these drivers, there's so many minute details going through their heads right now. But to be able to see them still perform like this,
yeah,
unbothered, or they are, but you can see kung gaano ka grabe yung mental toughness and being able to ease through in. So another cone, car number 3.
Something I can say though is itong media category natin, very, very impressive talaga. Kasi our close friends from the media who are here, no, they live and breathe the automotive industry. And we thank you guys sa ating media who are here, who participate and cover the TGR Vios Cup dahil you really bring life to the Vios Cup and to the automotive industry. So thank you. And we hope that you're enjoying. I know you guys are, because when you guys get on your cars, you really drive impressively.
And I mean, mapunta tayo mamaya sa race 9, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Oh my God, this is really something na exciting to see how these racers are gonna perform later. But right now, car number 4 driven by Mark Elman and car number 8, Jeter Miole. This is now the last round of the qualifying for finals. Di pa ba?
The semifinals, yeah.
The semifinal round going towards after this deliberation, finals na.
So yung magkakaroon lang siguro ng very short break lang to make sure that the times are aligned. Sino nga ba ipapasok sa final, stuff like that. Mark Elman here. Car number 4.
And makikita mo grabe pati yung splatter ng splatter ng sasakyan. See?
Kitang-kita na natin no?
Kitang-kita na Kanina medyo pabebe pa yung ulan pero right now, these are basically pouring down.
Yeah, well, I don't think these two are bothered at all.
Exactly.
Mark and Jet are still attacking that course, that track.
Ang ganda ng angle,
like pros. So eto sila, they know They know they're so close to the finals already. At alam mo, itong GT Cup, 4 lang rin sila So, di ba parang kung 4 lang kayo, nakakajahe kung hindi ka pa mag-podium. Ikaw lang yung hindi nag-podium sa inyong 4.
Oo nga,
so, they're really fighting for a chance to stand on number 1, hopefully. But, just to be there on that podium is already sweet enough, I'm
Exactly. Tsaka super nice din itong GT Cup kasi it's another opportunity, specifically yung mga kids natin, to try it out without the risk.
Grabe yung technology ngayon talaga,
super.
The advancement of technology. I mean, with what you do na rin lang Darbs, di ba, na you're all the way in Dubai, pero you reach an audience here in the Philippines.
And that is just continue to evolve later on, specifically dito sa racing natin. Who knows? Maybe next time, I think meron na nga yung car mismo na even if it's digital, you'll be able to feel the what do you call this? Yung G-force.
Oh, di ba?
Mafe-feel mo na para at least hindi na lang talaga digital, but also the tactile feel of being able to really be in the race without the risk. Doon mo ma-maximize kasi talaga yung yung skill set mo, and that's good for our future race car driver that might bring and represent Philippines. Who knows? F1.
Oo nga, no? Well, speaking of technology, we are very, very happy to be joined by all of you watching via live stream.
Yes.
So maraming salamat again. We are in the Autocross at alam ko marami kayong mga inaabangan na drivers here in the Autocross category. So let us know kung sino-sino ba yung mga inaabangan nyo. Please tell us in the comment section. Mamaya babasahin namin ni Kuya Darbs yan. But ayan na. Darbs, we are now through with all of our semifinals.
Excited ako to find out kung sino yung nakapunta sa finals and to see how they are gonna be able to compensate kasi umuulan. This has been the heaviest rain we've had, I think, in the entire series this year.
It certainly has been.
Oh my God. If you think about it, like have you tried driving when it's raining?
Oo. Yung takbo ko nga, 2 kilometers per hour lang yata. Kinakabahan na ako eh.
Takbong pogi na.
Mas mabilis pa yung literal na takbo ng tao
oo.
kesa sa takbo ko. But, you know, it really kind of slows you down. Of course, what we were also told dun sa TGRA and the Academy is that, you know, the track is built for these scenarios, whether umuulan or maaraw. It's built to race, for people to race in.
Kahit basa.
And it's always a different experience when you're on a track than on a road. So it's difficult to compare, I would say. However, it doesn't take away how much of an added challenge this rain will be for all of our drivers.
Definitely. Excited ako to see how these guys, I don't know, like, there is a possibility, kasi yung last leg natin, the final races, it's tough to beat how exciting it was, right?
You're right. So, well, we're sorting out now kung sino-sino nga ba yung eventually makakapasok sa ating finals. Again, 4 na finals yung papasukin natin dito. We have the media category, celebrity influencer beginner category, celebrity influencer advanced, and of course, our GT Cup category. And man, it's just gonna be more and more exciting. So many things still left to happen in the few hours left in this season of the TGR Vios Cup 2022.
Yes, sir.
So, katulad ng paalala ni Darbs kanina, kung makakasunod pa po kayo dito sa Clark International Speedway, we'd still love to have you over. I know, maulan na,
but for the audience, I think it's a perfect time to be in. Hindi mainit. Added challenge. There's a lot going on. Tsaka very rare ka makakita ng race. One thing is, mahirap, it's very rare for most people to see a race. And it's even rarer, if there's such a word, to see them race in a downpour like this.
Yup.
And
So,
for sure, maraming mangyayari mamaya. And I'm excited.
well, yung isa pa, no, na might be a bonus. Well, you know, your favorite celebrities, influencers, some of them are here. A lot of them actually are here competing in the autocross. Malalaman natin mamaya kung sino sa kanila pumasok sa finals, but there's so many things to look out for. Ano pa nga ba ulit? Paalala ulit natin. Yung mga experiences na pwede nilang enjoy here at the Clark International Speedway.
Pwede pa kayong humabol. And it's not just the race ang pwede nyong panoorin dito because we have an activity area wherein nandun ang mga partner booths natin. Bridgestone is there. Nandyan din ang Petron Treats. Nandyan din ang Brembo. And of course, if you will enter, you will get this the passport. Itong passport na to, you just have to stamp it out. So, nandun ang Bridgestone, everything. Yan, nandyan. Pa-stamp mo lang yan. Pag-stamp mo yan, magkakaroon ka ng exclusive TGR Vios Cup merchandise.
Yan. So, ayan, may mga boxes. Yung 6 na box na nakikita nyo dyan, yan yung mga kailangan yung makuhanan, mapatatakan, and pag makakuha niyo yan, you just go to the Toyota booth and
magro-roleta ka So, pwede kang kumuha, pwede kang makakuha ng bag, pwede kang makakuha ng cap.
Alam ko yung prize na hinahanap ng lahat ngayon eh. Ang dami daw kanina sumasali. Wishing manalo sila ng payong. Kailangan na raw eh.
Makes sense. Makes sense. Sana next year, merong sa roleta, Toyota 86.
Vios. Diba? Maganda Vios.
86. Super. Ilulugi natin yung event. Pero I mean, nonetheless, after that, pagkatapos sa activity area, pwede nyo ding bisitahin ang ating VIP tent. Makikita nyo doon yung Light Ace.
Yeah, so check those out. Check out the wide range of Toyota vehicles that you'll spot.
Exactly.
Whether it's really on display or it's owned by someone here and very generous enough to allow us to appreciate it. Ang daming magaganda Toyota vehicles dun sa parking eh. So,
I totally agree.
Every time may break tayo, nandun ako eh. Ina-appreciate ko lang eh. Yeah.
Ako naman, ang favorite tambayan ko doon kung nasaan located ang GR Yaris.
Oh, yeah.
Racing seats. if I'm not mistaken, you can open it and check it.
And you already look at it from outside and you see, wow, what a beautiful car. Pero pagpasok mo, all the details of the GR line, the GR details is really what gets me. Alam mo yung mga favorite yung mga subtle emblems lang ng ng GR logo. You'll find them doon sa push start button minsan.
Exactly.
Doon sa headrest mo. That's really where I'm astonished by the details of the GR line.
So, inviting you guys you can still come, you can still join us. And of course, after that, meron tayong awarding ceremony which you can join us doon sa activity area, and then we celebrate not just the winners but everyone who is responsible for these awesome event.
Alrighty, we are about to get ready for the final round.
Excited ako malaman kung sino-sino yung mga pumasok.
Siyempre, unahin natin ang autocross in the media category. We have two cars already making their way to the starting line. First, it's gonna be Riz Javier in car number 3 and Sigwald Go in car number 2 para yan sa finals ng ating media category of the Autocross Challenge.
Grabe yung ulan.
Grabe, kasi kanina, in this shot, hindi pa natin masyado kita. Kinikwento lang natin na umuulan. But now, kitang-kita na ng lahat ng ating viewers that it really is indeed pouring down on the Clark International Speedway.
Sigwald Go making a light work doon sa 540.
So far, so good for Sigwald.
So far, so good.
And the on track also with Sigwald is there. It's Riz Javier.
Riz Javier maximizing that corner. Going into the 360.
Riz, I've been very, very impressed with her driving, her performance here today. Certainly wowed everyone. And now, she's in the finals.
Grabe, no? And imagine mo, hindi din biro yung mga kalaban niya.
Pero you're seeing din ngayon the calculations, it seems like, no? It seems like lang naman medyo nag-iiba na eh. Meron na talaga tayo nakikitang lumalampas dun sa track a little bit. Maybe hindi nakakapreno as early as they wished. It's all part of the challenge though, kasi pare-pareho naman na lahat ginulat nitong ulan.
Exactly.
It's the same wet track that they have to drive on.
And it totally depends on the driver's adaptability na at this point, kung paano niya aatakihin, paano siya kabilis kumuha ng data and to act upon that data doon sa nakuha niya sa surroundings niya. And that is what makes a great driver.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So here we go with their second run.
Yeah.
This is where they make their money.
Yes,
Ito
sir.
na yun, what counts, di ba? If you still wanna make some adjustment from your last run, this is their final one. So they gotta make it count. Sigwald getting through that chicane. Alright, this is actually Riz, I believe. Ito si Sigwald going through that 360.
Calculating.
Parang ako yung kinakabahan para sa
actually,
kanila.
ako din.
No?
Parang medyo nagtitipto eh.
We don't see them steering that wheel, but we kind of see, you know, the extra challenge that the rain brought. Kasi mas swabe talaga, parang sobrang komportable na nila back in the qualifying round.
Exactly.
Even the semifinals. May konting iba talaga ngayon. I think it's a little bit of hesitance.
Exactly.
Diba?
And like for those drivers who can totally relate, diba, that's the reason nga pag umuulan, tumatraffic.
Oo.
Kasi
that's true.
You'd be very careful, titiptoe ka talaga. And I cannot imagine driving as fast as you should, as you can, in a weather like this. Diba?
One thing's for sure, these drivers are still doing the best they can.
We can see that these are unbothered should seem driving the
Yeah.
best that they can.
Ayun, napakita natin sa audience natin
Ah.
on the live stream na pagpasok nung driver natin, we'll figure out who they are. Pero, di ba,
Sine-check niya na.
tinitingnan na yung traction on the drive and really trying to
Makapit.
figure out what needs to be done there. This is already the finals, Darbs, and as much as you wanna leave it all on the track, syempre yung safety is
Of
another thing, no? So hindi pa rin pwedeng too reckless and too carefree there.
Oo. It's a matter of managing the risk of having a slippery road in a sense. But as you said naman, Jot, that the roads are built to be raced even if it's dry.
Yeah, for sure.
Even if it's dry and even if it's wet. But at the end of the day, there's still chances that the grip would be lessened.
That's true.
And that kind of underlying feeling na pagliliko ako, will I slip? Will I not slip? Will I be able to control this? That is something na medyo mahirap alisin sa utak mo eh. So basically, this is all now a mental battle with these drivers. Sino sa tingin mo or sa tingin nila are able to outperform the other in being able to race as fast as they can.
Yeah, number 4 is Miguel Romulo. So Miggy, who is competing in, of course, our celebrity influencer beginner category. Pero yung nasa kabilang car, in car number 8, is Pablo Salapantan, who is competing in the media category.
Okay.
Kasi ganito, Darbs. So we had 4 per category in the semifinals.
Yes.
Isa lang yung tinanggal natin. In the finals, we have 3 per category.
I see.
Kaya
so, hindi talaga
ngayon,
even.
dito, pabilisan pa rin yung tatlo. It's not 1 versus 1. It's still kung sino yung pinakamabilis, second fastest, and third fastest. That will be our first, second, and third place finishers. So,
wow.
we'll have a couple more racers na ganito. Magkaibang categories sila on the track, but
still,
just
again,
the same, yeah.
as we have discussed, it's between them and them naman eh. Sa sarili nila, how they can figure out.
That's
I wouldn't want it to be in their position now.
Oh, yeah.
Like, oh my God, this
Miggy, that might have been the first cone that he dropped in this entire competition so far dito sa leg 3. He has driven so strongly. Actually, ang ganda rin ng start niya eh, pero tumama lang talaga doon kanina on that chicane. Here's Pablo making his approach on that 540.
Ganda ng approach with Pablo.
You know, he's driving fearless.
Exactly. You can
Wala
see.
akong pake kung umuulan. You know, I'm comfortable with my driving style and he's sticking with it.
Exactly. And comfortable din siya sa capabilities ng kanyang Vios.
Well, there you go. That's the finals run of Miggy and Pablo. Miggy Romulo in the Celebrity Influencer Beginners Division. And Pablo Salapantan in our media category.
The new batch coming in.
Yeah, we have cars number 3 and number 2. Ito naman yung other 2 finalists in our Celebrity Influencer Beginner category.
Yon.
I can tell you, you know, it feels awkward sometimes to say beginner category because
hindi eh.
they've driven like legends, di ba? That's why they're in the finals. And in number 3, Carla Lizardo, and in number 2 is Ashley Gosengfiao. Let's see here. This one is Carla.
So are they on the same category?
Yes, they are. But you see how this is Ashley actually in car number 3. You see how they're taking their time now, and that approach towards the 540.
We can see.
You can see there really is some sort of adjustment for our drivers here.
Meron talaga.
That's one cone down for Carla.
For Carla.
Mag-iiba talaga eh, no? Yung approach mo and
Exactly.
of course, kung paano mo gamitin yung preno mo. Doon mag-iiba talaga.
Iba na eh. And not to mention the fact that this is already the finals. You already have developed a specific strategy kanina. And you've been doing it for how many runs na. And then finally right now, you're gonna set up differently na iba na yung pagpreno mo. Sabay lang, halos sabay lang.
Yeah, but 2 cones down for Carla though.
Another round para bumawi. And let's see.
And this is, she's gonna want to make this one count, di ba? But Ashley, from what we saw, parang wala naman tayo nakita na knockdown na cone.
None that I saw. But hopefully, they're gonna be able to push the limits of their car. Kasi last na to. Last run na nila to.
Yeah, and double the points, Darbs.
And
let's
double
keep
points.
that in mind.
Let's see. Parang feeling ko, dito na yung pressure eh. Ito na yun eh.
Naka-experience ka ba ng yung race or kahit time trial on with driving?
Not legally.
No, but it's just an experience.
Habit. Yung tinime talaga.
Kasi
Hindi ko pa
I'm
na-try.
thinking parang, of course, you see it as, I want to have a good time, di ba? Parang, but at the same time, yung gigil na dala mo, parang gusto mo i-manage eh, para parang calm and collected ka pa rin even though meron niya nung gigil na yon.
And na-try ko pala sa go-kart nga lang naman. And then, yun nga, minsan, ang reason kung bakit ka nagsiswerve, bakit ka nagsistop, bakit ka napapahamak, it's not really the car, it's not really the skill set, it's just because hindi mo kayang i-manage yung gigil mo.
That's true. That's true. I understand what you mean. Well, right now, it's gonna be a tough challenge for these two ladies, to be honest, kasi ang ganda nung run ni Meggy kanina But they're driving the best they can and still very impressive. There were cones knocked down earlier from Carla, but now Ashley getting through that. Going through that 540.
So did she knock down those 2 cones?
No, it was actually they were knocked down. Hindi lang na itayo before the approach of Ashley. Might have been a little bit of a suerte, di ba? Suerte.
Pwede.
There goes
Almost.
Ashley Gosheng Piao and Carla Lizardo with their final runs.
Let's see kung sino.
So we only have 6 drivers remaining para sa finals natin because we're gonna have the 3 finalists from our Celebrity Influencer Advanced category, tapos yung mga sa GT Cup. And if you think that's where the racing ends, you guys are wrong because we will still have 2 more races, yung promotional class race natin. And they're technically 2 races, pero it happens at the same time on the track. Yung race natin in sporting class and super sporting class. Circuit naman tayo for those.
And I'm excited to see how the drivers or the racers are gonna compensate kung gaano kabasa ang ating roads. Right now, car number 4 going inside the 540, revving the car. You can feel the power.
So car number 8 is Jan Lacuna. In media category tayo dito pala, no? And car number 4 is Kevin Francisco. So final round. So this is Jan.
Yon, Jan using the chicane.
He really looks comfortable in
Super, as in
a Vios. Man, look at that.
540 niya.
Brilliant maneuver there.
Light work. Confidently driving through this drizzle.
You described it perfectly. Kitang-kita mo, ramdam mo yung confidence niya as he takes on that track. And, well, Kevin, hindi naman niya magpapahuli.
Of course. Another round. Last round now for them to finally get a better time from the first run. So I think dito, they're gonna try to push it a little bit.
Let us see. I mean,
Start now. And may instructions. Let's go.
yung mga racers din natin, I've heard stories from them. Minsan, frustrated because yung best time mo mangyayari sa qualifying and then ang layo nung time mo sa final round, doon ka pa medyo bumagal. So, it's part of the challenge kasi sa autocross, more than speed, consistency din sa autocross challenge ng Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup kasi it's the same track.
Exactly.
Pero obviously, you're not a robot where you're gonna have the exact same time every single run, but yung consistency talaga yung gusto mong makuha.
And I think it plays out pa rin yung mental toughness pa rin Kasi most of them, di ba, would drive since it's qualifying, wala pa masyadong risk, a little bit relaxed, and that's the reason why they were able to not be too stiff when driving. Come race day, all eyes on you, a lot of considerations, same track, same car, different time. The only difference is how focused were you in managing that pressure.
Absolutely right. Laging on point si Kuya Darbs.
Yes, sir.
And that's the run of John Lacuna and Kevin Francisco in our media category. Finals of our TGR Vios Cup Autocross Challenge. And now we move over to our media division. We'll share that track with our Celebrity Influencer Advanced Division. So si Ronald De Los Reyes will be in car number 3. Siya yung sa media for our Celebrity Advanced. It's Aaron Villaflor in car number 2.
Pumasok din si Aaron sa finals.
Oh yeah, he's consistent
siya.
In the finals, the semifinals.
And it's nice to see how Aaron medyo naging hindi na masyado. It's still wet, pero hindi na downpour. At least medyo nag-ease in na ang track natin. Pero
here's
still,
Aaron on your screens. Suabe dun sa 540.
Suabing-suabe.
And
hear scream.
Maririnig natin dito yung mga race marshals natin. Alam mo, they love and appreciate every single driver here sa Autocross because para na rin nilang students yung mga yan Oh, look at that. Ronald making some contact with that cone, but it doesn't drop. No penalty for him. And so he goes on.
Goes on and on. Going into the one of the most difficult obstacle, which is the 540. Paano niya kaya atakihin? Yun. Going in wide and then easing through it.
Yeah. So
just like that.
Great escape there, and there they go.
Yun.
End of the first run. Meron pang second run si Aaron and Ronald.
And I think most of them are considering the second run as their aggressive runs.
Posible, no? Posible. But the speed was good na rin naman on that first one. But you always wanna improve it kasi, like I said, kontrolado mo lang naman oras mo Hindi mo naman pwedeng pabagalin yung mga kalaban mo That's gonna be up to them. But so, if you do your part, you're happy with your run, I think you can sleep well at night kung ano pa maging resulta niyan.
Exactly. Or maybe you're just gonna be bested by someone who's able to maintain and drive their car better. But as you can see, at the end of the day, it's about managing that mental pressure. What nature might throw at you right now. I think most of them didn't expect to be driving through a track na ganito kabasa.
Lalo na kung kaninang umaga nandito sila, nakita nila, uy,
init.
Taas ng araw, okay. Okay, dry track tayo. But welcome to Clark, ladies and gentlemen, where it changes. It changes a lot. And that's something we love about Clark too. Especially with Clark International Speedway here. You never know when you're gonna get that unexpected visitor, the great equalizer.
Exactly. Oh, he was able to hit. Car number 3 was able to hit one cone. So kahit yung mga cone na nakababa, So, what happens? Like, there were cones na nakababa. Paano pag na-hit nila yon? I think there's another penalty din yan.
Well, that's true. I mean, I'm not sure about those kasi syempre yung
Paano
laging
siya?
paalala is yung mga nakatayo na wag patumbahin.
Ah.
But it's pretty tough to hit those cones because they're actually
Yeah.
they're on the outer part of the track.
Exactly. Two cars, new cars coming in. Car number 8 is driven by Jules Aquino. And car number 4, driven by Enzo Pineda.
These two have been for quite some time already two of the guys to beat or guys to watch out for at least in the celebrity influencer advanced category.
So we can see kung paano sila magko-compensate doon sa tinapon sa kanila na obstacle, which is the weather. So ito naman, medyo narrow naman yung approach.
Yeah, Enzo.
Ni Enzo. And it's effective.
Sukat niya eh, no?
Oo.
Alam niya eh, no?
Effective. Mas okay pala pag medyo narrow. O yun, natamaan niya but it didn't fall down.
Well, I think with how you describe yung approach niya doon sa 540 plus that little contact with the cone, it just goes to paint a picture of how
Tansyado niya.
accurate
Oo.
si Enzo it is driving.
Tansyado niya eh. I want to see car number 8, Jules Aquino. Paano niya itatackle itong 540. Let's see.
Here's Jules.
Jules, yun, medyo narrow din ang approach niya. Medyo nag-wide siya going out. But still.
Jules is locked in as well.
Yeah.
Look at Enzo though.
Oh!
Like a beast. Oh, Jules with a
one
cone at that
down.
final second.
Enzo confidently driving. You can really feel gaano ka-solid nung even how he stopped.
Yeah, you have to appreciate them really pushing itong Toyota Vios natin through that track.
And how you can see how reliable this car is even if it's a downpour. Pushing it to the limits but still being able to perform.
Yeah. So, second run for them.
Enzo was able to hit one cone kanina going out.
Here you got Jules in
Jules.
car number 8.
Car number 8. Moving through it.
Jules makes a clean exit.
Uh-huh.
There he goes. Vengeance on that cone na kanina
exactly.
tinamaan niya. Ngayon, sabi niya, you're not gonna fall down again.
Able to compensate right away. Ang ganda ng run ni Jules ngayon. Huwag nating batiin.
Basta ikaw yung bumati.
Binati
Tinisig ko yung pangalan ko. Enzo making his approach here in car number 4.
You can see how Enzo maneuver his car. Yon.
Kita mo yung palabas pa lang si
exactly,
Enzo dun sa slalom or sa chicane. Naririnig mo na yung rev and that's because, he understands the car naging familiar niya na siya. He knows when that torque, that power is gonna kick in.
Alam niya na.
Stepping on that pedal for some might be a little early, but hey.
That's part of also the technique when to
Absolutely.
hit it. Right time, right moment. Almost finished at the same time. It's though we don't know kung sino ang who bested the other one kasi may mga cones din silang nalaglag.
For sure,
But
for sure.
Looks pretty equal to me kasi si Enzo kanina meron. And then the other one also has in this race in the second round. So, moving into the GT Cup.
Yep. Finals naman tayo ng
Finals.
GT Cup and you got two competitors on track right now. In car number 2 is Mark Elman. Car number 3 naman is Jether Miole.
Na mga GT Cup guys.
Mapapabilib ka rin talaga sa kanila yun. Yun ang paano na-translate yung husay nila
into the actuality of it.
Although, yung iba naman kasi nananalo sa GT Cup because they also have experience on the track, di ba?
Makes sense.
It goes hand in hand.
There's also that possibility.
It doesn't take anything away though with how impressed we are of these gentlemen.
Jether Miole going into the 360 right now.
Grabe.
Mark
parang
Elman.
ano lang,
Ito.
Mark Elman pala to si number 2.
Oh, yeah. Jeter is on the other vehicle, car number 3. Pero ito nga si Mark.
Mark Elman. Ito na. I wanna see how he approach 540.
Ito lagi naabangan mo
Oo
no?
nga eh. Doon mo makikita yung control eh.
Pero dito sa ano natin at least in the semifinals and finals, parang onti lang talaga yung mga may tinamaang cone, at least in the 540. Minsan nga doon pa sa sa mga chicane kasi I guess medyo pag nadaanan mo na yung 540, sometimes you get a little bit too complacent.
Tsaka medyo gigil ka eh. Parang you've been able to pass through something difficult. So this is parang feeling mo mabagal ka doon. So babawiin mo sa chicane and then most of the time doon ka pa nakakahit ng cone. Which is unfortunate for them.
Okay, second run.
Second run.
Jeter and Mark. This is Mark in car number 2.
Mark. Let's see paano siya i-approach.
What do you think of that?
Could be better. I like how the other kanina, yung the confidently guy who's driving, I forgot his name. Remind me again.
John Lacuna, I think,
John
is
Lacuna.
the name you're looking for.
Kanina, confidently driving.
Or was it Pablo Salapantan? Well, those two have been very impressive in. You wouldn't make a mistake going with either of those names.
And what's good is the more we're able to see it, the more we're able to compare how each driver tackle this obstacle. And nagkakaroon na tayo ng idea on sino yung mga drivers able to go through it faster, efficiently, and some struggle.
Well, there you go.
Yon.
There you go with their finals run. Mark Elman and Jeter Miole in our GT Cup category. Do we have more finalists? I think we might have more finalists here. We'll see what's gonna happen. One last finals run for our Autocross Challenge in the TGR Vios Cup 2022. It's gonna be Russell Reyes in that car number 8.
Iisa.
Kung ikaw, mape-pressure ka ba
Yun
na?
ang tatanggol dapat sa'yo.
Inunahan na kita. Mahirap na tanong eh.
Mas mape-pressure ka ba kung mag-isa ka lang or may kasama ka? Kasi, like, okay, I'm gonna give parang points to this. Like, say for example, if you're alone, everybody's finished. You're last. And all eyes are on you.
That is, very, very true. And hindi madali yun eh. Yung challenge din na parang na-isolate ka eh.
Oo nga. Yun. Or it could be, at least, wala kang kasamaan, hindi ka napipressure, walang nagmamadali. Parang, you guess me on, at least, the track is all mine. And
almost hitting that cone. Well, hit the cone, pero hindi tumamba. So that's good for Russell.
As you can see.
Ito na yung 540, the tricky one.
Medyo
clean on that side. Good again. Excellent exit there.
Russell Reyes. Yun.
Oh, that was
galing.
That was good.
Ano nung checking in approach niya. Last.
So, one more run kay Russell.
more
Pero yung
run.
other side naman, magsisimula naman siya sa 540.
Let's see.
Alright, Darbs. No? Paganda na ng paganda talaga yung action in the
Exactly.
TGR Vios Cup. Reminding you though, as Russell takes his last run in the TGR Vios Cup Autocross season, we remind you that there's still gonna be one race later on. Circuit naman tayo.
Abangan nyo yun. That's one of the most parang exciting final race for today.
For sure, for sure.
Yan na.
Russell.
Making quick work dito sa 540.
Yeah, go so far so good dyan sa run niya.
And tingnan natin ang process chicane. Easing through it. Yun.
Alright.
Kita mo yung splash eh.
maganda rin siya, no? Nakakaaliw, eh, no?
Exactly.
Lalo na pagka makita mo yan in slow-mo.
Mas aesthetic, I should say. Tsaka minsan, isa din yan sa mga techniques na minsan, yung point,
Tatalsikan mo ng yung kalaban mo. Kailangan yung
splash siya.
Sa kanya.
Para ma-distract siya. Tsaka minsan, yung optimal point of turning is nandun sa may puddle ng water.
Oh, is that so?
Minsan, naiiba yung diskarte mo kasi kung magta-turn ka doon, baka mag-swiver ka. Right?
Oh, yeah.
So that's
I
something
agree.
that they have to consider too.
Alright, well,
Yan na.
that run of Russell wraps up our Autocross Challenge dito sa Leg 3 ng TGR Vios Cup
Yes.
2022. Darbs,
Yes.
what can you say about our racers in Autocross?
Grabe I commend them for mental toughness kasi I can see na although they were able to adjust a little bit, nobody really slowed down.
Yeah.
So basically, that gives me an idea kung gaano sila ka-prepared even if this is their first time, I would assume, to drive in that much rain.
Well, don't worry because mamaya i-update namin kayo kung sino nga ba ang nanalo in this Autocross Challenge and kung sino, we'll try to update you din championship standings in Autocross, but we have more important stuff to important stuff din to get to rather.
Exactly.
And that's race number 9 for promotional class, sporting class, and super sporting class. We'll get to that in a bit. We'll bring it to you live on the stream. At kung nandito kayo sa Clark, well,
I think it's time for them to come here and witness that race. And after that, punta sila sa baba.
alright, well, we'd
Rewarding.
like to thank our sponsors right now. This has been Jut and Kuya Darbs. Please watch this.
The Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup 2022 is brought to you in cooperation with Bridgestone, solutions for your journey. Petron XCS, fuel that knows you. Together with other sponsors, Brembo, Denso, 3M, AVT, Rota, OMP, Tuazon Racing, My Toyota Wallet, and Kinto One.
Unleash your racing spirit with the next addition to the Gazoo racing line. Designed to excite your heart with new styling that's bold and tough. Improved performance to awaken your off-road passions. Control and comfort designed for rough terrains. Racing features to inspire you to push past your limits. And race your unbreakable spirit. The new Toyota Hilux GRS.
Joyride, a hit and run. I thought I loved you and you thought I was fun. I'm moving on down the road. Watch me as I go, watch me as I go. Should I look both ways before you cross me, baby? 'Cause I don't break for boys. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. Got nothing left to say. Let's be on my way. Best of luck. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. but you cross me, baby, 'cause I don't break for boys. I'm moving on, hey, got nothing left to say. Let's be on my way, best of luck. I'm moving on up, I'm moving on.
Welcome back to our coverage of the TGR Vios Cup 2022 here at the Clark International Speedway. I'm James Deegan.
And I'm Gabby Villamerced. And yeah, welcome to the
you
second
first.
half. You know, I had a bit of coffee with me, and I'm a little hyper. This thing is good. Anyway, I don't know if you guys could notice right behind us, as we were talking about it being really sunny a while ago, it is interestingly gloomy right now.
Very interestingly gloomy, and it's only going to get a lot more interesting as we head into race number 9. This is the final race, not just for the weekend, but for the entire TGR season. That's the Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup season, which they have all been fighting for since we started the season. Was it, give me the month, was it June?
Okay, the last race was August. I'm thinking June. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, because it was a wet race.
There you go. So they've been battling it out for half a year right now, about 6 months almost of battling it out. These are all championship points that they're fighting for. And now we head into the final round with the championship points so tight. We don't have the official tally here with us right now because we're waiting for the official results to come in. But let me just tell you this. It is so close. There's something like, if in the super sporting class, for example, it's really down to Inigo and John Dizon. Okay, those two guys, they've got to finish ahead of each other in order to win. John's got to win the race to win the championship, and the same goes for Inigo.
And don't forget Gerald Loy, who is actually 5 points ahead this time. I just spoke to him right before race 9.
Good point. Good point. Because Jared Lloyd, the only reason I didn't throw him into that equation in the beginning, but you're right, we should definitely not rule him out, is because, I mean, there's so much going on. So I was talking to Inigo, I was talking to his dad about it, and they were like, well, you know, Gerard is definitely a threat. He obviously has won races. He's obviously up there in the championship right now. He's leading it, but he's behind them and he's carrying weight. So that's the only thing that they are a little bit confident about. But Gab, you've raced in the rain. Sometimes the weight can actually help you out on corners. Is that possible?
That is true in a sense that, you know, obviously it's heavier, so there's a little more traction coming into certain corners. But what's nice about wet races is there's no specific race line because everything is different. It depends on where the rubber marks are. Obviously, where the usual rubber marks are, it's going to be a lot more slippier. And as you could see right now, it isn't a full wet race in a sense that the rain has stopped. It wasn't enough to wash the debris, so it's going to be a dirty race starting over here. So it's going to be tricky. You know, there's going to be a lot of control. If people were already excited about the dry race a while ago, and this is going to be the last race, it's going to be like a come what may, do or die race. So it's going to be hella exciting. As we mentioned a while ago, it's for the super sporting. It's quite interesting because right now, like Red Diwa has gotten the advantage this weekend in a sense of like in times. He looks pretty fast as well. So it's another person that we can't rule out. It's really just a 5-way battle, as well as promotional class wherein everyone's just so close together.
Everyone is very, very close together. It's also the final race for Lord Senna from Toyota Team Cebu for the Vios Cup, which is very sad. But thank you, Lord, for bringing down the bizcocho and the
I have
chicharon.
to. San ba yan?
It's over here. There we go.
Me show that.
This is Iloilo. It's from Iloilo, so give that a try.
Thank you, Lord.
It's bread from the Lord. So thank you very much for that. But you know what? Yes, Gab's right. You know, it's down to the wire. Every single category is going to be. You have to win it. There's just no other. It's like I always use the boxing or fighting analogies because they're so close. It's like you're in a 5-round fight, let's say for mixed martial arts, and both have won 2 apiece. So it doesn't matter what happened before that. Whoever wins this round wins the championship, and that's what it's come down to. So we're going to be seeing this up and down the grid. We're very, very excited to bring it to you. We're going to be streaming it to you all the way to the very end up until awarding. So stick with us. We promise we are going to give you the action that you came for, especially if you've been watching us for not just the entire day, but since June. Since we started the Vios Cup. I know a lot of people are invested in this, and they certainly appreciate the streaming broadcast because they're able to be here even if they're not here.
Yes, definitely. It's they're actually about to go out. The out lap is going to be a lot more important now than it ever has been, in a sense that this is the first time they're going to go out and feel the track being wet. So usually when you go out, you're just like, okay, warming up the car and everything, more on like looking at it as a inside perspective, in a sense, like you're checking the car, checking everything out. This time you're looking at it in a perspective on how the track is, where are the dirty parts, which berms can't you go up on. There's just so much factors in play here, and with tracks like these, you have certain parts wherein there are puddles. So it's not just like people think like, okay, it's a straight line, it's a straight race. No, there are certain bumps that really offset the car. And when you hit those certain kinks, especially in the last turn, that's when it gets tricky.
Yeah, and you want to talk about aquaplaning and stuff like that. That can happen if the puddles are deep enough. Also, when you're on the racetrack, you mentioned about the different racing lines and where the rubber is and where the rubber isn't, right? In a dry line, it's very easy. You stick where the rubber has been laid down because that's where the grip is. Is it the opposite when that rubber gets wet? Does the rubber get slippery?
Yes, it does.
Then so you want to stay off that line.
Yeah, you try to avoid it, but you shouldn't avoid it too much, in a sense that you're way off the racing line. Though there's also a balance between okay, you're away from the rubber, but is there more? Is it more wet in that area? So when you're looking at the track, as the track dries, you could already see certain patches. So would you stick to that formula wherein you stay out of the rubber, or if it's a drier area, should you go back? So it really depends on how the track dries and how everything goes about. And even when it rains a little hard, there are certain streams in areas that you have to completely avoid.
And as you said, this is what makes this so important of a warm-up or a formation lap, is because this is the only time that they're going to be able to really feel that grip without too many consequences.
Yes.
They're going to have to sort of, because as you said, sometimes it's not as scientific. You can't draw the best, fastest line around it. You've got to adapt to how the conditions are, and so it might be a very non-traditional line. You got to feel it, like you see them swerving like that. They're feeling the grip. They're seeing, oh, geez, do I stay on the line, off the line? Because when you get off the line, we talked about the laying rubber down on the ground. We've had how many races since yesterday? So there's a good amount of rubber on the track, but there's also a good amount of marbles, right? The marbles are obviously, for those who are new to this, it's basically the rubber that flies off the tire, and it sort of goes onto the outside of the racing line. Now you're taught in dry racing to stay away from this.
Ooh, speaking of right there, and the at least the interesting part about that is he will still be able to go back to his position at the starting grid.
Yes,
yeah,
that's what I mean about free of consequences. To a certain degree, as long as you don't ruin your car, you can sort of make that mistake, go, okay, there's really no traction here, and then you'll be able to get to your normal script. And normal script, see, I'm holding the script, said script, your normal position. See, too much going on here at the booth right now. Let's give you a rundown of what the grid looks like. Remember, we did throw these, we did throw it around, right? So when you've got, let's say, for example, Jaron Messina, who finished first, he's now in 6th. Just in case you've been following it, you're a little bit confused, it is a reverse grid for the top 6. And let's read it out, starting with Alain Alzona in position number 1. That's pole position, so he finished 6th. He's from Alzona Racing, Team Toyota General Santos.
Yes, and for the second place, right behind him is Daniel Matsunaga from Toyota Gazoo Racing Philippines.
And then we have Paulo Ayo, and Paulo is from Edge Sport Racing Team, car number 31.
Then we have Jay Lau from OTR Racing Team, number 66.
And then Alan Palacios, car number 44, Toyota Team Cebu.
And for our first place in the last race, that is Jared Messina, and he is from Toyota Cebu.
And then we have Ian Rosales, also from Toyota Team Cebu. They had a clean sweep on the podium there, 1, 2, and 3.
Yep, all from Cebu. Then we have Bong Garbes from JBT Racing Toyota San Fernando.
Then we have Donny Gafud, and he is from, let's make sure we get that right, LJ Planting Dreams, car number 96.
Then we have another napakapoging Fabio Ide from Toyota Gazoo Racing Philippines as well.
And then from after Fabio Ide, it's Julia de Los Angeles, who sadly was leading the championship into the last race, and then was at the stall in the race and lost all the points. Julia is racing for the TSJ Avengers Racing Team, car number 61.
Yeah, but don't rule her out just
No
yet.
way.
You know, she had a good lead event in terms of overall. So, you know, she might just pull a Hail Mary and take this one.
Yes, absolutely. I have never counted her out. She has been a consistent driver throughout. And you know what? The fact that she's also with Team Avengers, they really screen their drivers. Anytime you get into the Vios Cup, you know you're already a very good driver. But yeah, Julia de Los Angeles is just on the cusp of her championship win. I know it's a little bit harder than it was before, but anything can happen in this sport. And we're looking forward to some very exciting racing here. Obviously, the rain itself has created another storyline altogether, or potential very exciting storyline. Well, at least for us. I don't know about for the racers. Probably some of them are really crossing their fingers, hope it dries up. But as I was speaking to them, a lot of them are really excited about the rain because they feel it's a great equalizer. Your talents really start to shine. Power is not, well, all the power is the same for all the cars, is not as important. It becomes more about how you read the track. And so, yeah, there you go.
Definitely different type of skill set, which might be in Julia de Los Angeles' favor.
Yes, absolutely. So now it's going to come down to its double points. We've been mentioning that before. Double points up for grabs for all the drivers over here. And these guys are going to be battling it out to make sure, remember, it's it. This is it. There's no more second chances. There's no more wait. It's just what happens here will define the 2022 season.
Oh, yes. It's going to be tricky. And I remember I was just talking to the stewards a while ago, and that there are certain places that you actually get awarded demerits, depending if you go over the track. Like Acacia is a very popular place. If you go over it more than 2 times, you actually get a 2-point penalty or something
Meaning
like that.
like you overshoot?
Yeah, if you overshoot, if you run past the track, into the
gravel trap.
Yes, because
Okay.
like some people do that on purpose to gain a lot more points. Obviously, it's not gonna happen. I doubt it'll happen here in a wet race, but that was something that I had no idea about.
Like people
before.
are cutting the track or okay.
Yeah, like okay, the best example. Okay, I had my last endurance race. I was racing with Tyson, and at the last turn, he literally cuts through the whole thing.
The grass.
Not the grass, the exit where you avoid the rumble strip. He's literally passed it in front of the wall and just goes through.
Okay.
Oh, it's a ballsy move.
Here I was thinking, what
And-
problem were they trying to solve? I mean, but obviously there was one. And this probably explains why we see on our sheet some penalty points that are handed down
Yes.
there. So our marshals and stewards being very, very strict here at the racetrack for good reason too. We've said this before, we'll continue to say it because it is important that these drivers learn the basics and the foundations of racing internationally. And the stricter you are now, the better it's going to be for them later on because they want to learn properly. And of course, they'll be somewhat flying the flag for Toyota when they go out. Even if they don't race for Toyota, people will know that you got your experience at the Toyota Vios Cup. And of course, Toyota want to make sure that they set out a great standard of sportsman-like drivers.
Definitely. All right, so the alarm has been set off, so that's usually a minute to go before they do their warm-up lap. And as you can see, I think it started showering again. I can see some wipers on right there, like number 8. That is...
Number 8 is...
Wait, I was gonna say,
Salimpusa.
okay, number 8, parang wala ata dito.
Oo nga eh. Are you sure it's not an 88, right? It's not
Pwede,
one number that,
pwede, para mas kita, di ba?
Yeah, I'm just like we don't have number 8 on our starting grids. Sumingit. No.
Ano, ghost driver yan. Secret racer.
But yes, you're right. It is mildly drizzling still. I saw the Supra go out. Supra, of course, being our official safety car. We can see the wipers there moving of all the cars, most of them at least. And this is going to not just it's not going to just be a drama for the the raindrops. It's also the fog. If you don't have the proper anti-fog put on side and the inside of your windscreen, you're gonna have a real issue later on.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, and especially when you're in the mid-grid, yeah, all those tires go up and then the water splashes in front of you. It's not as bad as it is in Formula, where visibility is basically to none, but it is still pretty bad over here. All right, they are off to their warm-up lap.
Yes, and this is one, like you said, they really need right now. They really need to use this warm-up lap and get all the iron out all the crinkles and make sure they figure out where the track is really soggy, where they can drive and feel the grip.
Ooh. Man, this is an exciting race. It hasn't even started and I'm already at the edge of my seat.
Yeah, we are too. We really want to make sure, with a wet race like this on the final race and the points so close, you're guaranteed. This is a recipe for pure excitement. So don't go too far. Don't go too far away from your screens, wherever you might be watching us from. You might be on your device, etc. Just get nice and cozy. We have 2 races to bring to you. Our promotional class right now, and then we will be putting the the super sporting and the sporting class into one grid. So you will be watching one race, but 2 different classes in that race. So just 2 races to get through today, and till the end of the 2022 TGR Vios Cup season. I'm so excited, Gab.
Can't wait.
Yeah, I know. It's just, especially when those 5 lights go out, that tension. Oh my gosh. And we've seen some spectacular things happen here in Clark, even in the dry. So in the wet.
Yeah, it's a free for all basically for everyone. It really depends on how much you adapt, because we don't know how wet it is, how dry it is, unless we're literally racing there with them. Obviously, it's still raining right now. It's not enough to make streams, but as I mentioned before, it's not enough rain to wash out all the oil. There's a lot of oil right now at the track. And when you get this, mixture between water and oil that it hasn't washed enough, it's gonna be a bit of slip and slide.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is the oil comes down from how many races have we had before this?
Yes.
So yeah, and then you mix that oil with the rubber, with the water, and
the debris and the marbles.
And the banana peels that we're throwing off the 3rd floor.
Yeah, and maybe some Super Mario stars that we could get extra over there.
Okay, here we go. I have to say, just before we get going, that it was a pleasure to hear that Supra take off earlier. Did you hear that? It just had that beautiful
sound.
Yeah. It's a lovely, lovely sounding vehicle. It went and it ripped up the front straight here in front of us. What a gorgeous car. Can't wait for to spend some time with that car. Great. Iconic.
Hint, hint.
Yeah. Iconic vehicle. Okay, so they are lining up now. This is their formation, warm-up laps all done. So the next time they go out, it will be all on.
Okay, let me get a better angle here. Kasi dito pa lang, if you look at it, you're already, one part is a little more dry than the other part. So, hindi lang yan pwede, okay, ito yung formula ng dry ng pagtimpla, di ba? It really depends on how much power you want to put, against the clutch and everything. So, are you gonna let it roll a little? Are you gonna let it skid a little?
Time will tell, but they don't have a lot of it right now. All the final checks are being done.
All right, I can see the green flag.
Green flags are out. That means the grid has been cleared. It's ready to roll, and on the race director's word, they will put the 5 lights out.
Okay. Red lights.
And they're off. It looks like a good start from car number 44. Car number 31 is that's Ayo, is closing the door a little bit. Looks like he's now into 2nd place, but he's on the outside of the corner, Gab. It doesn't look like he's going to be able to make that stick. That was Paolo Ayo in car number 31. Daniel Matsunaga in car number 7. Car number 19, Alain Alzona. Oh!
Ooh, 3 abreast right there a while ago. Ouch.
We were just talking about Paolo Ayo just getting there on the outside there, had made up some places, but he was on the wrong side of the track, and that has cost him dearly. Big spin out there, and I don't know if he will get up and going again, but that was definitely a huge blow to his championship and, of course, this race.
Yes, Alain Alzona hanging in there. He's doing defensive, and so far he's doing a pretty good job. Right now, we have a 3-way battle.
Yes, that's Jay Lau in the mix there.
And so far, Jay Lau has been doing. I think he is 2nd before the race 8, right? Oh, okay. He was currently in fourth place
Yes.
in overall.
All right, so let's check it out now as they come around. We have already had one car spin out here, but there are some battles brewing along up and down this grid. Right now, Alain Alzona still holding the top position. Car number 19. It's going to be a battle to the big, what do you call this one? You call it the big loop?
Big loop.
The big loop, right? That's the big loop here. This is always a very tricky one here. It's because there are different lines to this one. You can take it wide, you can take it tight, but in the rain, I think they're just going to take it nice and conservative over there.
Ooh.
At least Alain did, and it seems to have paid off for him.
Yeah, speaking of, I mean, even when you go past the big loop, okay, this isn't an overtaking corner, but there are so much load over that's happening because it's a right-hander, and you just pretty much let off over there. Well, at least at the dry, which comes to something that's really tight, which is the chicane. And you know, if you make a mistake on braking with that, you could easily spin out. But so far, the three have been at it. They're just pretty much, you know, at each other's bumper right now. As we mentioned, it's only been the first lap. There's still a lot more laps to go.
Oh!
Ooh! Number 66, is he gonna make it?
That's Jay Lau, yes, making a move on Alain Alzona. Certainly looks like he has some momentum going into that, and he went on the inside as well. Looks like he's got it done. Even before the corner, he's got it done already, and it is Jay Lau taking on Alain Alzona for the position, and now leads the race. Now, it looks like Alain is again under threat here, and he may lose the spot to Ian Rosales, and I think he did. He lost his spot.
Did.
There you go. That's how
Wow.
quickly it happens. You blink and you miss it.
Yeah, it's really tough being in the rain. You really have to build momentum. You can't really be jerky with the car. It's anyone's race right now.
And also when you're out there in the reverse grid situation, so when you start from finish 6th and then finish 1st, this is also something you're going to have to deal with. Is just by default, you know that you've got more experience and quicker drivers behind you. So it's inevitable that at some point they are going to pass you. So you must be able to deal with that feeling of being swarmed by quicker cars. And I think Alain did a great job in handling that pressure, don't you think, Gab?
Yes, definitely. You know, some people get rattled and they get off course, and especially with a wet race, it's easy to, like, you know, be a little jerky, and that extra input right there could easily make you spin. But he handled it well. He's still there. You know, even if with just one place or two, there's still 11 laps to go.
Absolutely.
Like what they said, no one wins on the first lap.
But you can lose on it.
Yes,
Right?
definitely. And speaking of, Julia de Los Angeles has just gained 4 spots.
So you see, we were just talking about not writing her off, and definitely, and she's now up and she's back in fighting position. The other ones that we need to watch out for here, well, I think Daniel Matsunaga is definitely somebody to watch out for. He's been doing quite well as well in the championship, but really, this Jay Lau is doing a pretty awesome job in this race. I mean, took it over from Alain and is now holding it. Ian Rosales is a proven race winner though, and Ian is right on his bumper. So it might not be long before we get to see a potential position swap over here.
Yes. Jay Lau managed to take that one. He is currently leading, but not far behind is Ian Rosales. Whew.
Yeah, and Ian was doing very, very well. I think Ian was actually at one point, yeah, he was second in the championship in the last race, so definitely a top contender there for the championship.
Yes, I think he's doing, in terms of overall, he's currently leading as far as I know. I haven't seen the official statement yet. We're just doing our, you know, primitive math right here, so don't blame us if we get things wrong. But so far, it's quite fascinating because we're not just looking at, you know, who the champion will be for race 9. We're already looking at who the champion will be for this whole year. And what I mean is the champion for season 2022. And that's big.
It's very big. And you know what's very, very tense too is that there are situations where we won't know who the winner is until award night. Because
Yes.
sometimes it's like, they don't have. I mean, it's happened before, especially if it's an event-filled race. We don't get the steward's decision on the day, and so the
Yes.
champion is eventually revealed in like a Miss Universe type of format where you just don't know. Your fingers are crossed, and you're going, I don't know if it's me or not. So.
That just adds flavor to it.
Oh, well, yes, it does. I mean, it's happened more than once in the Vios Cup history. Hopefully, we will be able to know today that there's nothing pending in the steward's office. So far, it looks pretty clean, at least for the top 3 drivers. There was no incident, so to speak of. The only one that we saw was Paolo Ayo, who's already out of this race.
Yeah, it's quite fascinating because when I got to talk to the stewards a while ago, I didn't realize how tough they have it, in a sense that they're over there, they're looking at everything, they have some cameras, but the access of having to review everything from onboard cameras to talking to the marshals on what happened, because as I mentioned, it's not just the incidents that they're reviewing, it's also like going off track, taking advantage of the stuff that you're not supposed to take advantage of. So those little demerits do pile up. I mean, even if they're just 2 points, 4 points, I mean, a point may be what makes you become overall championship or whatnot. Yeah, so I do understand why it takes that long to actually determine who the champion is, because it's not just reviewing one incident, it's every single lap. They can't blink, literally.
And you know what, Gab? It's not just the drivers; it's also the cars get scrutinized, right?
Yes.
So at the end of this, the cars are pretty much almost taken apart, and all the parts are inspected. And we've seen situations where people have been disqualified because of a different spark plug. Something as simple as that. I remember one year there was a spark plug, and they were arguing, saying it didn't give us any competitive advantage. It doesn't matter. It's in the rules. You're not allowed. It's a one-make series, and all the parts have got to be controlled. Otherwise, people would just be putting on whatever type of aftermarket parts, and it doesn't work out that way. So plenty to consider before we crown a champion, but I guess we will pretty much know by the end of this, especially we don't see anything major happening about who's going to win or who's not. But enjoy the race is all I can tell you. Enjoy this race, because the passing right now, we can see it being set up here with Ian Rosales against Jay Lau in the wet. We've got the potential to see some real fireworks here.
Yeah, it's quite fascinating because you only basically have a few chances to pass, and if you pass the wrong way, there's also a good chance that you scrub too much and you lose all that momentum. Like right now, Ian Rosales is almost half a second as near as Jay Lau in terms of lap times, and that's so close. So do you really want to prep? And everyone pretty much drives a different way. So there are going to be some turns wherein you're faster at either turn 1 or turn 4 or turn 11, or he's faster in certain turns. So you have to see where your advantage is, and that's what's nice about tailing someone. You could see their driving style. You could see where you could go, and it takes a lot of maturity to just stay there and hold back and wait for the right time to overtake.
Absolutely. Good thing that the Bridgestone tires are just as good in the wet as they are in the dry. That's not to say that they're exactly the same, because obviously racing in the wet. Oh!
Whew!
Yeah, a bit of a fight
Exciting.
there, yeah. But yes, at least they've got some great tires on them. Bridgestone have done a tremendous job in getting that balance between the wet and dry performance, like no other manufacturer out there that I know of. So, that's one thing up their sleeve, but still, a wet race is still a wet race. No matter what kind of tires you're on, it is just basic, physics and science,
Wow.
right?
Man, this is amazing.
And what's pretty amazing is the lead. The lead that's been built up. I mean, between Ian and Jay Lau, it's 0.3 seconds just 0.3 of a second, and then it's 6 seconds to the next, and then 9.
Yeah, there's really no chance to breathe right here. You can see that Ian Rosales is breathing down. Oh!
61,
Julia. Oh, that hurts right there.
Oh,
Julia
yeah.
has been doing a wonderful job. She's already at 7th place right now. Sadly, there was an incident. I don't know if it was a spin-off or did someone attribute to that spin.
I don't know, but I'm watching Ian and Jay, and these guys are really close. Like Ian is right on the bumper of Jay Lau.
Yes, as you can see, Ian is there. He's really fast, but it's another skill to overtake. And Jay Lau has been doing a tremendous job doing defensive line. I've been seeing him defending, especially in the first turn, and he isn't losing it.
He isn't at all.
Yeah.
So before they were doing around about laps, a 2:29 was about the promotional class.
29, 28, I think.
Yep, and so now we're in the 39:40, so 10 seconds a lap extra. Look at Ian and Jay.
Oh.
They're coming here to the big loop. You may want to turn around and check that out live away from the screen. Look how close Ian is, closing him right on the back. And that spray has got to be pretty difficult to deal with as well, right? I mean,
yes.
he's getting sprayed right in the windscreen.
He's getting sprayed right into the windscreen, and obviously the air that's coming out of that isn't, clean air in a sense. It takes guts also to be right at the bumper the whole time, because like a small break here and there, depending on how close you are, you might actually do a little, kiss, bumper kiss right there, and it's something that you want to avoid. But what I find fascinating over here, at the last turn, he's literally at his tail.
Look at this. Yeah, look at this.
Yeah.
He's right on his tail in the scariest part of the track for me.
And the slipstream off that.
He wants that slipstream, and he's right behind. So yes, Ian Rosales right behind Jay Lau. Keep your eyes trained on them.
Okay, he's gonna try to make a move right now. It doesn't take. He goes back wide.
But he wants to take that. Oh!
Number 36.
Bong Garbus.
Okay, I think that's gonna be okay. Depending
Safety car.
where it is, it looks like a safety car issue. Okay, I'm trying to.
Oh, it's on the
yeah,
main
that
straight,
is
yeah.
a safety car. That was a hard hit. Sadly, I mean, we were just talking about that. That the last turn is really tricky, especially when it gets quite wet like this. There is a small stream that builds up.
And Angeles.
And
is out.
there is
De
another
Los
one.
Angeles. Yeah,
Oh.
Julius is also stricken.
Oh, this is sad. Julia de Los Angeles, who was the current leader from race 7, is out.
Oh man, that's her championship hopes completely doused, and yeah, it's doused because even if nobody else finishes, sadly she lost her spot already. So this is a little tricky because
Ooh.
Are we under a
But
safety car yet?
Speaking of, okay, is it
Yes.
full yellow?
Well, this is what I need to confirm.
Okay,
Are we
this
fully out
is
of
gonna be tricky right here because they are at the bend right now. And yes, it is. It looks like it's a safety car issue. So we don't know if he actually went ahead. Oh,
You see, these guys didn't get the memo.
I don't think they even know. Oh, and that's gonna be tough.
It is tough.
Because if they both overtake each other, there's gonna be a penalty right there.
Well, yes,
yeah.
it's difficult to say because I can't see whether the course is a full course yellow.
It looks like, because I already saw the SC.
Well, yes, here.
Yeah. You could already see the SC right there, and that gives advantage to Elaine Alzona. Obviously, it might not happen during this race, but it will happen maybe after. When the stewards, obviously, we will leave the big boys to decide on
Absolutely.
that.
We got nothing to do with
This is a
this.
bit crazy. That's how intense the racing has been.
Yes, and just to give the benefit of the doubt, I mean, because we can't tell you from here, but the benefit of the doubt that when was the full yellow called? Was it called Because if they overtake, the rule is if they overtake under the full yellow, like right now, they're being waved, right? I saw the flags, they saw the flags. They cannot overtake each other. But what happened before that? Did they overtake under the yellows? Is the question the stewards are going to have to ask later on. We're not here to decide. We're not here to insinuate. We're just here to point out what we see.
Yes, that's gonna be a lot of replays yet again.
Yeah.
With the stewards, with the marshals, with the cameras. That's why we also have cameras over there. It really gives a different perspective, and especially when you're trying to look at certain incidents.
Yeah. And so have they caught up with the safety car yet? Because it looks like they've slowed. Yes,
Yes,
they've
they
slowed right
have.
down. So they've caught up with the safety car. No doubt we'll be hearing from the teams if there is a dispute on that. I don't know when exactly they pulled out the full course yellows or where they did wave those yellow flags. So maybe there is an opportunity or a situation where they overtook before the yellows were declared. I don't know. We saw the accident happen, but it is really when that full course yellow was declared.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, this might take another lap or two. Yeah, that corner, the last corner, is really tricky. Especially usually at dry, you take that flat out, and when you take that flat out, you see this. Yes, there is a gravel trap, not a gravel track, but there is a little bit of space where you could go ahead, but it closes up on you, and that wall that closes up on you, you know, it plays tricks on the eyes. I, for one, am one of the victims of that. I had a recent incident. I think it was last June or July with that. I totally thought that I had it. I was floored. Then boom!
Which
I
wall
spun
did you
out.
hit? The inside or outside?
I hit the inside.
Yeah, because that tends to be the
Yeah.
way that. And I didn't see how that happened. Perhaps we could get a replay, slow-mo, from the production side. Was that a result of the final corner?
Yeah, I think it was.
Because I've
think
seen,
it was.
yeah, you can crash that far down the straight just by trying to correct, and then I just didn't see it.
And especially with a track like this right now, it's really slippery. So as soon as you lose traction over there with the momentum and the speed that you have, you're just gonna spin. It's like a top spin that goes all the way, and it normally just flings you all the way to the inside.
And this is now going to separate the men from the boys, and I don't mean that in a sexist way. It's just a saying in terms of, like, once you see like a competitor go into the wall like that, it becomes a very real possibility. And do you let that hamper you? Do you let that affect you and your line and your speed, or do you just power through it? The difference between the the really great ones is no, they will take advantage of this moment, knowing that their competitors may think twice, and then they will actually keep their foot on the gas a little bit longer, because that's going to be their edge, is how much courage they have going in. But wow, there's so much. The price to pay for that is obviously very, very steep.
Yes, definitely. It's not just, the pain of like losing the championship or the points. It's also the pocket and a lot of the pride.
A lot of the pride indeed. And of course, this is not how you want to end your final race. You're going to have to go into a long season or off season, should I say, just running that through your head. Why did I do this? Why did I do that? Why didn't I just... So much to think about, but this is what makes racing so exciting, is because you're always forever balancing the risk against reward.
Yes, you know what? Obviously he's gonna come back a lot stronger. He's gonna learn a lot from this. I mean, there is an onboard. You're gonna see what you did wrong, how you could correct and everything, and it's gonna be interesting getting into the next season with Bong Garbes.
Yeah, absolutely. But you know what? The lessons you learn from this are valuable indeed, and but we always did say from the beginning of this race that they are not going to leave anything else out there. Everything's going to be left on the track, and in this case it's a bumper.
Yes, and speaking of, we were just talking about how delicate these things are, and obviously weight definitely matters. For the first place winner, last race, they got 50 kilos extra. Then I think 40 is the next. So that's at 10 kilos more. And for the people interested in what happened, here's a replay.
Okay, here we go. Okay, is this...
Ooh.
That is Julia.
Okay, so there was a collision.
Okay, so that was Julia de Los Angeles. It does look like it involved another car.
If we could see that replay again.
Okay.
Ooh, yeah, that's the aftermath.
Yes, I'm hoping we have some footage of how it happened. Okay, they didn't capture that one, but I would assume that came from the final corner.
Yeah, it's quite tricky, especially when it's raining. That final corner, the berm on the outside of the exit, actually
Yes.
has a lot of dips.
Yes.
So it's like just a pool of water just waiting for you. So it's really tough, especially when you're out there trying to max it out. You know, I don't know if I don't think right now it's dry enough for you to floor it, but it's a ballsy turn, and if you're really trying to go, you know, max with that, it's anything could pretty much happen.
Yep, and that's the thing is you do want to use all of that road, right?
Mm-hmm.
Especially, you know, that's the widest and fastest way around that corner. And by using all that road, it's that painted surface too that changes the traction completely. It's a different level of traction that you're used to. So if you're on the limit and then you hit that paint, wow, it's as easy as that. And although we don't know exactly what happened here, that would be my best guess of what happened.
Yes. So you can see there, as it pans through, you can see that small stream right there, and it happens right near the mid corner. So at that mid corner, you're pretty much at the most input, or you know, right before you're trying to take it out. So it's kind of tricky because you have to be as straight as possible getting into that stream. If not, you're gonna aquaplane.
Absolutely, and now we're checking out to see when the safety car pulls off its lights. Once those lights in the safety car go out, that will indicate it will indicate the start of racing. And that's what we're looking forward to seeing, because we've already lost a couple of laps here under the safety car, and we're hoping that we can still get 5 more racing laps after this. But safety is paramount. So whatever the race director does decide, that is what we will support and stick by. He's got a very, very, very important job here, but the lights are still on.
Yeah, it looks like it might be the next lap. Obviously, it's not just getting the car out, it's getting all the debris out. It was a pretty intense crash in a sense that, you know, there were a lot of things obviously that flew around. Not just with the car, but also with the mud and everything, and they need to make it safe for the drivers.
Absolutely. Now, the lights are off, Gab. The lights are off.
Oh, nice.
Yes, so that means we are racing at this lap, right? As soon as they cross this start-finish line, which they are going to be approaching in about 30 seconds or so.
So Ian, it has a different style. Remember when we saw Gerald Loy, wherein he took off right after the big loop. Ian is taking it really slow, and I'm assuming he's just gonna start it right at the double A.
Yes.
So that's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be a big slingshot. No, he's even slower now. Wow, but he dictates the pace. Okay, is it gonna be? Oh wow, this is interesting.
Oh my gosh, it's almost a full stop.
That is crazy, but he dictates pace. Wow. All right. Okay. The anticipation right now. Wow.
Wow, he's almost come to a full stop there.
That's you know, maybe.
And he's going. He's off.
Woo! You know, this is unique. This is the first time I've seen this type of style right there. But so far, it looks like it's advantages to him, because he's gained a tremendous lead. Oh, wow. As strategies go.
You know, I guess it's also the mind games too. You build up a little bit. You get them excited and off their game going, what's he doing? What's he doing? What's he doing? Hey, as long as he's within the rule book, that's fine. So as long as you stick within the rules, you're allowed to frustrate your opponents for sure.
Yeah, that's something that I don't see every day.
Yeah, that was pretty much brought to almost a full stop.
Wow, but look at that. Okay, you see Jay Loud really trying to gain ground right there. He's maximizing it. He's hitting the berms, you know, just trying to catch up because Ian did a good takeoff.
Yeah, that was a very that was clever. Frustrating, I'm sure, for those who are behind. But you know what? That you're not there to make friends. You're there to win a race, and as long as it stays within the rules, which to me it looked like it. I'm not the one who decides on it, but it looked like it. Didn't look like anything was you know, out of the ordinary there. It just looked like that was his strategy, you know, and you're allowed to do that strategy. And it didn't come down to a full stop. So I think that's the only time it becomes a real problem, if you bring them down to a full stop.
Yes, it'll be an interesting conversation piece after this. I'd love to get in the minds of like Ian and Jay, you know, what they thought right before and how before it started. So, whew. Wow, this is gonna be an interesting race. Even before this, I really want to know what happened before with the yellow flags and everything as well.
Yes, absolutely. That's something that we don't normally in, but this is done in other race series.
Ooh! Wow, this is an interesting turn to get into. Wow. That's
pretty
a
sensational.
ballsy move right there. I'm not sure if there was contact. It looked like there was a little bit side by side, but that turn, because when you get into it, yeah, it's pretty much you're just supposed to let off. But that small area, there's so much marble there. Because that's one of the places that has the most scrubbing. And as you can see, there's a lot. It's very defensive right now. Whew. Whew.
That was pretty close, and now we have 3 laps here to go, and we got Jay Lau ahead of Ian Rosales. Will he be able to make this stick all the way through to turns number 1, 2, and 3?
You know, I've noticed Ian Rosales being really good at the exit of the last turn, coming into the first turn. Though, does that convert into another overtake? We do not know. We have 3 laps to go, so it's gonna be interesting. And for me, being behind him again, it could get quite frustrating. Wow.
Okay, clock 2. All right, so we're back into the racing action. Sorry about that. Oh, look, he's been pushed a little bit wide over there. A little bit wide. They're going to come down to the wire here. We got the checkered flag out, Gab. The checkered flag is already being prepared.
Oh, wow.
Yes, the checkered flag is being waved.
Oh!
Oh, here we go. Let's see it. Checkered flag is out. And it's car number 66, Jay Lau, ahead of Ian Rosales, Elena Ozona, Daniel Matsunaga, Fabio Ide, Alan Palacios, and Julia de Los Angeles, Jaron Messina, Dondi Gafud, and Paolo Ayo in the 10th position there. What a race indeed. Wow, that was backwards and forwards for a little while there. And in the end, it was Jay Lau who took the honors. We are still going to have to pull out our calculators to see how this fared out in the championship. But what a thrilling end to a very thrilling race. And I'm sure there's going to be a lot of stories being swapped in the paddock there.
Yeah, that's going to be, that's amazing. We knew we were going to get a lot of action today. I wasn't expecting this type of action. And that's what makes Clark and the Vios Cup so amazing. Woo!
Woo! Catch your breath, because we're going to have to do this all over again very, very soon, Gab. We still have the sporting and the super sporting class.
Oh, wow. Okay, it does look like the rain let off a little bit. I don't know if my eyes are deceiving me. It looks like it's not raining anymore, so it should get a little drier. Obviously not enough for a full dry race by the time sporting and super sporting comes in. But yeah, we're going to get even just a smidgen of grip a little more.
And that is the final race for race number 9 for the promotional class. Jay Lau taking the lead there in what was a very, very thrilling race. We did see a couple of DNFs over there. Paolo Ayo was one of them. Bon Garbis was another one. But it looked like Julia was able to at least fight back and then end up in 7th position. For whatever that's worth, she did score some points. It's always great that, you know what, even if it's not for the championship, finish the race, you get some valuable experience from that.
Yes, definitely. So this is our final provisional lineup. Is in position number 1, number 66, Jay Lau. 2nd is Ian Rosales. 3rd, Elaine Alzona. 4th, we have Daniel Matsunaga. 5th, Fabio Ide. 6th, Elaine Palacios. 7th, Julia de Los Angeles. 8th is Jared Messina. And on 9th is Dondi Gafu.
Yes, and wow. Let's, I don't have my calculator here, but I guess we're just going to have to wait to see what those final results are. I'm also just very, very tense about the sporting and the super sporting class, because that is even tighter. We have 2 different grids bunched up into the same grid, or 2 different classes in the same grid. And it's going to be everything to play for again. Inigo Anton versus John Dizon. That's coming up in just a little while. Hopefully we can get some slow-mo action here. And not just slow-mo action, I can't wait to talk to the drivers to jump.
Yes, I cannot wait to hear what has been going inside their minds while they were racing this race.
Yeah, especially, you know, like, I don't know if Judd's going to ask them about the yellow flag. You know, whether there was one, whether they were aware of one, when it was called out. It would be interesting to know what the drivers say about that.
Yeah, it definitely will, because the whole time, Jay Lau and Ian Rosales were at each other's tail. And usually, especially when you're there, you're battling for first, you get this certain tunnel vision. So you can't really, I wouldn't be surprised if, you know, it came before or maybe after. We don't really know. As we said, you know, we leave it to the stewards to do the final decision on that.
Yeah, because, you know, we're used to watching, like, sort of, you know, Formula 1 racing or those types of racing where they have radios in their cars. So it's automatic. They see it on the steering wheel. Normally it flashes up yellow. They see that. Even they don't have the physical flags. Those are only backups. Here, it is the physical flag. So, you know, whether by the time you get that information out, if they pass the booth, for example.
Yes.
I'm just giving scenarios here just for the people who don't understand. If they pass the booth just before the yellow flag, the guy got the order to put the yellow flag out, then it's perfectly legal. Because they can only go on what they see from the marshals on the track. And certain things can happen over there. And that normally means that, well, I'm just creating a scenario where it could happen where they didn't see it, or it didn't actually. It happened after the fact.
Yes.
And it's
So
a perfectly legal
we,
pass.
we don't know if, because it was Ian Rosales who looked like he overtook. So we don't know if Jay Lau was trying to get it back also from Ian Rosales or vice versa. So it really depends on. We'd love to see videos of that. Though unfortunately, it's yellow flags are tricky. It's really hard to see where it started. It's a very time-sensitive issue.
Absolutely, and as always, full benefit of the doubt. They see a different thing than we see up here. We just are very, very excited to get a thrilling race like that, and very soon we're going to be able to talk to the drivers. And maybe I can see Judd there on the other side, ready to ask. So when we cross over, I'll probably give him a little nudge and say, "Can you ask about the yellow flag?" But
yeah, I hope he could hear us now. Hi, Judd.
oh, I think he can. I think he certainly can. But wow. I'm still catching my breath. We lost a couple of cars there. That one on the main straight, that was pretty bad. But these cars are so durable.
Mm-hmm.
We've seen them get fixed up and race in the next race. So, but now let's check out the slow-mo action and see what we caught on cam there. This is the start we're looking at. Alain is ahead of the pack now. It was Alain that I think he was staying wide out there. And you really don't want to do that in... and it was the one that suffered the most here, I think, was Yao.
Yes, that was... I want to see if there was actually a bump or it was just a spin because he was pretty much outside.
Yes,
Ooh.
Hard to tell from that angle, but I could just see that he was coming down and eventually just wasn't able to get the line in. And that's it. All you need to do is just touch somebody and it's all over.
Yeah, especially with a track condition this wet, it's just a small nudge. Some people think that it needs to be a big force of action. It could even be momentum. It could be like a kiss from the car, and it just that small nudge just spirals you into another spin.
Sometimes just an aggressive lift off the throttle is enough to...
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. In the wrong part of the track, you lift off the throttle, the rear goes light, and you throw the weight to the front, boom, it's spinning.
Yeah, it's all about the balance of the car, especially in a track like this, where not the whole track is just like flat. There's a lot of elevations and descents over here, more on the descents parts than the elevation. But from the elevation also, as it goes,
ooh, nice drifting there.
Yeah, good save for number 44 right there.
Yeah, that was good counter steering.
Yeah, I think that was the one with Julia de los Angeles. Sadly, as I remember, we saw a slow-mo of another part of that it actually involved an incident with another car.
Okay, here is the overtake of Rosales against Jay Lau.
Yes.
Now, I'm just trying to keep my eyes open to see if there are any marshal stations there. So Rosales is able to take... You see, I don't see any, but it's not necessarily in our view, but...
It's a bit tough, though.
There was a yellow.
Yeah,
Did you see that? I saw the yellow being waved.
That's the thing. So was the yellow wave before the hairpin? Because the marshal, I think the last booth before that would be all the way at the yellow pit, the hairpin.
Yeah.
I mean, at the hairpin. And if it's at the hairpin all the way to the next, that's the whole straight.
That is. Well, why don't we find out by asking Judd. So Judd, if you're out there and you can hear us, I know you've got your own set of questions, but what we're a little confused in over here is between Ian and Jay Lau, was there the yellow flag when they were changing positions, or was it before the yellow flag? Perhaps you could clear that up for us.
I got you, James. Don't worry. We'll ask Jay here, and yeah, the fastest man to cross the finish line in this race. Jay, first, let's set the premise here. A couple of months ago, you self-proclaimed yourself the DQ king, and then you took back-to-back firsts, and then now you close out this season with another win. Talk to us about that. Yeah, actually, we had a really rough time this season, Judd. Thank you. Our team, OTR, you're the best. They really worked hard to get we had a lot of misfortune, DQs here, penalties here, jump start there. So I always had 0 points, And then coming into this last leg, yesterday, unfortunately, I got hit by my bogey Brazilian driver. So I ended up at 7th. So another hill climb, another challenge for me. And then today's race, I was really struggling because it was so hot in the car. I ended up 5th, but upon the grace of God, thank you, Lord, something happened with the 3rd and 4th position, and it bumped me up to 3rd. So with that, I was back in the points, baby. Jay, I want to ask you, actually, James and Gabby really wanted to know about that situation where the yellow flag was put out, there was a safety car, but there was an intense battle happening right there between you and Ian. From your perspective, did your jockeying happen before the yellow flag, or what was the comms too between you and the team? So to tell you a little bit of the story, I had a good launch. I started at 4th, and then I got a good launch. I think I ended up at 2nd, and then Elaine was in front of me. Then after a few laps, I passed him because it was raining so hard. The rain was pouring, and then stopped, rained again. My wiper was like this. I was doing it with my hand because I couldn't see anything, and I was like, because I'm short, right? Oh man, that's tough. But then the safety car before the safety car was deployed, Ian overtook me, and he was really fast. Ian, props to Ian. He was really strong competitor. And then I had to turn on my aircon for the pace car because I had to get rid of the fog, right? And then when the dust settled, he got away from me at the start line. And then I don't know, I had to Max Verstappen him or something. Indeed you did. And congratulations, Jay. Definitely Thank you. had one heck of a race. Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you very much, bro.
And of course, we have to bring in Ian Rosales of Toyota Team Cebu. Also with Elaine Alzona. Here we'll have them at the same time. First, Ian, again, I guess from your perspective as well, from that jockeying from position, because to some of us who weren't, on the track, it looked like it might have happened while the yellow flag was out already. But what did you see there in that opportunity to overtake Jay? With the safety car was almost out right at that time.
Yeah, but at that time, I think I overtook Jay before the... before the safety car.
Okay. So there, James and Gabby, from both drivers, they felt like it happened before the
safety car.
And well, earlier you didn't really want to have the spirits too high because there was still one race, but I think right now you're feeling really good, I'm guessing.
A bit down because Jay got the championship. So, the promotional championship. So, congrats to Jay. He's a really good driver. And right now I'm just out of words.
Still, congratulations.
Thank you.
It's been a great day. Congratulations,
Thank you.
Ian.
Thank you.
An incredible season for you as well. Let's bring it back to James and Gabby.
Well, thanks for clearing all that up. I'm glad they have a better perspective than we do. They see more than what we see. They're the drivers of the car after all. So I'm glad that they're able to clear that up. Let's just do a quick intro right now for the grid for the sporting and the super sporting class. Starting with in pole position, it is John Dizon from the Avengers Racing Team.
And up in second is Inigo Anton from Toyota North EDSA Avengers Racing Team.
And then it's car 81, Red Diwa from JBT Racing Toyota Isabella.
Up at fourth is Brian Ko from R Racing Team.
And that's followed by Gerard Loy, and Gerard is racing for the R Racing Team.
Yes. Then Lord Seno, I just have to say thank you, Lord Seno, for your goodies. And this would be his final but beautiful race. And he is from Team Cebu.
Yes, and we've got Joaquin Garrido from Toyota Otis Avengers Racing Team, car number 63. He's in 7th place.
Yes, and we have Michael Kiliani Jordan of the Jordan Racing Team.
And he's only first driven this Vios Cup car last Wednesday. That was his first time, and he's
Wow.
already up there. So doing well. He's already been in karting, and his dad's superbike champion. We got 9 in car number 9, or sorry, position 9, Troy Montero. In car number 6, Toyota Gazoo Racing PH.
Then we have a 10th Myla Olivia from JBT Racing Toyota Isabela.
And then after Mila, we have Russell Cabrera, Toyota Team Cebu.
Roy Sarmiento, RMS Cars Racing Team.
Giro Garbes, JBT Racing Team, Toyota San Fernando Car 21.
Daryl Garbes from JBT Racing Toyota San Fernando.
And in 15th place, we have Elise Menorca in car number 13. That's Toyota North EDSA Avengers Racing Team.
Then Miguel Quinones from Toyota Balintawak Avengers Racing Team.
And I don't believe he's here today, but he's in that category. Daryl Taylor, car number 12, Toyota Marilao Avengers Racing Team. So we're ready to go racing. Are you ready to go racing, Gab?
Yes.
Are you sure?
Woo!
Can you handle it?
More than ready. And that indeed is our final lineup. As we mentioned before, this is a mashup between super sporting class and sporting class. This is the creme de la creme, the cream of the crop. This will vie.
Okay, well, just a little context for people watching out there. Car number 41, which is in pole position, is John Dizon, who is currently leading this championship, right?
Yes, you know what? I think...
Okay, well, I'm not sure on the points exactly.
Oh, no.
But
Wait.
I'll tell you this. At least I know he needs to win this race to win the championship. If he doesn't win this race, if he's in second, third, or fourth, he does not win this championship. Inigo has to also win to win this championship. So it's going to be very, 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 very tight.
So, okay, this is where it gets interesting. Because I remember a while ago, I think it was from someone of a sporting class that actually had 6th. So is it because they're in different categories that he stays in he doesn't jump up all the way to first?
In terms of...
Yes, I think it was Roy Sarmiento. Or it's already like, I don't know if the penalties are given, because I think he ended up 6th a while ago, so I thought he was going to be, you know...
It could be like that.
Yep.
But car number 41 takes off, and it's Inigo Anton who gets a better line going into the front. Inigo Anton now leads this race, and technically at least leads the championship for now. Well, provisionally, of course, assuming that they end up like this. Inigo Anton on the inside line as they come into turn number 1. This is going to be a very crucial and important turn for the young driver, as John Dizon is right behind him. But it looks like John might have lost another place. Let's get another camera angle into that as we come down the corkscrew. No, yes, John has lost another place. It looks like Red Diwa behind him. This is tragic news for John Dizon, who has to win this race if he wants to win the championship. Great news, though, for Inigo Anton, who is leading this championship race, and Inigo is not carrying the ballast that he was carrying before. So Inigo is in a very, very good spot. If you want to talk about strategy, it couldn't have worked out any better for the young driver as he leads this race and is currently in, well, a whisker of the championship, or let's say 12 laps away from the championship, but it's too early to call.
You know what? That was an amazing start, especially, you know, in wet races. The start really matters, and awesome start by Inigo Anton and Red Diwa. That's 1-2 right there. They're still bunched up together. It could be anyone's race right now.
Absolutely. Now, I don't know where Red Diwa figures in the championship, but I do know that Inigo Anton needs to win this championship if he wants, or win this race if he wants to win the championship. I cannot take my eyes off the screen to start doing some dirty math. So I'm just gonna have to say, just watch and make sure he wins the race if he wants to win the championship. I don't know what happens after that. If we get a break, if the action subsides a little bit, we'll try to work it out. But other than that, you're looking at a very, very exciting and explosive situation right now, as Inigo Anton has taken the jump on his rival, John Dizon, and he's taken not just first place, more importantly, he's bumped down John Dizon into, is it 4th? We have to check with the camera.
Yeah, they're about to exit the big loop right now, and as they hit the start-finish line, we're gonna get our refreshed, basically, with the times, and we could give you an update on that. But so far, if Inigo Anton keeps this pace and leads all the way to the finish line, he could be very well our season champion.
Absolutely, and wow, what a season. This is his first season in the Vios Cup. Can you imagine winning that in his first season?
Wow.
It wouldn't be the first time it's happened, but it'll be still an amazing story, and I know that if he's nervous, his father's even more nervous than he is.
I'm sure Carlos is over there, you know, doing all sorts of like meditation, just focused on his son. But wow, look at that lead. That's a tremendously big lead right there with Inigo Anton. Red Diwa doing a good lead as well, away from like breaking away from the pack.
Okay, the other one that he has to watch out for because
number 55.
Oh, that's Brian Coe and John Dizon, but it's back. He's back. He hasn't lost too many spots. Well, actually, no, he's lost a few spots, but he's still back in the race. John Dizon, I don't know if that's going to be looked at. Couldn't see what happened there, but it did end up with one car, Brian Coe, flying off the track, gaining control of it, and he's rejoined the race but lost some positions.
Yeah, that's gonna hurt because Brian Coe, as far as I remember, was in the top 5 for overall points.
Now, the other one that you need to watch out for is the guy appearing on screen right now, Gerard Loy. Gerard Loy is somebody to watch too because he is also an outside threat to the championship of Inigo Anton.
Yes, he won the last race, and this guy is a very, you know, stealthy, smooth operator. Like what we saw a while ago. No one knew, like everyone was battling in front of him, and there goes Gerald Loy, sneaks in and takes first place.
Now, the only thing that Gerard has that's going to be a problem is he would have picked up some extra ballast from winning that that race, and that's going to play into Inigo's hands. But like we talked about, there are so many different lines in the wet racetrack that it is not as crucial. The weight, if you play your cards right, you can actually get a little bit more traction in the corners using that weight to your advantage. Of course, you still are sacrificing your braking and your acceleration, especially in the long straights. But you know what? A clever driver can drive around those problems, and Gerard Loy is a very clever driver.
Definitely. You know, Inigo Anton looking extremely comfortable in the wet right now, followed by Red Diwa, who has also broken away from the rest of the pack. He is still about a second or more away from Inigo Anton. Let us see how the pace goes as the laps progress.
And Red Diwa, of course, another very established, proven race winner. So he's somebody else to watch out for because, again, I'm not sure exactly where the championship standings are because we haven't got the official results that are signed off by race control. So we can't tell you exactly what that's like. But we know that if Red Diwa overtakes Inigo Anton, it's not going to be good for the young driver. We'll still have to do the math, but I tell you, just stay ahead if he wants to win the race. Inigo Anton, that's his chance of winning the championship. But Red Diwa, again, very, very determined driver, very, very good driver indeed, and is going to be putting that pressure on Inigo Anton.
Yeah, and let's go to sporting class. And so far, at first is Joaquin Garrido, who was, at least for race 9, was 3rd overall. So it's going to be interesting to see that he's first so far. Roy Sarmiento is, you know, kind of all the way at the back right now at 12th place. So we're gonna see if, you know what, I'm looking at it now. So I don't know if there is a switch up on both super sporting and sporting class.
A switch up?
A switch up, like for 6. So there's a switch up since even if it's in the same grid. So technically 12 different cars switched it up.
Oh, I see what you mean. So it's 1 to 6 for each class. And,
yes, and 6 to 12 for the next. So it could actually be like that because I was wondering why Roy Sarmiento was so far away. At first I was thinking maybe it's deductions. Then now looking at it, it could actually be because of he was technically first.
Okay. Well, we'll have to confirm that later on with race control to give us whether that is. But I see what you're saying, and I see the theory. It could be exactly that, Gab. But right now, I'm just too fixated here on the action. Brian Coe right in the thick of things. is mixing it up with a bunch of cars here. They're two abreast and they're pretty deep. It's a nice big. Oh, look at that! Can you see them coming into the big loop over here, side by side? It looks like he might have taken a spot. Is that Brian Coe that took that last spot there? He's certainly making up places. I just gotta make sure I see the number. That's car 43. That's Senyo. Yes, it was Brian Coe's making up. He's seriously making up some numbers here, some positions, and he's making up another one. He just got another one. Wow.
Well, he isn't in the top 5 for nothing. So.
Absolutely, absolutely, and he did have that situation there with John Dizon. Not whether they touched or not, we couldn't see it, but he did go off track with what looked like an incident between the two drivers. But he's clawing his way back. But Inigo Anton is now building up a bit of a gap from the rest of the pack here. He just crossed the line, and he is exactly 1.8 seconds ahead of John Dizon.
He is flying so far.
Red Diwa, should I say, is behind him. John Dizon is in 4th place. Jared Loy is in 3rd. All of these people are threats to the championship of Inigo Anton. And remember, with conditions like this, you don't even need to be racing other people. You can just fly off the track just on your own.
Yeah, and John Dizon and Jared Loy seem to be at each other's throats right now in a battle for 3rd.
Yeah. And this is playing very well into Inigo Anton's hands. Get yourself tangled up in there, waste some time there, battling it out, slowing yourselves down. I'll take the clean air, and I'm just gonna make some space between us.
Yes, yes. You know, there's so much factors at play when it comes to racing. You know, it's not just like trying to get the best times, but you know, you have to look in front of you, look behind you, look beside you. It's so much. And there's quite a big battle brewing between the sporting class. As you can see, it's non-stop switching here and there, back and forth. So right now we're looking at number 95.
This is a beautiful battle between these two.
Ooh,
95 is Russell Cabrera, and 21 is. Those guys have been swapping positions. Car 21 is Giro Garbes. And those guys were doing a beautiful little dance earlier. Clean, but they were swapping positions.
It's racing at its finest right over here.
Okay, let's check this one out as we are into, we have 9 laps left to go in a 12-lap race. It feels like we've been racing for an hour already. Maybe it's just all that tension, all the stress.
All the adrenaline right here.
But you know what? Look at that lead that Inigo Anton is building up. That's got to be really... Oh, I think he just needs to do that.
Ooh, and speaking of good save right there, there was a bit of an incident. I don't know if it was a spin just because of like taking it hot, or if there was a little contact over there, but good save from the driver. I didn't get the driver's number right now.
I think it was Giro Garbes.
Yeah.
It looked like Giro Garbes. Yeah, nice little save. He got the back end all fishtailing, but was able to catch it. Inigo leads from Red Diwa, Jared Loy, and that is John Dizon, car number 41 on your screens. Look at this lead that he's built up.
Whew, Inigo is flying right there.
He's flying, all right, and he's just got to keep it on the track, keep it shiny side up, Inigo, and you've got yourself a championship. But it's way, way, way too early to be calling it.
You know what? With the driving discipline Inigo has, I think, you know, the odds are very much in his favor right now.
They certainly are, but sometimes that puts also a tremendous amount of pressure because it becomes your race to lose. The good thing about Inigo is he's been racing since he was like 8 years old, so he's very, very used to the pressure. He's won championships before, karting, open wheel. I mean, he's won championships this year as well. So he's used to it. But it's still, every race counts, and right now, he knows what he needs to do. I was speaking with him earlier, and I said, do you approach it any different that it's a final race with double points? He said, absolutely not. I just treat it as another race. I can't think about things like that. But his dad was saying it's not the same for him. He said he's really, really stressed.
I could imagine. I would be the same if I were him.
You know, it is amazing because, you know, this is like 3rd generation already racers for their family, and they're racing against some of the same names. this is just how it is, you know. It's so it's breeding this new talent here, this third generation of talent here racing in the Philippines, and you'll see this name sticking around for a long time for sure.
Oh yes, you know, his career is just getting started. A very bright future for Inigo Anton.
Yeah, so this is exactly what we're looking at with the Vios Cup, is bringing, you know, creating and discovering these new drivers, giving them that training, and then giving them that opportunity to be able to forge a career internationally. And if I don't see this guy racing internationally in my lifetime, I'll be very, very, very shocked, because he's got exactly what it takes, and he's young enough, and one day we'll be seeing him fly our flag for sure.
Oh yeah, I pretty much think sooner than later.
Yeah, proudly on the top step of an international podium, I can guarantee you that.
Whew. All right. I'm not just quite sure if we have the laps right, because it says 9 laps to go.
8 laps, yeah. It's sometimes that hasn't been the most. We that tends to hang sometimes, but I'm always keeping an eye out there. If for nothing else, I keep an eye on the checkered flag from the start-finish line. That will guarantee me when the lap is about to end.
Yeah. So if these lap times are correct, Inigo is actually doing 2 seconds faster than everyone else. You know, he's doing 2 minutes 34s, and Red Diwa, who is already quick, is doing 2 minute 36. And the next one is doing 2 minutes 37. Oh, wait. There's actually a 27 with John Dizon. That's 10 seconds. So I don't know if that's...
Wait, he's doing a 2:20.
Yeah, right?
Wow.
Wait, I don't know if there's been a mix-up right over there, but I mean, that's a 10-second difference, if that serves us right.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Little sprinkle of magic dust
Yeah.
right over there. Let us see. Well, the track right behind us does not lie, so it's best to look at behind us, and let's see how the race is going.
Well, I can't see that he would be almost 10 seconds ahead, faster than the car in front of him, but not being able to pass him. So I would hazard the guess that it was a technical glitch.
It would be a glitch, probably. So far, you know, the top 4 have been steady with big leads amongst them. I think they've fallen into this certain groove coming into the last half of the race. The rest, meaning sporting class, it's still pretty tight. As look at this, side by side, number 95 and 21.
That's Giro and Russell. Giro Garbus and Russell Cabrera.
All the way into Akasha. Let's see.
Oh, they were
Yeah,
they've been fighting for quite a while right now.
Yes. You know, sometimes that takes a lot of the determination and perseverance, obviously, because it's not just physically exhausting fighting with someone from start to finish, but it's mentally as well. It is a mind game as much as it is physical.
Yeah, absolutely. You said it, Gab. And look at them. They're still going on there. Car number 95, Russell Cabrera and Giro Garbus. They're literally just side by side.
Yeah, they just switched up right now.
Yep. Switching positions. But our race leader is in a class of his own. John Dizon went on the berms there. Gab just swallowed her.
Yeah, I think he actually went past it and went back.
Yeah.
Whew.
Probably felt the lack of traction there. Said, okay, let's just...
Yeah, good save on him.
Well, let's check out his lap. Yes, you see, it can't be... He's now at 2:39. You can't say he was 12 seconds faster.
Yeah, with just
time.
one with just one lap. Yeah.
Oh, he's passed Gerard Loy though.
Ooh.
Oh, it hasn't stuck.
Let's
Gerard
see,
has been able to keep it. He did get on the inside, did get ahead of him, but wasn't able to make it stick. No. Because that's another thing about racing. You can get ahead, but you know what? There's another corner coming up, and if you're offline for that, you're just going to give the position back.
Yeah, you can't just look at the corner in front of you. Sometimes you have to look at 2 corners ahead, sometimes even 3, 4 corners ahead, because it really depends on how the track is oriented. You know, if it's a double-hander, yeah, you might have been able to overtake on the left, but it's coming into a right-hander. So if you're in the outside, you're still going to lose it. Oh, speaking of...
What a dive!
Beautiful dive. Let's see if he sticks it, because this is going to be all the way back straight. This is the longest back. The second to the longest.
Oh, my. Wow.
Woo.
That was phenomenal. That was a really nice, clean move. That was a dive.
Yes.
A pretty risky dive, but very clean, very fair. He dived right in there, and he made it stick. Good job, John Dizon.
Yes, and there's a reason why John Dizon has been winning in the past couple of races as well.
Just to put it into, give us some context, of course, Jared Loy carrying a lot of extra weight. I believe he's carrying a full 50 kilograms.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it was still a fantastic, don't take anything away from John, it was a fantastic maneuver, but he used that weight to his advantage.
Yes, Gerald sadly is carrying 10 more kilos against all his competitors, but that's what you get for being first place.
Yeah, that'll learn you. That'll learn you for winning.
I would still prefer first place.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
And you know, consider it as a stockpile of extra donuts with you.
Okay, let's see the lead that Inigo Anton has built up here as he comes to the start-finish line. We've got
tremendous lead right here. He is comfortable. He is flying in the wet.
You know what? I mean, at some point, I don't think it's happened before. I can't think off the top of my head whether it's happened, but the race director may just have to cut the race short if the light doesn't hold up.
Yeah, and you know, it's been a while since I've seen, you know, a race wherein they'd had to open up the lights because they can't see.
Do we have lights here to open up?
No, I meant the headlights.
Oh yeah,
you know,
the headlight.
It's been a long time. I mean, I could count it with like one hand the amount of times that, you know, they've had to open up the headlights, and that's how unpredictable Clark is. You know, we've been doing well in time. It's just a little past, you know, 5. And it should be bright and sunny.
Should be.
You know, I should be talking about the sunset right now.
Yes, exactly. We normally would be praising the sunset here, but it looks like, you know, we got rained out a little bit. It is a bit dark, but hopefully it should be okay until the end. The endurance racing, they don't race through the night here. It's only 8 hours.
Yeah, it's only 12 hours is the max, which usually happens in June. The one coming up next week is an 8-hour race.
Okay, precisely to avoid the fact that the track doesn't have track lights. So, okay. But headlights are on for all the drivers. You see them. I don't know how that helps them in these gloomy conditions, but you know, at least we can see them, and that's one plus.
That's one plus, and it makes for a dramatic race right there.
It does. And the photos are going to look sensational.
Oh yes, definitely. And look at this slipstream right here. Wow, is that number 71 and 63?
23.
Okay.
Michael Jordan.
Whoo.
From the Jordan Racing Team.
The Jordan Racing Team.
Yeah, so I was having a quick chat with him too. His dad is a superbike champion in the U.S.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and he is a karter as well. So he comes
good foundation right
there.
there.
He's got good foundation. And obviously, he came in, he joined the super sporting class, and he's holding his own. Is this sporting or
sporting class?
Sporting
yes.
class.
And he's been doing really well.
Yeah. He had a good pass in his last race that we saw. Okay, I think Inigo is building up the gap even more. Watch, he crosses the line. And let's see how before Red Diwa. It's 4 seconds at least, maybe 5. 5.4.
5.4, and he's half a second faster than everyone else.
Oh my, I can just...
Yeah, this is a way to solidify a win. Anyways, we don't want to say anything until the checkered flag happens, but it looks like... all luck and, determination is going to Inigo Anton, who looks like he may take it. We have 4 laps to go, and it's it's pretty intense right here.
It's very, very intense. And John Dizon, who was the biggest immediate threat to Inigo Anton, is now down in 3rd place. So he's got a buffer. But look, there are 4 laps to go. John has already managed to climb a couple of places. And so he is very, very, he's still a threat.
Yeah.
He's still very much a threat.
You know what? I was predicting that Red Diwa would be kind of like a dark horse right now for this final leg, because he did really well in the last race and over here. But when Inigo Anton gets first, I think all bets are off. And we are down to our last lap, ladies and gentlemen. This is it. If you want to overtake, it is do or die. Do it now or forever hold your peace.
Okay, it looks like we might be cutting the. We're getting verbal cues saying it's a last lap. Our screens still say there's 4 laps to go, so it could be that they're shortening the race due to the light. I'm looking out for the guy with the checkered flag, because it's what makes that very official. Inigo Anton, if this is the last lap, is coming up to cruise for his first Vios Cup Championship. Will he be able to get it done? He certainly has. He's in a position to do so.
Definitely. You know what? With the lead he has, he could actually play it safe and cruise on with 1 more lap to go.
Well, I'm still keeping an eye on the flags, because that would be the clearest indicator of whether we are in the final lap or not.
I think maybe the incoming lap would probably be the last lap, because I haven't seen the checkered flag on standby. You know what? Let us see. As you can see, look at the beauty of that.
It's a board.
It's a board.
It's not the last lap.
It might be the last lap now, though. Yeah, it looks like, I saw part of the board that said last lap. So this might very well be the last lap. They're cutting it a few laps short. And yeah, if you want to do something, now's the time.
I think we better check the race director. He might be being held hostage by Carlos Anton. Cut it short! Cut it short! No, I'm just kidding. Of course, he wouldn't do that. But if I was the dad, I would be doing that. Cut it short! It's dangerous! Come on, end it now!
You know what? You actually sound like Carlos right now.
If you can hear us, Carlos, we're totally joking. We know that you are a sportsman and you would just want your son to win on his own merit and not by locking anybody in a closet and race directors. This is how rumors get started. All right, Inigo Anton, we are being told again, this is the last lap. He's got a very comfortable lead ahead, which means he's just got to keep it on track. He's been driving a brilliant controlled race. He just needs to do this for another half lap as he comes down to the back straight, headed towards Acacia. He's got a good gap between himself and Red Diwa and his arch rival, John Dizon, there in 3rd place.
Yeah.
He's driving past us.
They are comfortable. So far, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th have solidified their slots. Just as long as they no errors, they make it all the way to the finish line. Yes. I think you're looking at our future top 4 right here.
Okay, Gab, I can see from the corner of my eye a checkered flag being brought out by the start-finish line. If that checkered flag is out, that means we are just about 15 or 20 seconds away from declaring a champion, albeit a provisional champion, but without any controversy. Let's check out down the back. There's Acacia. We have some action brewing down there. But if nothing happens over there, let's train our eyes back to your race leader, Inigo Anton. And if our checkered flag is being pulled out, that's all that separates him from his first Vios Cup Championship.
It looks like we're gonna be crowning a champion in a few seconds.
We see already all the marshals. We see the yellow shirts coming out. The checkered flag is out. Inigo Anton on the last turn. Keep it clean, Inigo Anton. We have a new champion for the super sporting class, followed by Red Diwa and John Dizon in 3rd place. What a race. What a championship! Let's go and check out the sporting class before we get too ahead of ourselves. Gab.
Wow, that's amazing right there. What a race. Way to end the series. So, our top 4 is Inigo Anton,
Inigo Anton, Red D1,
John Deason, Gerald Loy, Brian Ko,
Lord Seno. Now, in sporting class,
Ooh, yeah, that's been pretty tight the whole day. Joaquin Garrido in first. Michael Kiliani Jordan in second. Wow. Good job. Giro Garbes in third. Troy Montero, Russell Cabrera, Royce
Sarmiento. Wow. Wow. This is like, look at the sportsmanship here. We got Inigo in between Red Diwa and John Dizon. And I'm not sure what they're yelling out at each other, but you know what? With a hard-fought fight like that, and it was clean. I mean, it was totally clean. Inigo had a clean start, and he led from the beginning. There was no contact, no rubbing, no threat there. It's just he had a very clean start, and he never let go of that lead from start to finish. In fact, he just kept building up on it to the point where he was over 5.5 seconds ahead of the rest of at one point in the race. Then he kind of seemed like he kind of chilled back a little bit, preserved the car, or at least preserved what was left of the tires, etc., and just cruised to his first Vios Cup championship. It's been an honor to see this because we saw this development right before our very eyes.
Yes, this is history in the making right here. Inigo Anton, way to dominate the race and way to bag the crown.
Yes.
Wow, he is our champion, so to speak. Provisionally, he is our 2022 series champion.
Absolutely. At least, like Gab said, provisionally, he is our champion. And we will find out, of course, from race control if there's anything. But what can you possibly say coming into this race? He was out on his own the whole time.
Yep.
I mean,
Start to finish.
Unless the trees protest, you know. I mean, there's really, I can't think of a reason that they would strip him of this. Well, of course, there's the car, right? I mean, that's the only other thing we don't see is if, you know, he bolted the supercharger, which we know he didn't do that. Of course, he's running a stock Vios.
Knock on wood on that. But yes, you know, when it comes to scrutineering and everything, they are, you know, down to the nail. They're very specific. They want it safe. They want it equal. So it could be a matter of, like, you know, losing a bumper and you don't make the cut in terms of lightening.
Yeah,
so
absolutely. Lightning, exactly. Weight, that's a huge thing.
That's a huge thing. It could be just like, you know, oh, your side mirror fell off and, oh, no, you didn't make the cut.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
You're underweight. Yeah.
Yep.
Wow.
Yep.
But
yeah, before getting into the car, you ended up peeing. Before, you know,
okay,
that could be lightening.
I think they make allowances for that, but yes, we see
But
where you're headed.
you know, but that could actually happen.
Well, wow, I'm just speechless because wow, this has been such a journey for Inigo Anton. We were talking about him from like last year before. Wonder when he's going to join the Vios Cup Championship, and you know, you didn't think he was going to just dominate. I mean, no, he didn't dominate. That's not the right word. He was consistent.
Yes,
he was very consistent.
And with like series, consistency is key. It's not just like, okay, winning the first race and second race, you know, you didn't finish or something like that. You don't win championships by things like that. You win championships by consistency. And now he's going home with a brand new spanking car.
Absolutely, yes. And that could be his Vios Cup car for next year.
Yes. Woo.
Exciting stuff. And of course, congratulations to Team Avengers as well. They have another champion under their belt. They've got a multitude amount. I've lost count of how many champions they've had. They were the first champions of the Vios Cup. back in 2014 with Luis Gono, the youngest driver
Oh,
to
I
ever win.
remember that. That was an intense.
That was intense.
That was intense as well.
And look at our background now.
Yeah, you can't you literally cannot see a thing at the back.
Remember when you started the race? This was still, well, we said it was gloomy, but you could see the trees, you could see the track. Now you can't see anything. It's just pitch black out there, and we've taken you as far as we can go. And this is probably explains why it seemed like it cut a couple of laps off.
Yes.
Because it is getting a little dangerous out there. It's wet, it's dark, and
Yeah, definitely good call from the marshals and the stewards.
Yeah, absolutely. I just hope nobody was harmed in that storage room. No. We're kidding, Carlos and Tom. We're kidding. We're totally joking. But wow, what? I'm still speechless. I'm so excited because everything that we were building it up for, it delivered. It delivered on, and I'm glad everybody's safe. Could have been a lot worse, with the rain and the darkness.
Yes.
Everybody kept it clean, and now we have a new champion emerge.
Yes, and obviously all these racers are gonna prep up for 2023. They're gonna look back and look at all their races. They're gonna see, okay, what could I have done better, or what could I have could I improve on? And there's gonna be a lot of practices. There's gonna be a lot of tinkering here and there in terms of setup, in terms of optimizing this car for the next season. So it's going to be interesting seeing how 2023 starts.
It's also going to be interesting to hear what the drivers have to say when they step out of the vehicle.
Yes.
Especially once he gets to interview our provisional champion.
Yeah.
I want to see that smile on his face, right?
Yep. And he's usually very reserved, You can just see him smiling and everything. But obviously this is going to be an emotional ending to everything. I mean, it's dark, you're tired, it was extremely hot. It was actually to the point that, as some of the drivers said, it was excruciatingly hot a while ago. Then you have this massive amount of rain that just, gives you that big curveball on driving style and everything. And to end it off with a semi-night race, so to speak, which almost never happens.
Yes, but the weather has been very fickle, and we've been treated to a great day of racing. We also had the Autocross out there with the celebrities and the influencers and the media. We'll be crowning them later on. We'll be doing the awarding show in just a little while, but we are wrapping up here. We are getting ready to interview the drivers. We're also hopefully going to be able to show you some slow-mo of the action that happened out there, because there was quite a bit of action, but like I said, nobody was hurt. No serious damage to anybody. So It was a great race for that, and a lot of overtaking, and it was just one of those races where, wow, I could go back and just watch a replay of all races today, but I think the closest to watching a replay would be hearing it from the perspective of the drivers, and for that, we got to turn over to Judd. Judd, who you got?
Thank you, James. Well, right now I'm here first with the Marketing Communications Officer of Bridgestone, Ms. Liza Tapangay. Ms. Liza, thank you for joining us for the TGR Vios Cup 2022. And we're introducing, of course, a brand that people already know about it. Everyone is familiar with Bridgestone. I want to ask, what makes Bridgestone the best in the world?
All right, so anybody who has used Bridgestone before will testify with their own personal experiences as to why Bridgestone is the best tire brand there is. So folks with families will say that they love our brand because of comfort and safety. Others will say that our product's durability and reliability makes them feel confident while having to take on any curve. And I say that we earned the reputation of being the best because we make tires that makes passengers and motorists the best and peace of mind while on the road. Sorry.
You know what? I agree with all of those. I'm not even kidding. I use Bridgestone. You can check my car later there. I agree with everything you said. I also want to know, since we have a great audience, auto enthusiasts tuned in, and of course here in Clark, what are the unique programs of Bridgestone right now that you would like to share with our audience?
All right, so currently we have this campaign called There's a Bridgestone for Everybody, wherein we simply convey a message that we do have a tire that you need. All right, so it ranges from passenger to motorcycle to truck tires or even mining tires. And lastly, we have a Safer Road for All with Bridgestone campaign where we promote road safety advocacy for years now.
And Ms. Glyza, it's only right, that you have Bridgestone in this setting, the TGR Vios Cup 2022. What's your message for all the Vios Cup fans out there?
Yes, please continue to support Bridgestone and of course Vios Cup. And if you want to have more updates and informative content about the brand, please feel free to connect with us via our Facebook and Instagram.
All right, well, we know that this is not going to be the last Vios Cup, right? It's so exciting, as you saw with our races here. Ms. Liza, what does Bridgestone look forward to when it comes to the Vios Cup?
All right, so every year, of course, we look forward to the development of the racers from the previous seasons. And of course, the new breed of racers every year who will experience the thrill that the Toyota Gazoo Racing Philippines provides.
Thank you so much, Ms. Glyza. It's very, very nice to have Bridgestone and you around here for the TGR Vios Cup 2022. And if you guys were tuned in the entire time, then you know that the last day of the TGR Vios Cup 2022 did not disappoint. So many things happening here in races 8 and 9. And we got more to deliver to you guys. Of course, later on today, we are going to have our awarding ceremony. Do look out for that. At this point, let me turn it over back to James and Gabby.
Thanks, John. Always appreciative of his on-the-ground reporting. It's been great. You've added so much flavor to the TGR Vios Cup, you and Kuya Darbs as well, as we get a complete picture of what's going on everywhere. But the only things that we do need to get a better picture of is the slow-mo action, right?
Oh, yes.
For that, we got to cross over to our production team to see what happened in the last race. Let's check it out. This is the only stuff that Kuya Darbs and Jot missed.
And this is where it started at all. The beautiful takeoff of Inigo Anton.
It was really, look at it. I mean, he was out there on his own. Car number 41, that was, you see how it fell back so far. He was in pole position. So, I mean, I feel for the guy. I feel for John Dizon because I don't know what happened there. But you can imagine he's going to be playing that over and over and again.
But it is kind of tricky because when you're in the outside, even if you have like, you're near technically, it is wetter. As you can see, the right side, there's a lot more rain, and obviously Inigo had a lot more grip. And obviously there's, there, we replay that again. Oh, yeah, that's gonna hurt. But as I said, he basically took advantage of his environment. He was great in reaction time in terms of the takeoff right over there. So
there was the car going on Giro Garbus with his fishtailing action. He was able to control that car really well. Good save there from Giro Garbus. And his nemesis there.
I like the way
Cabrera.
he put it. Nemesis.
Yeah, well, those guys were tangling up throughout the entire race. But very clean. Watch this. Look at that. Beautiful. That was really, really nice. That was a great judgment of braking distance and, of course, the extra weight that Gerard had to take on his car. But John timed that beautifully. You got to give him full points for that.
Yes, and coming out, some people might find it tricky because it's easy to, if you don't have a good exit with that back straight being so long, it's easy to gain it back.
Yeah.
And yeah, he managed to stick it.
And here we go. Look at just this composure of Inigo Anton as he flies through that last sequence of corners. The double A keeps it nice and clean, doesn't touch any of the painted surfaces. And this is what it looks like when he claimed his Vios Cup championship.
Yes.
What a ride, what a journey, what a championship. I'm so grateful to have been here to witness it all.
Yeah, what an astronomical win. He must be very ecstatic. Congratulations to the winners. And let us go back and look at our sponsors.
Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup 2022 is brought to you in cooperation with Bridgestone, solutions for your journey. Petron XCS, fuel that knows you. Together with our other sponsors, Brembo, Denso, 3M, AVT, Rota, OMP, Tuazon Racing, My Toyota Wallet, and Kinto One.
At the heart of Toyota Gazoo Racing is the drive to push the limits for better. The passion to create exhilarating driving experiences for every car and every driver. With the latest addition to the GR lineup, we're putting the thrill of performance cars to the country's best-selling midsize SUV by bringing the racing experience right at your fingertips. Introducing the new Toyota Fortuner GRS, engineered to drive you towards a new peak of success while looking bolder and sportier than ever before. Bear the mark of a powerful leader with the iconic GR emblem. Underneath the striking exterior is a strong engine with race-like suspension to make sure you dominate every race in life. Cruise confidently with advanced driving functions while sitting comfortably in an elegantly designed interior. With great performance comes even greater safety features. Easily keep an eye on all areas around your car. With a blind spot monitor, the rear cross traffic alert keeps watch while you safely back away from parking spaces. The downhill assist control manages your speed while descending. The Fortuner GRS also comes with Toyota Safety Sense technology for added driving assistance and security. Ensure every trip is an exhilarating drive and your every move a winning one. Harness the power to lead the race with the new Toyota Fortuner GRS.
Tignan mo ang iyong mga napagdaanan. Sa bawat pagbagsak, at araw-gabing pagsusumikap, nalagpasan mo lahat ng takot at pagdududa. Maniwala ka lang, dahil ang lakas ay likas sa puso at pagkatao mo. Ang mga pangarap ngayon ay abot kamay. Malayo na ang narating natin. Hindi na tayo pabibitin. Tuloy-tuloy tayong aangat.
The gold is yours!
Kasama ang Petron. Sa Petron, panalo ang Pilipino.
Unleash your racing spirit with the next addition to the Gazoo racing line. Designed to excite your heart with new styling that's bold and tough. Improved performance to awaken your off-road passions. Control and comfort designed for rough terrains. Racing features to inspire you to push past your limits. And race your unbreakable spirit. the new Toyota Hilux GRS.
Joyride, a hit and run. I thought I loved you and you thought I was fun. I'm moving on down the road. Watch me as I go, watch me as I go. Should I look both ways before you cross me, babe? 'Cause I don't break for boys. I'm moving on. Hey, I'm moving on. Hey, got nothing left to say. Let's be on my way. Best of luck. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. Both ways before you cross me, baby, 'cause I don't break for boys. I'm moving on, hey, got nothing left to say. Let's be on my way, best of luck. I'm moving on, I'm moving on.
At the heart of Toyota Gazoo Racing is the drive to push the limits for better. The passion to create exhilarating driving experiences for every car and every driver. With the latest addition to the GR lineup, we're putting the thrill of performance cars to the country's best-selling midsize SUV by bringing the racing experience right at your fingertips. Introducing the new Toyota Fortuner GRS, engineered to drive you towards a new peak of success while looking bolder and sportier than ever before. Bear the mark of a powerful leader with the iconic GR emblem. Underneath the striking exterior is a strong engine with race-like suspension to make sure you dominate every race in life. Cruise confidently with advanced driving functions while sitting comfortably in an elegantly designed interior. With great performance comes even greater safety features. Easily keep an eye on all areas around your car with a blind spot monitor. The rear cross traffic alert keeps watch while you safely back away from parking spaces. The downhill assist control manages your speed while descending. The Fortuner GRS also comes with Toyota Safety Sense technology for added driving assistance and security. Ensure every trip is an exhilarating drive and your every move a winning one. Harness the power to lead the race with the new Toyota Fortuner GRS.
na pagdaanan. Sa bawat pagbagsak, at araw-gabing pagsusumikap, nalagpasan mo lahat ng takot at pagdududa. Maniwala ka lang, dahil ang lakas ay likas sa puso at pagkatao mo. Ang mga pangarap ngayon ay abot kamay. Malayo na ang narating natin. Hindi na tayo pabibitin. Tuloy-tuloy tayong aangat.
The gold is yours!
Kasama ang Petron. Sa Petron, panalo ang Pilipino.
Unleash your racing spirit with the next addition to the Gazoo racing line. Designed to excite your heart with new styling that's bold and tough. Improved performance to awaken your off-road passions. Control and comfort designed for rough terrains. Racing features to inspire you to push past your limits. And race your unbreakable spirit. The new Toyota Hilux GRS.
For the awarding ceremony of the Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup 2022, please welcome back James and Gab.
What a race! Can we start off with a very, very big Vios Cup round of applause? Come on! I want to feel that energy! What a weekend, huh?
Yeah!
What a weekend! You guys all did really well. Racers, the fans, the families, everybody that came down, we all made this happen. So that round of applause was for all of you, okay?
Yeah, you have to all pat yourselves at the back. What an amazing event. Way to kick it off. This is, this definitely ties the knot.
Absolutely. So we've come down to the final round. We know who the champions are. We will be awarding them, but let's kick things off right now with our special awards first.
Yes. So to kick it off, we start with 3M, and it is the Coolest Racer Award.
Of course, because these guys sell the coolest tint, keep your car nice and cool. So we'll kick it off first with the Coolest Racer Award, and that goes to Joaquin Garrido. Just a little reminder for all the drivers, if you are driving in the Vios Cup, please come over here. Please be in your uniform if you can be, because we will be giving out awards. We don't want to wait too long for anyone. This is our first special award for Joaquin Garrido.
Yes, Coolest Racer. All right. Show your pearly whites. Okay, for the next, it is the Madiscarte Racer, and that goes to John Dizon.
Yeah!
He's getting a bunch of hugs from his teammates right there. All right, it looks like the beer pouring is coming back. Woo!
All right, John, where's John?
John, come right up, please.
Come on, John, let's not
and
hold up the
claim
back.
your award.
I think he might be putting on a shirt. Let's move to the next one while we're waiting for John. Okay, and the next one is for the most consistent racer of the day, and that goes to
one of her influencers, Ashley Gosheng Fiao. Congratulations, Ashley.
And while Ashley's up there, is John back yet? John Dizon? Otherwise, we'll move on to the next. Final call for John Dizon for the 3M Special Award for the Madiscarte driver. Otherwise, we move on to the next category. And this is from AVT. We have the top performance for the celebrity, the sporting, and the super sporting class. Let's kick it off with the celebrity class. I see him, Daniel Matsunaga. It looks like I don't even know what I won, but I'm happy.
Congratulations.
Hey, what did I win? What did I win?
Woo! You're gonna get to play your prize.
Congrats.
All right, now we move on to the top performance for the sporting class. It is Roy Sarmiento.
Woohoo!
Put on that suit. Show those sponsors off. Ano yan? With grace naman nangyari. With grace. Yeah.
And our final. Oh, we've done the ABT, the final ABT.
We actually have quite a few.
Okay, we move on to the Denso Award, the Fastest Lap Award. This, of course, is not subjective, and the fastest lap for the promotional class goes to Ian Rosales with a time of 2:28.455. We have two more Fastest Lap Awards to give away, one for the sporting class and one for the super sporting class.
All right, we move on to the fastest lap for the sporting class. It is Daryl Garbes with 2:27.255. 2, 3, 6. Yeah, bit of chanting, lots of fans right there. Daryl Garbes.
Congratulations, Daryl Garbes, 227.236. And now we move to the fastest lap for the super sporting class, and this is a 224.981. It goes to Red Diwa.
Some beer pouring right before he goes up on stage.
Of course, it is a tradition here at the TGR Vios Cup.
Alam mo, dapat pinapatent na yan.
Dapat i-sponsor. Never mind patent, sponsor. Congratulations, Red Diwa. Fastest lap, 224.981. Moving on now to our Brembo Special Awards, the driver of the day for the promotional class, and that goes to Jay Lau.
Yeah, he's doing an early celebration right there. Woo!
You're looking at the former DNF King. I say former. From DNF to... Look at this guy.
Own it!
Congratulations, Jay Lau.
All right, now we move on to the driver of the day for sporting class. It is Michael Kiliani Jordan of the Jordan Racing Team.
Number 23. Driver of the day, according to Brembo.
So this was his first time to race, right?
It was his first time to race.
Woo!
And we might give him a second. If not, we'll call him back up. The next driver of the day for the super sporting class, while we're waiting for Michael Jordan, is Inigo Anton.
Grabe, way to rack up the awards. Diba?
I tell you, he's gonna need a bigger trophy cabinet soon, this guy, if he hasn't already got one. And if Michael is back, please send Michael up here, otherwise we will move on to the next award. That was the Brembo Driver of the Day. Now we have the Driver of the Day for the Autocross Promotional Influencer, and that goes to
Miguel Romulo.
a few more drivers of the day to get through, because we do have Autocross as well to give away, and this one is for the Autocross Sporting Influencer, and this one goes to Enzo Pineda. All right, there he is. Congratulations, Enzo Pineda, Autocross Sporting Influencer Driver of the Day. Now we move over to our Autocross Promotional Media Division, and the Driver of the Day is Pablo Salapantan. Woohoo! Pablo's parents drove all the way up here, so good thing.
Oh, a lot of moral sport there, and you know what? That makes you faster. Okay, another driver of the day for Autocross Sporting Media, Jan Lacuna.
Now moving on, ladies and gentlemen, the Petron XCS have the Excitement Award, the Clutch Award, and the Smooth Driver Award. And the Excitement Award goes to Pauline Lopez!
Pa-shoutout daw kay Tito.
Pa-shout out daw. Over here, Pauline. You got the Excitement Award.
Ngayon, ang Clutch Award. And that goes to Patch Magtanong. Woohoo!
Congratulations.
Sneaking up on me like that. Okay, now we move over to the Smooth Driver Award, and this one goes to Mika de los Reyes. Man, I feel really old right now. This is already the next generation of drivers. This is like the kids of our batch. So, too many of them coming up. Mika, are you still with us? Don't sneak up on me like the other ones did.
Okay, while we're waiting for that, may we call on Michael Jordan for the driver of the day for Super Sporting.
I believe this was for the sporting class. The sporting class driver of the day, because Inigo took the super sporting one.
Oh yes, definitely.
First time to drive the Vios Cup car.
Wow. Way to reek in the wards, right?
Okay, now we move over to the Bridgestone Crowd Favorite Award as voted for online. I think this is more...
may online pa.
I think just by the picture alone, Daniel Matsunaga! These are the Bridgestone Crowd Favorite Award as voted online. Crowd favorite. Just
Yan! Okay, ito naman para sa Bridgestone's favorite driver, Benedict Kua. Woo!
Once again, a quick reminder to those drivers who are, if you're still out there and not with us, please come over here. So when we call your name, it's a very quick trip to the stage. And now we move on to the Bridgestone Adrenaline Driver, and that goes to Jay Lau.
Ayan, may hawak ng dalawang beer. Wow!
Thank you for nice coverage, and thank you to my wife and my daughter.
All right, congratulations, Jay Lau. And now we move on to the Slick Turns. This is also from Bridgestone, and this goes to Ian Rosales. Just another 3 awards after this, and we finish up our special awards. And then we'll be directly into awarding race number 8 and race number 9. Congrats, man. Okay, now we move over to the OMP Team Awards. And the OMP Team Awards for the promotional class goes to
Julia de Los Angeles. Come up on stage. Yeah, some girl power over there.
Ferdy Ong, our race director, to be representing OMP for the award, to be handing it out to Julia de Los Angeles. Yan, kay Tito Ferdy. And now we move over to the sporting class for the team awards, and that goes to
Joaquin Garrido.
And then we move over to the super sporting class. We'll wait till Ferdy hands out that particular award first before we move on to the final one. Same team daw, so mag-share na lang kayo.
kaya may mga overall points. Yeah.
All right, now I gets. And the other one is Inigo Antong from the Super Sporting class to make up the Avengers team.
Okay, they got a total of 173 points.
Okay, so it's the Avengers who took the team awards today from OMP. These are the drivers that made it happen. So congratulations to the Avengers racing team.
Galing, that was close. And now, the moment of truth, the results for the Autocross Challenge. Okay, let us start with promotional class. For the media, starting at third place
Riz Javier.
with a time of 1 minute 14.87. Yeah, own that trophy.
Now we move over to second place for the promotional class in media, and it goes to Sigvald Go. And those are your third and second place, so we only have one more spot, and this one goes to the champion. And the champion for the media is Pablo Salamantan.
What a way to celebrate! Congratulations to our winners!
Now we move over to the Autocross results for the promotional class or the influencer category. Thank you very much. Congrats. For the promotional influencers category, in third place is Carla Lizardo.
All right, Carlo did a minute 14.09.
Good job, Carla. And in second place,
Ashley Gosheng Fiao with a minute 6.84.
we're still in the promotional influencer category.
And now for our champion with a minute 3.68.
Miguel Romulo. Those are your champions for the promotional influencer category. Good job, guys.
All right, congratulations to the champions. Now we move on to the sporting media, starting with third place with a minute 7.54, Kevin Francisco.
Still in the sporting media division. We now move on to second place with a 105.89. It's Ronald De Los Reyes.
Now for our champion, who did a 1 minute 3.71, Jan Lacuna. All right, show those trophies off.
And those are your sporting media category.
It's literally a bang. Okay, thanks guys. Now we move on to our sporting influencers, starting at third place with a minute 6.59.
It is Aaron Villaflor.
Okay, Aaron had to leave early, so let's move on to second place with 1 minute 5.11.
Jules Aquino. Ooh, that's gonna hurt.
Oh, yes, it was close. So for the champion,
It's very close. 0.03 close.
0.03 close, and that person is Enzo Pineda.
Ang sakit, pero masarap rin. You got your fair share of champion trophy. You're on top step of the podium, Enzo. And there you have it, your winners for the sporting influencer class. Now over to the GT Cup. And we have third place, Mark Voltaire Elman with a 107.48.
And in second place with 1 minute 3.64, Jether Miole.
Again, we're awarding the GT Cup, and we have room for just one more, and that happens to be your champion. And your champion is Russell Reyes.
Okay, lift those trophies up, guys. Okay, so congratulations to our winners. Woo! Grabe.
A lot to give away.
A lot to give away. So we just went through the special awards
Autocross.
and the Autocross
And the GT Cup.
and the GT Cup. And now, race 8 official results. So we're gonna start with promotional class.
And in the promotional class for race number 8, it is car number 66, Jay Lau.
Parame talaga ng parame yung beer. And in second place, number 44, Alan Palacios.
And is this the one where we complete Team Cebu? This is Team Cebu right here, ladies and gentlemen, and your champion, car number 18, Jaron de Messina. And there are your winners for the promotional class of race number 8.
Woo!
Now we move on to race number 8, but this time for the Petron Sporting Class.
Okay, yan na. Nilalabas na yung mga cheque. This is where it gets exciting.
And for third place in the Petron Sporting Class is car number 73, Myla Olivia.
Ayan. Yung beer pouring nagsisimula din sa dulo.
They have to do the walk of fame here.
Yep, the victory walk
Yeah.
all the way to the stage. Congratulations, Myla. Yep. Woo! Nalasing na ata.
In second place, it is
Russell Cabrera, number 95.
Remember, we're talking about race number 8 for the Patron Sporting class. And we have room once again for just one more. And that spot is reserved for your champion, car number 27, Royce Sarmiento.
Yan. Meron naka ano. Let's see that plate. Okay.
Chubby Specs. Chubby SPX.
I wanna... Something we need to ask
I'm
about
scared
after
to
this.
ask. I'm scared to ask.
There you have it. The winners for the sporting class, race 8. Congratulations, guys. Woo! Parang naiiba yan ah. Okay, may isa pa. Okay. Okay yan. Alright, congratulations to me. We move on to the creme de la creme. The super sporting class. Bridgestone super sporting class, to
And
be
in
exact.
third place, ladies and gentlemen, welcome up car number 81, Red Diwa. As you can see, our drivers do get a check as well.
Yep, the check just keeps him getting bigger and bigger. All right, in second place, he fought a good fight. Number 55, Brian Cole.
These are your super sporting winners for the Super Bridgestone Super Sporting class. Brian Cole, car number 55 in second place. And now we have your champion, ladies and gentlemen. Put it together for Gerard Loy, car number 99.
So these are your winners for the super sporting class. Hold them up high. Be proud, guys. All right, congratulations. Now, okay, please stay over there. The rest of the winners for race number 8, please come up. So we have one group family photo.
These are all your winners from race number 8, from the promotional to the sporting to the super sporting class. One final class photo.
Once again, your champions, your winners for race number 8. Woo!
And now we do it all over again for race number 9. This is the final race for the day.
Yes, as we do a quick recap, race number 8 was a dry race, really sunny, and now we move on to race number 9 where it got a little tricky with the rain.
Okay, with race number 9, we have to say these are provisional results. So just keep that in mind when we announce some provisional results for race number 9. Third place, car number 19 in the promotional class, Alain Alzona.
Okay, in second place, number 69, Ian Rosales.
And we're still in the provisional results for race number 9 for the promotional class. And now, please welcome your champion, Jay Lau, car number 66.
I Ayan na! Okay. Yeah, hold it up high! These are your winners for race number 9, promotional class. Woo! Gusto ko yung rhythm nun, ha?
Oo.
Okay, we move on to the Petron sporting class. And at third place, car number 21, Giro GRS.
It's like whatever's going on there feels like the opposite of Moses with the Red Sea. Instead of parting it, you're getting the sea put on top of you, a sea of beer. All right, that's the sporting class for third place, Giro GRS. And now in second place, car number 23, Michael Kailani Jordan.
And now for our champion, car number 63, Joaquin Garrido. Yeah, and I want to hear more of that chanting over there. Yeah. Hold those checks up high along with your trophies. These are the winners for Race 9 Sporting Class. Congratulations!
And now we move over to the Bridgestone Super Sporting Class. And the Super Sporting Class, third place is car number 41, John Tizon. Okay, I'm not sure if John is... Yes, he's back. We didn't see him earlier. He's
Ayan.
back for this one.
Mukhang bagong ligo.
Oo, bagong ligo ng beer.
Yan! And now in second place, number 81, Red Diwa.
Woo!
Yeah.
Second place, race number 9, Super Sporting Class.
Yan. I dub him Mr. Slingshot for this weekend.
Baka hindi natatanggap yung check pa sana eh. Alright, this brings us to your champion for the Bridgestone Sporting Class, race number 9. This is it, the final one, ladies and gentlemen. He is also your provisional champion, Inigo Young Gun Anton!
Woo!
Remember, these are provisional results. We have no real reason to believe.
Yan! He deserves all the beer he can get. All right, guys, raise those checks and trophies up high.
The irony here is I don't think he's even old enough to have that beer poured on him. But he is your champion, ladies and gentlemen, Inigo Anton.
Congratulations to the winners. Okay, stay there. All the winners of race 9, please head up for a family photo.
Come on, race 9 winners. We're talking promotional, sporting, super sporting, all of you. And then once we finish this photo, we'll get this done first.
Yan. Show off those pearly whites, guys. Race 9 winners, there you have it.
Now we'd like to call up all the previous winners. Wait.
Once again,
congratulations, Race 9 winners.
Woo! And there you have it. Stay winners. Let us call up everyone. All the racers come up for a big family photo.
This means the autocross as well.
It means the GT Cup. It basically means if you have a Toyota racing suit on today, you did race something, whether it was Autocross the car or the GT Cup, please be on stage. We want a final class photo.
Ayan, there you have it. All the racers for the last leg. Woo! All smiles.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is what winning looks like. Because just by joining the TGR Vios Cup 2022, you're already a winner. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Make some noise for them. Your class of 2022.
Woo! Oi! Woo! Alright! Parang kulang pa tayo ngayon! Asan na si Jot at si Kuya Darbs?
Yeah,
Come
let's stick
on,
it here.
say!
Come on, guys. Come on.
Parang delikado ata dito kasi parang...
This is class of 2022, folks. The Vios Cup.
Group photo muna. Ayan!
On 3, 2, 1, Wakudoki! Wakudoki! Yeah!
Woo! And once again, this has been Toyota Vios Cup 2022! Woo!
Yeah, baby! Till next year, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us. Remember, always race on the track and not on the streets. Mabuhay kayong lahat!
Woo! See you next year!
Drive safely, everybody!
The Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup 2022 is brought to you in cooperation with Bridgestone, solutions for your journey. Petron XCS, fuel that knows you. Together with other sponsors, Brembo, Denso, 3M, AVT, Rota, OMP, Tuazon Racing, My Toyota Wallet, and Kinto One. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup 2022.